They lit the screen with broken cries, missing faces, hollow eyes. Said they'd save the world one click at a time, but their halos cracked, now it's all for the climb. I see through the glitter, the scripted despair, truth buried deep, do they even care? I won't sell my soul for a view, won't trade my morals for something untrue. They play the game, I walk alone, clickbait, shadows can't claim my throne. Their cameras roll, the tears are fake. A tragedy's just a chance to take. I hear the whispers, the stage concern, but justice isn't something you can burn. I stand in the storm, the noise all around, while their empathy's lost, profits abound. I won't sell my soul for a view, won't trade my morals for something untrue. They play the game, I walk alone, clickbait, shadows can't claim my throne. They sit with a mic in a neon glow. force of nature, strong and kind. Voice for those who can't speak their mind. Sees the world through a lens so clear. Finds the truth without any fear. Oh, she's Mommin It Up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those you go, turning tears into a twisted show. I won't play. Counseling hearts so wise and true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's Mommin It Up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understand. Counseling hearts so wise and true. In her mind, visions of the new. Sees potential in every soul. Loves her compass, loves her goal. Oh, she's Mommin It Up day and night, with a heart that's growing bright. Helping those who need a hand, guiding them to understand. Advocate for every child, lending ears and running wild. Shines a light in the darkest place, fighting battles with a mother's grace. Just the same blind, she's squinting through the smoke. Good intentions, they broke. Yeah, they broke the spoke. Phil painted it red. No medals, no glory, just keep moving ahead. Evidence stacks like bricks in a wall. Intentions crumble when the truth makes the call. Justice happens eventually. Eternity. Jesus whispers.
So sorry about that, everybody. I was talking over here, telling you I was trying to get the camera, trying to configure the camera because this might be a long one tonight. And I welcome everybody to stop in and out as you can. We're going to have a marathon for the next week, and I will be live quite a bit, not tomorrow, but today, and potentially, during next week, during the holidays. I know that a lot of people are traveling. We sometimes just want background noise, maybe zone out our mother-in-laws if we're doing things in the kitchen. And just, unfortunately, some of us are not able to be with family. And sometimes we just want somewhere to hang out. So I was hoping that I could be that for all of you, anybody that stumbles on any of the live streams, and go over a bunch of new information in a variety of cases, current, past cases, active cases, just a whole bunch of different segments. So I thank you guys for stopping by, and thank you, Trishy, for coming in, and thank you for your help with modding. I appreciate it. And I'll be on shortly. Let me just get this camera hooked up, probably another about 5 minutes. If I can't get the camera to work, when we're going over one of these radio podcast interviews that I found on this case, I can try to just see if I could just use the standard one if it's not working. But I think I could get this together here in a couple moments. So let me know what you think of the new music, please. And thanks again. Don't forget to like if you can. It'll help a little bit.
Eventually. She don't need a stage, don't need the crowd. Silent as a shadow, but her heart is loud. She's a fighter with a prayer, no weapon in hand. Guided by the light while she takes her stand. Truth cuts deep like a blade in the night. Good intentions fall in the face of the right. Truth cuts deep like a blade in the night. Good intentions fall in the face of the right. Justice happens eventually. You can't outrun eternity. Jesus whispers silently. Eventually. Eventually, eventually. Late at night, the world feels small. True crime whispers through the hall. Active cases cold as ice. Reality TV, a guilty slice. Trending news, it's all the rage. Flip the script, turn the page. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real. Family ties and sleepless nights. Battles fought in softer lights. Parenthood's a messy art. We're all just playing our part. Let's share the glow. Raise the roof, let the love show. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real. Family ties and sleepless nights. Battles fought in softer lights. Parenthood's a messy art. We're all just playing our part. Hype it up, let's share the glow. Raise the roof, let the love show. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real.
News is wild, the world's a mess. Special
time to rest. Breaking it down, we're feeling blessed. Laugh or cry, we'll spill the plot. Mommin it up, give it all we've got. Mommin it up, mommin it up. Grab your coffee or your cup. True crime chills, parents and thrills. We're momming it up and keeping it real. From headlines to heartlines, we're here to explore. Unfiltered and honest, who could ask for more? Momming it up, momming it up. Turn the volume, crank it up. News to crime, we've got the deal. Momming it up and keeping it real. She's squinting through the smoke. Good intentions, they broke. Yeah, they broke the spoke. Mommin saw the battlefield, painted it red. No medals, no glory, just keep moving ahead. Evidence stacks like bricks in a wall. Intentions crumble when the truth makes the call. Whisper silently, eventually, eventually. She don't need a stage, don't need the crowd. Silent as a shadow, but her heart is loud. She's a fighter with a prayer, no weapon in hand. Guided by the light while she takes her stand. Truth cuts deep like a blade in the night. Good intentions fall in the face of the right. Of the right. Justice happens eventually. You can't outrun eternity. Jesus whispers silently, eventually. Eventually. Truth cuts deep like a blade in the night. Good intentions fall in the face of the right. Justice happens eventually. You can't outrun eternity. Jesus whispers silently, eventually. Eventually, eventually.
Late at night, the world feels small. True crime whispers through the hall. Active cases cold as ice. Reality TV, a guilty slice. Trending news, it's all the rage. Flip the script, turn the page. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it Family ties and sleepless nights. Battles fought in softer lights. Parenthood's a messy art. We're all just playing our part. Hype it up, let's share the glow. Raise the roof, let the love show. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real. Family ties and sleepless nights. Battles fought in softer lights. Parenthood's a messy art. We're all just playing our part. Hype it up, let's share the glow. Raise the roof, let the love show. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real.
News is wild, the world's a mess. Special needs, we do our best. Reality TV, bring the tea. We're momming it up, can't you see? Momming it up, momming it up. Grab your coffee or your cup. True crime chills, parenting thrills. We're momming it up and keeping it real. Late night chats, no time to rest. Breaking it down, we're feeling blessed. Laugh or cry, we'll spill the plot. Momming it up, give it all we've got. Momming it up, momming it up. Grab your coffee or your cup. True crime chills, parenting thrills. We're momming it up and keeping it real. From headlines to heartlines, we're here to explore. Unfiltered and honest, who could ask for more? Momming it up, momming it up. Turn the volume, crank it up. News to crime, we've got the deal. Momming it up and keeping it real.
Hello, everybody. I do not have the camera fixed. How did that happen? Why am I in the corner? I don't know if you can even see me after all of that. But I thank you for hanging out and coming by. I don't know why I'm having such a problem with the camera. It's always something. It's always something. I'm telling you. How's everybody doing? Hello, Shirley. Thank you for stopping by. I'm not really good with this stuff, guys. I'm trying to make it look prettier because I know everybody likes to watch, and I'm kind of more used to the podcasting, just being able to talk. And I'm failing miserably. Do you guys have any plans for Thanksgiving? Is there any preference on the background? Because I know this one is pretty bright. Let's see, I guess I could do this one. Personally, I like the ones with the trees and these ones personally. I don't have one that isn't just plain. Because obviously I'm not currently offline. Oh well. Guess I'll figure that out later. Okay, let me see if I can. I can bring this up. So this was the first thing that I was going to start talking about tonight is the Stefanie Damron girl that went missing out of Maine. And I had a bunch of information that I thought was really interesting from the 1-year update last month. And I get so busy with, doing everything with the kids, it's hard for me to come on and really give consistent updates, but I am improving on the time management. I am getting a lot better with the time management. Hey, Little Red, thanks so much for stopping by. How are you? Just so everybody knows, in the vertical streams on the YouTube channels, I can't see what you're saying. So I'll try to go every so often and take a peek. But if you could just come to the regular, stream for the desktop or the PC, that would be fantastic. Because I can't see the chat. It doesn't come to StreamYards for some reason. So it's the same thing with the X. I can't see if anybody says anything in X without going and actually reading the individual comment. No idea why that is. No idea. Let me see if I can fix this camera here. Let me put some background music on, a little light. Hopefully I don't put everybody to sleep tonight. Have you guys heard a lot about Stefanie Damron's case? Because there's a lot of interviews that her parents have done. They're not on the mainstream media. Mostly, I haven't found pretty much any on the mainstream media. Maybe if anybody has, you could always email me or let me know in chat. It's 411ccn@gmail.com. But I do have a bunch of like YouTube and TikToks that I have been going through and listening to. And Dark Down East, which is a New England true crime podcast. That was very interesting. And so I can tell you the initial story of Stefanie Damron's disappearance. And then I can tell you the speculation of some of it as well. She's unfortunately another missing child, and the FBI has a $15,000 reward they're offering for information leading to the safe return of Stefanie Damron, and or information leading to the arrest and prosecution of anyone involved in her disappearance. So this is Stefanie Damron, And I don't know if I'm saying it right, but let me see if I can put a bigger picture on the screen for everybody. Just 1 second here. Can you hear the music? Is it too loud? If it is, just let me know and I will turn it down. Let's see. Whoops. Oh, that's Sebastian. Sebastian Rogers is also on the FBI website for a $50,000 reward leading to any of the, to his whereabouts and prosecution, conviction of any person or persons involved. Don't quote me on the wording of that because I'm remembering it off the top of my head. Because I'm trying to load another picture, and most of the stuff that I ended up covering has been pretty much Sebastian's case. So that's why there was a lot of his photos are already loaded in here. Let me see if I could I want to just get a bigger picture of her for you all so you can get a good look at what we believe is why is this not opening. Let's see. So she went missing in September of 2024. Oh, this is so frustrating, guys. I have no idea why it's doing that. What I can do really quickly, and then I'll just to show you what she looks like. Just one moment. I will just put it on as a background for a moment because it's just not letting me put it on as a general picture. And I just saved it, so it should be very easy to pull up. With all the technology we have, with all of the latest and greatest, right? You would think it would be so simple to save a photo and then just pull it right from the computer. Not at all. Because I just wanted to make it bigger. Maybe if I save it and then I just do a quick search. Because there's a lot of interesting things about Stefanie's case that made me want to really dive into it. And so many of these missing children, of course, I think every missing person, once you really start to look into it, everybody has a story and everybody deserves to be found or have justice, but we just can't do it all, obviously. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. This is not working. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. Can you see a little better? There's no way for me to not waste all of your time here while I'm just trying to make it bigger for you. And I don't want to. I know. So unfortunately, a lot of these photos that I found, they're just really grainy. They're just really hard to, they're just hard to make out a lot, kind of, at least for me anyway. So she was 13 when she went missing. Let me take this overlay off. Hang on 1 second. I got to get a better chair. I think I'm like hunching over trying to see all of you. And I don't want to give you nostril shots. Hold on 1 second. Let me turn the camera off. Okay. I will get better in time, right? With practice. They say practice makes perfect. I just don't want to be futzing with the camera when we're trying to discuss something so serious and be insensitive. So to me, I find it interesting when you go through Stefanie's story and the life that she allegedly has been living, completely rural, off-grid, remote. She went missing from a yurt, which is like a huge tent, is how different Stefanie looks. Very different. Very different. And with a lot of these cases, I had never thought twice about how important it is to have the proper identification in photographs so that, heaven forbid, anything ever happens to anyone, you have the right photograph of all angles. So no matter what you think you look like, right, you want to show your best sides. You need something that's current in all different angles of your face at all different times of, maybe, if you're bloated and stuff, no matter what. Because when I'm looking at all these missing people, from the seniors and the silver alerts all the way to the littles and the babies, some of their photos are just I, as a mom, feel like I would think they're different children. And that is so heartbreaking to me, because certain features are not as identifiable if we can't identify them, right? It's really upsetting to know that we have such amazing technology, and yet there's so many children that don't have like an ID card that they give at a lot of the schools. They usually make these emergency little cards so that if, heaven forbid, anything happens, you hand that right over to the officer, right? So, but I just was like, a lot of these photos of these children are grainy, and I feel like it's so hard to imagine why. But then when you learn her story, it makes a lot of sense, because she has been living allegedly off-grid, very rural. And she was from, I believe she came from West Virginia or Virginia and Texas, and then settled in Maine. But we're going to get into her story and, discuss all of it. But let me just show you really quickly why she's been coming up so much for me. Just a real quick, because I know that you guys are going to be coming and going. And so this is why she's been coming up so much for me, is that, as you know, Sebastian, that is missing, his birthday's coming up on the 7th of December. And so everybody's trying to talk about Sebastian Rogers again and get his name out. And I'm, always looking for updates. And as I was looking for updates on all of these different cases, she's highlighted with Sebastian's story. So she's highlighted with on the FBI.gov. I'll give you the direct link if you want to look at it for yourself, because I think that is important for some of us sleuthers. And remember to keep your speculation and stuff a little bit calm, if you know what I'm saying, as we talk tonight. But you're more than welcome to email me. I always encourage everybody to email me. It's 411ccn@gmail.com. So when I was looking this over and I was going through Sebastian's story with you guys last week, with I realized that Stefanie was in there again. And I said, oh my gosh, I don't know if there's as much in-depth coverage on her. And so maybe that's why she's linked to Sebastian, because they're kind of similar, right? The manner in which the ages and things like that. So Stefanie was here. She's linked in there. And I think it was really interesting. And you can go through and look at it. And also, kind of read up on everything, check some of the new photos, because it's kind of the same thing with Sebastian, unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, they're very hard to make out, and I don't know why, but they're very hard to make out a lot of times, the photos. And the children change so much, so I wasn't sure if there is an age-progressed photo yet. But for Sebastian, it talks about the FBI offering a reward of $50,000, leading to his whereabouts. He was last seen on February 25th, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And then right below it, I don't know if you can see, but right below, then it says September 23rd, 2025, searching for Stefanie Damron. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $15,000 for information leading to the whereabouts of Stefanie Damron, who was last seen on September 23rd, 2024 in New Sweden, Maine. Now, I haven't heard back. I did inquire because it seems here that Stefanie's information is here, and Stefanie's information here says that Stefanie was born on the 7th of December, 2008, and that Stefanie is also a male. So there could be a little bit of a glitch because we know that Sebastian is born on December 7th, right? So we're thinking that there could be a glitch. And you can speculate, you can email me, but just get these kids' names out there so that they can be found and they can be brought home, right? That is the biggest part of us taking the time to talk about these children or look at the children's cases, is to just get all these stories out and try to see something, say something, but it's so hard with the photos. I really hope that we could do better with these photos. So let me go back and bring up Stefanie again, but I wanted to show you why I started to look into her again first for the marathon, is because she just came up. And oops, sorry guys, I'm so gigantic. Hold on one moment. Whoops, sorry. Hold on. Okay. How do we Oh no, did you see everything I was showing? Or did it mess up and not show you anything? Ugh, I don't know. I don't know why I'm having issues with it. Okay, well, before we get into everything with Stefanie, I guess I will just give you the story that came out, that the FBI put out first, and then I'll get into all the details that I have found so far. So their story on Stefanie is growing up off-grid in rural Maine. 13-year-old Stefanie Damron was no stranger to navigating the forest around her family home. Oh, it took her photo down. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I want you to be able to see her photos. Because I could read this easily. Well, I want you to still be able to see her while I'm reading this, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to just show you her photos, and I will just read, and I'll give you the link if you need the sourcing. If anybody ever needs any sourcing on anything that I am reading, please just email me or leave a comment, and I could gladly give you the links. Okay, there we go. Right, here's the link. Okay. Now, Stefanie's dad goes by Chris. So when I'm talking tonight, I want to just remind all of you to keep that in mind. When I'm saying things and I'm, reading it, we're talking about a different case. It's just her father goes by the name Chris as well. And we're going to be listening to some of Chris' podcast call-ins on some TikTok lives and some channels that you probably may not have heard of yet. Because YouTube seems to kind of have our own little algorithm over here, right? Sometimes, and it doesn't necessarily always cross over to the content style that goes on TikTok. But I think it's important. I try to stream on all of them. I hope more people can do that, because imagine how much more information could get out there, right? If we crowdsource more, just going off of what it is that we have presented. We don't even have to go down the rabbit holes all the time, right? However, I will warn you, some of these cases, they go down the rabbit hole on their own, They go down the rabbit hole all on their own with no help needed from us, That's just how it is for some reason. So here we go. Now I could read it to you. So it says, growing up off-grid in rural Maine, 13-year-old Stefanie Damron was no stranger to navigating the forests around her family home. But something was wrong when she walked into the woods on September 23rd, 2024, and did not return. There have been no confirmed sightings of her since. The FBI, along with Maine State Police, have been searching for Stefanie. On the anniversary of her disappearance, we ask the public to come forward with any information that can help bring Stefanie safely back home. Now it says, meet Stefanie. Stefanie Erlene Jen Damron. I'm going to have to try to recall or memorize the way that the parents say her name. I feel like I'm not saying it right. So that is her full name. It's Stefanie Erlene Jen Damron. Stefanie and her family lived in West Virginia, Texas, and Illinois before moving to New Sweden, Maine, their current residence and where Stefanie was living before she disappeared, in New Sweden. So that's in New Sweden, Maine. You might have heard about that whole horrible situation. Remember where they were saying there was a serial unaliver going on over in Maine? This is about 4 hours north, I believe, of where those 2 people were found deceased in the woods and things. There was a bunch of sad, horrible tragedies that have been going on in this area over there. And I remember in the summer hearing a lot about that. So if you recall that, those, cases and everything, this is about 4 hours north, I believe, of there. So a little more towards, it is north. Okay. Just looking at the thing here. Her family has over 20 acres of land, and they have resided in a wooden yurt. There is no running water or indoor plumbing, but there's a generator that provides some power. At times, the family has stayed with a family friend or uncle. The uncle is in quotes. Sorry, guys, I thought I had a sneeze. At times, the family has stayed with a family friend or uncle figure who lives up the road. All of the Damron children have been homeschooled from a young age and appear to have had little interaction with other family and friends outside of their immediate circle. So I don't know, how many people even have met these children or know them at all their whole lives, it seems, It's very interesting. Her upbringing, from what we have concluded, has been very off-grid, said the FBI Boston Special Agent Jose Rodriguez Aguilar, who's part of the team investigating Stefanie's disappearance. It has been very oh, sorry, guys. It's a quote from him. Okay, so this is the quote from the FBI agent in a Boston office. Okay. It has been very untenable at times when many child protective services and CPS reports filed for not only Stefanie, but the other siblings as well. The parents didn't like to expose their children to the public that often, and so in some regard, that kept the children pretty sheltered. And their parents decided to teach and educate them however they saw fit within their lands that they lived on. In regards to why the family lived this way, in speaking with the father, Christopher Damron, he articulated that that's kind of just how he wanted to raise his family in terms of moving from place to place and living off the grid and living kind of the way that they did, said Aguilar. I think it was a parental choice in that regard. In the past, Stefanie had run away, but from what her parents relayed, Stefanie was known to walk through the woods and was known to sometimes disappear for a couple hours at a time. As someone who grew up in the woods, she was pretty familiar with the area that she lived on. She was known to walk up to a couple miles. It says she was known to walk up to a couple miles at a time. So it wouldn't have been foreign for her to have so-called run away and then reappear a couple of hours later in the day. So he's saying that the parents are saying that since she grew up in the woods, she was familiar with it. However, I will say, I think they just bought this property 2 years ago. I don't think they lived there that well, but we'll find out when we listen to the interview in a few. So she was familiar, and then I guess she would so-called run away and then reappear a couple hours later. Okay, I got it. So Stefanie goes missing now, right? So here we are. We're now at the part where Stefanie went missing. That's supposed to be Stefanie's backstory. Because we're doing the FBI stories now, right? So sometime in the afternoon on September 23rd of 2024, Stefanie and one of her sisters reportedly got into an argument. Stefanie walked off into the woods. Her parents were away at the time, and only some of Stefanie's siblings and her, quote, grandfather were home. When the parents came back, Stefanie was not there, said Aguilar. Essentially, they tried to look for her, but believed, as in previous cases, when she went for walks in the woods, she would return home within a few hours. Unfortunately, that was not the case this time. Just imagine all the predators in the woods, all the, there's so many. Think of all the different predators in the woods, all the wildlife that they have, all of the, oh my goodness, and the elements, right? Depending on the season and the time of year. So to think of a 13-year-old alone in the woods on a regular basis, I don't know. That's one brave girl. So there's a high probability, in my opinion, if she was so acclimated, that maybe she's still with us, guys. And that's why I wanted to get her story out and have you look into her story, share her flyers, just because you never know. She could be anywhere, right? She could be anywhere at 13, anywhere. So Stefanie's parents ended up contacting the Maine State Police a few days. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So from what I have heard, it was 24 hours after she disappeared, because they didn't know that you could call sooner than 24 hours. But let me show you some of these pictures here as I'm reading it to you. So you can see the search. And there's a thing where the FBI went out talking, some of the agents went out to talk, the investigators, to some of the neighbors too, and you can get a really good look at the area in these. So if you see what's on their shirt, this is the evidence response team. But look at how they're dressed. I mean, look at the elements out here. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Let's see. Yeah, they can email, or they can come back in a little bit. I didn't see that anybody was asking. let's see. So the parents contacted the Maine State Police, and a few days later, the FBI arrived to assist. The FBI's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment, or CARD team, which I will read to you what that is as a refresher for all of you that may not recall from other cases, or if you aren't sure, because I didn't really know until I looked it up either. It says investigators conducted a neighborhood canvass and video search. And since Stefanie's disappearance, the FBI and Maine State Police, along with additional volunteers, have covered thousands of acres searching for Stefanie. Thank you so much, Trishy. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it's hard to talk, I feel like, sometimes. I feel bad because there's a lot of things to read. So that's why I'm giving you the links. So the investigators went and conducted a neighborhood canvass and video search. And since Stefanie's disappearance, the FBI and Maine State Police, along with additional volunteers, have covered thousands of acres searching for Stefanie. They have followed up on leads in Maine, across the country, and even in Canada. Aguilar explained how Stefanie's disappearance has taken a toll on her family as well as the local community. We spend an extensive amount of time with Stefanie's family. As one can imagine, the disappearance of a child is traumatic. The reactions are going to vary depending on the person, and there's not a specific playbook as to how a parent is going to react to their child missing. In the interactions I've had with Stefanie's family, it's been very traumatic for them, and they want answers. In the local community, people were shaken by Stefanie's disappearance and have been left feeling unsafe. They are wondering if they should let their kids go play with other kids in fear that their kid may not return for the same reason. If you have any information about Stefanie, please immediately call the Maine State Police Holton Barracks at 1-800-824-2261 or 207-532-5400. You may also contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, your local FBI office, or submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. And I'll put this in the chat. Thank you, Little Red. I appreciate it. Thank you both. I forgot to put the tags in the video. I'll have to do that at some point. I didn't realize. So Stefanie was allegedly seen wearing blue jeans, a long sleeve blue shirt, and it doesn't say allegedly. I said allegedly. So they might have something that shows what she was wearing. They may not. I'm not sure, but I'm going to say I'm going to read it verbatim. So I'm going to quote the story. It says, Stefanie was last seen. Isn't that interesting that they're doing stories now? I think this is very interesting. And I think it's a great thing, right? To have all these agencies assisting when a child's missing or an individual's missing. But I think it's fantastic that the FBI is putting these stories out for these cases. Stefanie was last seen wearing blue jeans, a long-sleeve blue shirt, and a black Harley-Davidson hiking boots. At the time of her disappearance, she was 5 foot and 130 pounds with brown, shoulder-length hair. She would now be 14 years old. The FBI is offering a reward of $15,000 for information leading to the safe return of Stefanie and/or information leading to the arrest and prosecution of anyone involved in her disappearance. The search continues. We have a job to do, said Aguilar, and we're going to do that job with good conviction, working with every agency involved. I would urge the public to continue the search effort and to keep the case alive by pushing the story out to the media and social media and sharing the search for Stefanie with friends and family, even if they're in other states. It's super important that the case doesn't just die off as another number, so to speak. We are hoping for the best outcome, to find Stefanie alive. So do you see why I'm like, I think this is something that we need to bring up and try to get some urgency with sharing, right? Because we're being asked to. We should be doing that anyway, right, when there's missing persons. But especially when you're being asked to do it. And, you know, there's so many of us, right? We can all put a little time in and get our story out. Especially, there's a lot of information to go on from the parents as well. So I'm just going to show you this little thing over here, and then we'll get into this. This is an update from September, and this is her dad. Oh, let me see, how do I do this here? So this is her father.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on.
And that is commercial. Should be done soon.
For more than a year are speaking out. 14-year-old Stefanie Damron was last seen on September 23rd, 2024. She was reported missing the next day. Her father says the day she disappeared, she had walked off into the woods.
Her sister and her got into an argument. Stefanie, from what I was told, took off through the woods. The trail used to be real prevalent through there, and it would go straight down to where the mud hole was. The kids would go down there, catch tadpoles and everything. And that's what everybody up here assumed she had done, was cut through the woods, went down the trail, down to the mud hole and play. Well, when we came home, no Stefanie.
Searches in and around the Aroostook County town have turned up no sign of her. The FBI is offering a $15,000 reward for any information leading to Damron or the prosecution of those responsible for her disappearance. According to the FBI, this October 6th would be Damron's 15th birthday.
So that was an update, but we have an hour-long update that was given, and I will show that to you guys in a moment. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Let's see, one moment. Okay, so she was on News Nation, and this was a special that they did on her. When was this? This was the one from last month, and we're not going to play the whole thing, but we're going to skip through. We're going to skip around a little bit so that you can see some exclusive photos and things like that that they have here. So this is going to be the link, and I just put some music on and put a disclaimer that everybody that we ever discuss here is always innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, of course, and we utilize fair use. And I try to give commentary and have speculation and discussions on a variety of true crime cases, some active, ongoing, and sometimes we talk about different things, in the news or Hollywood stuff or just, different things. But please be considerate of the way that we share our speculations and our opinions, to keep in mind the traumatic sometimes nature of some of the stuff that we talk about, the emotional, impacts that sometimes our words can have on others, depending on what it is that we're discussing. I know that everybody that's in the chat right now regularly already does that. But I think it's important to just ask people to sometimes, think before we type, right? And just speculating and sharing our thoughts and stuff is fine. It's just try to do it a little, a little less aggressively. I feel like people could use a little less aggression these days, right? Because you never know who's going to stumble on it. But I don't want people to not share their opinions. I think it's very important that we always talk about how things can be in all different ways. So, but yeah, just want to get that out of the way. Everything's in our opinions, allegedly, and everyone is everyone is innocent until proven guilty.
Thank you for joining us. Each week, we cover a missing person case that isn't getting much attention. Every missing person matters, no matter their race, background, or circumstances. And by highlighting these cases and sharing the stories, we believe every case is solvable. Absolutely. And together, we can bring answers to family and friends of the missing. This week's featured case, Stefanie Damron, a teen from northern Maine whose family lives off the grid. After an argument with an older sibling, Stefanie stormed off, and everyone thought she would come back. But now, a year later, the 13-year-old is still missing.
Chris and I moved out here because we wanted peace and quiet. But then Stefanie came up missing, and it's like, ever since then, everybody's on edge.
And her disappearance has divided the community.
So I just want to show you this again, because there's not very much that I found that is her mom. There's not very much that I found of her mother speaking. There's a lot of the dad. So this is Stefanie's mom, I believe. Yeah.
Because we wanted peace and quiet. But then Stefanie came up missing, and it's like, ever since then, everybody's on edge.
And her disappearance has divided the community. Coming up, Stefanie's dad speaks during a rare interview about his daughter's disappearance and more details about the remote community where the family was living. First, several updates to pass along in some other missing cases that we are following. The parents of Ashley Marie Williams are in California this week searching for their daughter. Ashley is 28 years old, originally from Ohio, but was last seen in the Los Angeles area in late July. Her parents, Dwayne and Sherry Williams, are teaming up with retired detective Moses Castillo from the LAPD. They are searching LA's Skid Row this week after several possible sightings of Ashley. They say it is not like her to lose touch with family, and they are extremely worried for her safety and well-being. Anyone with information about Ashley Williams' whereabouts is asked to call 911.
I didn't even hear about her, but there's just so many. That's the sad part, right? There's just so many people, because we have almost 400 million people in just America alone,
One or the Los Angeles Police Department. Sadly,
if anybody would like to come up, if I already know you, you can. Just have the camera off, or if you have my number, just send me a text so I know it's you. If you don't, so I could just see you. But you don't have to have the camera on while you're on the line if you don't want to. But I just wanted to let you know, if anybody did want to come up, you're more than welcome to. If you wanted to give your opinion on this.
Police confirmed the remains of Ziania Valora had been found in Ventura County. Ziania has been missing since June of 2024. According to the Sheriff's Department, a local conservancy group was clearing out a riverbed when they made the discovery. Ziania was 21 years old, on the autism spectrum, and had snuck out of her parents' home early one morning, barefoot and in her pajamas and without any personal belongings. Ziania's mom, Damaris, describing her to me as kind and gentle and special. She loved watching the Oscars every year. She loved Hollywood, enjoyed movies and TV shows. The medical examiner says there is no obvious sign of lethal trauma. The cause of death is still pending. Two sisters from California missing for nearly 40 years have been found thanks to DNA testing. And now police are trying to find out who killed their mother. The sisters, Jasmine and Elizabeth Ramos, were just 2 and 14 months old when they went missing. They were living under names given to them by foster parents who raised them in California. The investigation into how their mother died in 1989 went nowhere at the time, but detectives did profile her DNA and added it into a national database.
That's great, because that, you know what that means, the DNA and stuff, it's starting to solve so many of these cases, especially with the genealogy aspect, right? We've been learning a lot about how familial DNA is making a lot of headway in solving crimes that previously hadn't been able to be discovered, right? The suspects, or not the suspects, but the person that committed the crime, the perpetrator, because they didn't have their DNA in a database anymore, right? And now, by having so many people taking these DNA tests like Ancestry and Gene23andMe and all of this stuff, it's solving a ton of crimes. I find that to be very interesting. I know there's a lot of arguments on each end of, is there privacy? Is it okay? Is it, is it an invasion? Hey, I say that if it's solving somebody that, committed a horrible act, right? Then I can't imagine that somebody wouldn't want their DNA there if it could be helpful, If you're taking these anyway, I know some people don't want to take them for a variety of reasons, but if you're taking these anyway, I can't imagine fighting it from being used if it's going to solve a case. I don't. But I'm sure there's reasons that people have that are valid to them.
Argument with her sister and then stormed off into the woods. Everyone thought Stefanie Damron would come back in a few hours after she cooled off. But hours turned into days and into months. And now it has been a year, and the family's unconventional and reclusive lifestyle has churned up some suspicion, and the case has divided a town.
See, it's so vast, and it has predators at every corner of those woods, depending on the season, right? Depending on the climate, how wet it is, how cold it is. It has the bears, it has bobcats, it has all kinds of snakes, tons of snakes. And it's just unimaginable to think that a little 13-year-old who's now 14, I believe, now 14, would be out there. I can't imagine what that would do to the parents. And of course, the community is going to be terrified, because you're always going to think, well, did somebody take her, right? Because we all hear the stories about the Appalachians, and, there's all this sensational Hollywood stuff that happens with like movies like The Hills Have Eyes, and then, but that's what it's great when you hear the stories of the children that are alive. Although sometimes what they have been through, right, is it's unimaginable, but they overcome and they're found, which is incredible. And at another time, in a few hours or tomorrow, depending on what part of the marathon we're at, I'm going to talk about a whole separate part of that, Little Red, about where these children are not always, it's not always as horrible. We have some stories that are incredible, that they were not abused. They were not met with foul play or, essay and things like that. Although it's rare, right? It's rare.
In northern Maine, a state known for its stunning coastline and fresh lobster, a town is being ripped apart over the disappearance of Stefanie Damron. Her family says on September 23rd, 2024, when they weren't home, the 13-year-old got into an argument with her older sister and stormed off into the woods.
She just looked at her grandfather and told her grandfather, "I'll be back," and she never came back.
Stefanie's father has avoided being on camera, even when he spoke to a local podcast in March of 2025.
She was our handful, always into things, always into mischief, but she was a happy kid, always happy.
After a year of searches, state police, FBI, and local volunteers picking through dense vegetation and vast forests, there are still no answers about what happened to Stefanie. The Damrons moved to the remote area of New Sweden, Maine in 2021, choosing a spot far from the prying eyes of neighbors to live off the grid. No running water and only a generator for power. Their driveway, now a shrine to Stefanie, goes back several hundred yards to where they built a small wood structure similar to a yurt, but with sleeping pods extended off the sides. A glimpse is visible from this drone footage.
We live in a 200 square foot home that has 4 separate bedrooms, if you can believe that. They're talking about this being a yurt. It is a yurt. It's a hexa yurt built out of OSB and everything else, just like a normal house.
Known as Dale in the community, Stefanie's father says their solitary back-to-nature style of raising kids was a way to be free from the financial weight of a big mortgage and expensive utility bills. But even in this remote setting, his oldest girls found a way to connect.
They were waiting until a papaw took his sleeping pills or wasn't paying attention. They would sneak off with his phone, get on some kind of weird website.
The story.
I want to just tell you, okay, that they say that the girls would sneak off with the Pop-Pop's phone. But as you'll learn, Pop-Pop isn't a biological Pop-Pop. And they also claim that the phone was a flip phone, which is very interesting because I don't know how you could do that. But he would take his sleeping pills and then I guess they would sneak out with his flip phone. I don't know.
Has sparked.
I'm adding that. They didn't say that here yet, but that is what I have been reading in a lot of other interview things.
Suspicion because the phone was a flip phone, generally thought to be safer for kids and the internet. Police have not revealed any details about the phone, but a neighbor says the last time she saw Stefanie, just weeks before the disappearance, she was asking for a ride to see a friend.
I was worried about where she wanted to go. I can kick myself for not asking her that day because she was really upset. She was crying. She couldn't find.
Can you believe this? Okay, we're going to slow this down because this is what I really wanted to talk about. Okay, and everybody is innocent until proven otherwise. However, as a mom, as a mom, right? Think about this. You're a mom. Your child has allegedly not had any socialization, right? They had been living very rural. They're not used to people. And they're only 13 years old. They don't have access to a phone. They don't have running water. They don't have electricity. Keep that in mind as you listen to what this mom is going to tell us. And let me know what you think.
Her parents wouldn't take her. Her uncle.
Oh, this is the Aunt Shelley? Oh, no, it's the neighbor. Okay, now I have to backtrack everything I just said. That's strange. This is very strange. Okay, so that is the neighbor? We're going to have to look at the picture of the mom and the dad outside of the house. I could have swore that they said that this was the mom. So then this is not the mom. This is the aunt. Oh, my gosh. Okay, I have to change my notes now. This blows my mind. Oh, my gosh.
And she couldn't find a ride. Her parents wouldn't take her. Her uncle couldn't take her.
Dale believes the day she walked off, she made a plan to meet up with someone at the road.
I honestly think that she got picked up by somebody. She thought she was going to come home that night, and they didn't bring her home.
Investigators won't say if they were able to get any information from the phone. In a recent update saying only, "We are hoping for the best outcome to find Stefanie alive." Volunteers continue to print flyers and hold rallies, but without more information, the disappearance has divided the town. The Damron's choice to live off the grid with young children in such an unforgiving environment has drawn criticism from neighbors.
We only want what's best for those children.
Who admit repeatedly calling Child Protective Services.
I was concerned that they had proper food, water, heat, and clothing for the conditions that they were living under.
They would come here and get water, and it would be like, I would have to say 3 to 4 times a week.
They were like 5-gallon pails that they would haul up here, I think, in a wheelbarrow, I believe. And they would fill them up and they would haul them back down that long driveway.
My heart actually broke for them.
But Dale says because the kids were homeschooled, CPS workers have visited regularly and are satisfied.
We've been here for 4 years, and
I would really like to ask, if they're hopefully under investigation, I would assume that that would be something that might be able to get done at some point, because it doesn't seem to me that if you have that many people telling you that you have children, that you're driving to meet strangers. I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing. I'm shocked and flabbergasted. And I wonder if these workers, are still employed. What's going on with that? How could you have little children? She's a 13-year-old little girl, not familiar with the outside world, having no running water, no electricity, living in a, well, you'll hear that as this goes on. But she and her sister, allegedly, the sister and her, you'll see this on the other 1-year update interview after this, were living with this guy that was like a grandpa to them. And then the parents were living across in their yurt. So she and her sister Star were not living and sleeping according, and you'll see in this upcoming interview, allegedly, because it was in this interview that they said that they slept in totally separate dwellings. So it astounds me to hear that you really had Child Protective Services actively involved in this area. They were actively involved, and they didn't think that there was something wrong, especially when you hear what the neighbor is going to tell us in a little while. You're never going to believe what the neighbor said about Stefanie, her recreational rug use, and what it was doing to her 2 front teeth. My gosh, as a worker, I cannot fathom all of these things.
Twice a year for 4 years, CPS has always come out here.
He's angry, wanting to focus back on the search for Stefanie.
I'm saying, if you put yourself in, if you try to think of, if you were a worker, how could you? There's so many questions that I have. I'm sure you guys might have.
Been here for 4 years, and twice a year for 4 years, CPS has always come out here.
He's angry, wanting the...
Okay, so they have been there for only 4 years. So remember the FBI story, supposedly, right? She was so familiar because she had been raised here, but she really wasn't raised there. She was there from 9 to 13, right? If we say 4 years. And that's interesting to me. And they only had 4 CPS visits. He's saying they only came out twice a year, right? So, right, he said twice a year. Let's see. It says CPS visited regularly
and are satisfied.
We've been here for 4 years, and twice a year for 4 years, CPS has always come out here.
He's twice a year for 4 years. So he's saying that they've come out 8 times. And if he's downplaying it, or if he's not downplaying it, that's interesting, right? That's regularly. I wonder who was regularly coming. It's very interesting.
Angry, wanting the focus back on the search for Stefanie.
Instead of putting all this negativity towards judging us, judging that, put that energy into finding my daughter. All I want is my daughter home where she belongs, where I can take care of her. Help us find our daughter.
everyone admitting it's been a long year.
This has taken a tremendous toll on this community. It's a different place than it was a year ago.
Chris and I moved out here because we wanted peace and quiet. But then Stefanie came up missing, and it's like, ever since then.
Okay, am I losing it, guys? What is happening right now? Is she not acting as if she moved with, like, it's her and Chris are together and she's the mom of this little girl, but then it's the aunt? I mean, it's not the aunt, it's the neighbor. Or is this just one of these situations? Am I having deja vu? This is reminding me of something else, of Sebastian's, with, like, we hear one thing in one interview, another thing in another interview. Because I think she's called the aunt in a different interview now. I'm going to have to pull that interview up and look. Is she saying she's just a neighbor, right? I had to turn the closed captions off. Let's listen to that again, because this is supposed to be a neighbor, but it's...
Everybody.
This has taken a tremendous
Is she
toll.
reading a statement from the mom? Is that what's happening?
It's a different place than it was a year ago.
Chris and I moved out here because we wanted peace and quiet. But then Stefanie came up missing, and it's like, ever since then, everybody's on edge.
Stefanie's parents with a message, hoping she finds her way home.
Please just come home. We love you. The family's not the same. None of us are the same. We're all missing a piece of our heart. We just need our baby home.
Joining us now, Christy Rand, a volunteer with the group Friends of Stefanie, also Travis Hartford, co-host of the Locating the Lost, a true crime podcast. To you both, thank you so much for being here. Christy, let me start with you. Friends of Stefanie, tell me about this group and your involvement and why it's so important for you to find her.
So we've created teamstephanie.org specifically to kind of bridge a gap in communication between the community and the facts of Stefanie's case. So really what we're focusing on is a place for volunteers to upload flyers of Stefanie so people nationwide can download them to hang in their communities. We really just wanted a factual place to share information and dispel kind of rumors related to her case and allow people, since this has gained national traction, a place that people can confidently go to know that they aren't getting misinformation.
And let's focus on the facts. What are the facts that stand out to you most about her disappearance that you want people watching to know about her case?
I think people need to stay focused on exactly what's showing here. Stefanie's picture, her height, her weight, her image, because that is what they need to know to be able to recognize Stefanie if they see her in a public place. And that's what we're trying to stick to.
Travis, at what point did you hear about this case?
What does she mean trying to stick to? Her appearance, we all know when children go missing or they run away or whatever, they're going to change their appearance. Unfortunately, predators, right? Kidnapper people, what do? Statistically speaking, what is very common? They change the shoes, they cut the hair, they might dye the hair, they change the clothes, they change the sex. Little boy might all of a sudden be a little girl, right? Dressed as a little girl and vice versa. So to me, I think that it would be very helpful if we start to understand their characteristics. How do they speak? Do they have an overbite, an underbite? Do they have gaps in their teeth? Do they have one eye that's a little smaller, or an eyebrow that has a scar, or any, you know what I mean? Do they have a beauty mark, a birthmark on their face, or do they, other things than just the couple pictures? Because I just feel like these pictures are so hard. They're just not easy to even really identify, in my opinion.
case and become involved?
Like, did they have a stutter?
About a week after she went missing, we started sharing her posters because it seemed different, right? It's a 13-year-old girl in the middle of nowhere, kind of wandered off to the woods. No one has seen her since.
And what have you learned about the case in the last year as countless searches have taken place and there's been no sign of her?
I have an idea, by the way. How about explain, this lady that says she wanted a ride to meet somebody. She was going to drive her to meet some guy. Can somebody explain to me? Don't you think maybe, I don't know. I personally think that you should be really explaining yourself why you would take a child, a minor, that's not your child, to meet anybody that's driving a vehicle. But I'm going to have to listen to that again because I thought the woman was saying she asked her to go meet somebody in a car, right? So if that's not her mom.
So the law enforcement has kept it pretty close to the vest, what they do know. They're not sharing a lot with a lot of people. I think Dale coming on our podcast was a big help to let the general public understand how they live and how he feels about his children. And, may not be the same as you and I, but he's definitely seems like someone that wants to take care of his children. Just raise them a little differently than the rest of us, I guess.
What else did he tell you, Travis, about what was happening within the family, specific to Stefanie, prior to her walking away that day?
He alluded to us that him and his wife, Lisa, were out at a job interview. And while they're gone, they received a text from the older daughter saying that Stefanie had been upset with her and she wandered off into the woods. When they got home, Stefanie still wasn't back there. Dale thought that he was supposed to wait 24 hours before he could call the police. So they waited till the next morning to get the police involved. He did say that him and his wife, Lisa, did go around and try to look for her. They went up and down the road. They knocked on neighbors' doors as well.
What about the people that she was in touch with, Travis? What did Dale say about anyone he knew his daughter was speaking to?
He said he was not aware of her speaking to anyone initially. And then I guess talking to his older daughter, they had figured out that she may have been in contact with people online, people from further away, somehow using a cell phone that's a flip phone to get online and meet these people from beyond.
Christy, tell me about.
Those are aren't those kind of like what we hear they call burner phones a lot, right? The flip phones, those are like track phones and things like that. I wonder why Lisa and Chris didn't want to come on News Nation and talk. Because that's who I really want to hear from, right? We want to hear from the parents to understand more about her, which we will soon.
This area and what you all have learned as you've conducted searches and tried to get the word out.
Well, in general, Stefanie was extremely far from a major city or a major metropolitan area. So you're surrounded by a very dense area of woods and have quite a distance between some of your closest neighbors, maybe even like your closest neighbors in her case didn't have cameras that would have caught her coming and going consistently. We've learned that she's very secluded where she is, so not a lot of access to meeting new people organically per se. She wasn't going to be coming across kids her age just out and about on her street. So very difficult time to make friends and have peers your own age. She was secluded and had limited resources.
What have been some of the greatest challenges, Christy, for you and your group as you look into this case in trying to find answers and get information?
Well, I would say the lack of official updates from authorities is our biggest challenge. We have no official information to say whether or not Stefanie left New Sweden. There's been no confirmed sightings of Stefanie, say, in her closest cities like Caribou, Calais, Presque Isle. We have no confirmation of her being seen anywhere else in the state. And at this point, we are kind of up in the air about whether our efforts would be best to be focused in New Sweden, or if this is nationwide and there's a reason to suspect that she could have left the town or the state.
It took them a year to get to that point. I find that to be bizarre. I mean, if she was that self-sufficient at 13, wouldn't you think that you would be looking everywhere, right? Of course, as best you could, or doing as many interviews and stuff like that, I would think.
Been our biggest roadblock is trying to determine where to best put our resources and where they would be most effective, because we have no indication that there's any idea of where she is.
Travis, why do you believe that police remain so tight-lipped about a missing case that you would seemingly want more people to know about?
I'd love to have an answer for you on that. My only guess is that they are investigating either individuals closer to the home, and they don't want them to know what they actually know. Because I would feel like if they were really suspecting that she's somewhere else, they would be more upfront about, who she might have been talking to online, any website she might have visited, that type of stuff.
Why would they ever give us that kind of information? Would they really give us that kind of information? What more do they need to give us? I mean, it seems like, and I'll find it, but they had a special where you could see the search, and you could see there's been updates, there's been flyers. In fact, there's a story where that the guy we just read from Boston, right, and the FBI said to get her name out there that she could very much be anywhere and be alive, right? So I don't know, maybe I'm not understanding what they mean, but I don't think we ever get those kind of updates. This person is missing, right? So they're not going to risk them being moved or harmed or, all of that, right? This is very bizarre to hear if he's a true crime podcaster. I don't know. This is interesting, the two of them. Very interesting.
I know that the father was frustrated with what has happened in the community and criticism they have gotten. Can you elaborate on more about his concerns and what he said about that?
So Dale, I think, has a lot of pride in himself and his family. He wants to take care of his family, protect them. And I think that going through a situation like this, I can imagine even losing a child, and going through all this, but then to have seemingly the community kind of turn their back on them just because they live differently than others might live. Dale has been kind of short with people online and kind of calling people out. I think that is also causing people to be divided on how much they really feel for this family, because they think that, maybe the family's involved.
Why does he believe that she got picked up by someone and had planned to come home?
So the night that she had gone missing, I guess someone in the home, either the grandfather, Richard, or one of the other children, had heard a vehicle possibly at the end of the driveway soon after she disappeared. So they suspected that maybe she'd gotten into a vehicle.
Remember,
and what do we know?
That she didn't she say, was it Lily and Jack from Canada? That allegedly they also heard a loud vehicle. And wasn't there somebody in the Summer Wells case that also allegedly had heard the loud vehicle? Do you remember, guys?
And Christy or Travis, either of you can answer if you know this, but what the argument was about with her older sibling that day.
So I'd ask Dale.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Travis. I'll have you answer first, and then Christy, I'll ask the same question to you.
I asked Dale that question on the podcast that we covered with him, and I find it odd that he said that he still doesn't know. He's asked his older daughter several times what the argument's about, and every time she gives him a different answer. So I feel like that's kind of weird that after all this time, that's a turning point in this whole case, how he doesn't know what the argument was about.
And Christy, do you have something to add to that?
I was under the impression that earlier reports had kind of been made that the argument was about chores, that there was a back and forth between the siblings about who was going to do what, or maybe it was Stefanie's turn to do something that she didn't want to do. But it was, the impression I was given was that it was to do with chores, household responsibilities, and two teenage girls, they're gonna fight, siblings, that's what they do. And I believe that that was kind of where it stemmed from.
Christy, from the online community that has grown and interest in Stefanie's disappearance has become more known to people, have there been possible sightings that have been communicated to you all?
There have been possible sightings reported to us, but nothing that is concrete or confirmed. When volunteers, family members, authorities track those down, it doesn't seem that they are Stefanie. For example, community members thinking they may have seen her at a local park, and when that lead is kind of followed through with, it turns out that's another community member. Things like that, but there have been absolutely no confirmed sightings of any kind. We've not received any tips or information that seem credible that we say, yeah, that seems like it's Stefanie. We've not heard anything along those lines.
Travis, the dad did talk to you, but the family has not wanted to.
I'd like to know what they consider, what would they consider credible? Because everything should go to law enforcement, right? So if they're getting any kind of tips and they just think that maybe it's not credible and they don't pass it on, you never want that to happen. So I'd like to know what they mean by that.
To the media much in this case. I think every, family member of a missing person handles these situations, difficult as they are, differently. Why has the family been reluctant to get out in front of cameras or do interviews and try to get the word out?
I don't know. I can't speak for them. In my history of meeting with families about their missing child or unsolved murder or something like that, people are very vocal. So for me to see the Damron to be kind of quiet and hush hush about it seems a little odd, but his reason for it, he says, because law enforcement asked them to stay quiet in the beginning. So now it's been a year, now he wants to be more vocal.
Yeah, understood. There are lots of layers, and no family ever wants to be in this position. Christy, anything else you want to share about the case, the facts, and your message to the broader community so that we can try to bring Stefanie home?
As far as the case and the facts, the fact is Stefanie was last seen leaving her home. There are no credible sightings of her. Community members all over the nation, people everywhere need to be looking at her image. And the only things that you need to know about Stefanie to identify her in public is what's on the missing persons flyers, the information about her.
Okay, what am I listening to? I'm sorry, I don't like to be critical of people I don't know, but what is this woman? Why is she talking like this? Who talks like that? Is pay attention to the image, and the only thing you need to know is what's listed on it, and that's it. I am sorry. I hope they have been interviewed extensively as to who, what, where, when, and how she got involved, because this is bizarre. Am I misreading this? Maybe this is her first time ever doing anything, but I've never heard somebody talk like this. I've never heard anybody talk like this. Can we listen to this again?
And no family ever wants to be in this position. Christy, anything else you want to share about the case, the facts, and your message to the broader community so that we can try to bring Stefanie home?
As far as the case and the facts, the fact is Stefanie was last seen leaving her home. There are no credible sightings of her. Community members all over the nation, people everywhere need to be looking at her image. And the only things that you need to know about Stefanie to identify her in public is what's on the missing persons flyers, the information about her family, her upbringing, her lifestyle, none of that's relevant to identifying Stefanie if you see her in a public place.
Yeah, we'll do our best to continue to share that as much as possible. Travis, I'll give you the final word. What do you think people should know most about this case and Stefanie's disappearance?
It's a mystery, right? I think that everyone needs to keep sharing her poster, just as Christy said, and share the stories about her, not about the family. You know, this isn't about how she was raised or anything else like that. It's more important that we bring Stefanie home.
Yeah, it's a mystery, so they want us to talk about her story and stuff. And okay, this is all.
This is a young girl who needs to be home, and we want to make sure we can do everything we can to make that happen. Christy and Travis, thank you guys for the work that you're doing to get the word out. We'll be in touch.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If you have information about the whereabouts of Stefanie Damron, you can contact the Maine State Police or the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you have a missing case you think we should investigate, visit our missing page at newsnationnow.com.
That was a lot to unpack. Now, I haven't listened to most of these that we're listening to. That's the whole point of the Mommin Marathon. For all of you that have never joined me for one, it's to go over things that I would be looking at myself, and and I just think it's an excellent way to do it, right? Is to share it with anybody else that wants to come and join me. Okie dokie. Let's see where we're going next. Are we all ready for this? Because I told you guys I can't. There's a lot of this that's very odd, and how they want to make a story about Stefanie. A mystery, a story. We have a lot of interesting stories these days. Okay, let's see. Now we're going to listen to, where did it go? Okay. Oh, let me just adjust the music for a second. Let me see. Oops, hang on. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute. I did it again. So we're going to watch the, now this was from 11 months ago when they talk about the $11,000 reward. I'm only going to put this on for a moment because I want to bring up that other 1 year special that newspaper did, because there's a lot of interesting parts of that. So let me just put this on for a second here. See if we can pull this other one up. Okay. Now there's this very interesting website too that they have launched. But since we're going through this from the start, we're going to start with the first update. Here we go. Okay. So this was given, let's see. This is the update where they gave the $15,000 reward announcement.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Scott Goslin. I'm a major with the Maine State Police. The Maine State Police called this press
Oh my
conference
gosh.
in conjunction with
You
the
can barely hear it, and there's no way for me to make it louder. If you cannot make it out, if it's way too low, then we'll just play this other one to talk about, because this is so low.
Federal Bureau of Investigation to help bring attention to the disappearance of 14-year-old Stefanie Damron. Stefanie was last seen on September 23rd, leaving her home in New Sweden on foot and walking into the woods behind her home. Stefanie's family is very concerned for her safety, as are we. And to our knowledge, Stefanie does not have current access to electronic devices and has limited access to social media. We are looking for help from the public in order to maintain a vigilance for Stefanie and to report any tips or leads that might be helpful to our investigation. Stefanie is a white female, approximately 5 feet tall, 130 pounds, with shoulder-length brown hair, green eyes, as last reported wearing blue jeans, long sleeve blue shirt with black Harley Davidson hiking boots. A photograph of Stefanie is available for publication, and you can see a picture here. Since her disappearance, the Major Crimes Unit detectives in our Northern Field Division, along with the Boston Division of the FBI, have spent hundreds of hours investigating her disappearance, conducting countless interviews, and following up on leads. The Maine Warden Service have canvassed the woods searching for Stefanie, but at this time, there's been no credible information or sightings of Stefanie. The Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North is collaborating with the Federal Bureau of Investigation with this missing person investigation. Anyone with information concerning Stefanie's whereabouts is urged to contact the Maine State Police at 1-800-924-2261 or 207-532-5400. And you may contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. At this time, I'd like to introduce Special Agent in Charge, Kim Milka from the FBI, who'll be making an announcement regarding a reward related to this case.
Thank you, Major. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming and for helping us keep the public informed about our efforts to locate Stefanie. I'm Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Kimberly Milka with the FBI. Our hearts are with the family and friends of 14-year-old Stefanie Damron, who are patiently waiting for answers about her disappearance and are hoping for her safe return home. On September 27th, 2024, the FBI joined forces with our law enforcement partners to assist in the search. Today, we are renewing our call for the public's assistance, and we are here to announce that the FBI is offering a significant reward of up to $15,000 for information leading to her safe return or the arrest and prosecution of anyone involved in her disappearance. The FBI hopes this reward will incentivize anyone with information about Stefanie's whereabouts to come forward. Any detail, no matter how small, could be helpful. Stefanie's family desperately wants to know where she is, and we are fully committed to helping our law enforcement partners exhaust every investigative resource to find her and bring her home. Immediately after she was reported missing, the FBI brought in our Child Abduction Rapid Deployment, or CARD team. The CARD team is a group of highly trained and experienced subject matter experts on cases involving missing children. Investigators have conducted dozens of interviews and followed up on leads in Maine, across the country, and even Canada. Despite extensive investigative efforts, including a neighborhood canvas and video search, along with an expansive grid search utilizing canines from Maine Warden Service and Maine State Police, Stefanie is still missing. We will continue to assist Maine State Police with on-the-ground investigative, technical, and analytical support. We know many of you want to help, which is why we are asking the public to review Stefanie's missing person poster and share it on social media. Rest assured, we are working to find out what happened to Stefanie and reunite her with her family.
So we'd also like to take just a moment and thank the members of the public and the media for their continued attention to this case. Your efforts in keeping Stephanie's disappearance in the forefront of the community are invaluable, and we do appreciate your support as we remain focused on bringing her home safely. As you know, there are some investigative details and strategies that are unable to be shared at this time, but we will do our best to answer a few questions if you have them.
Did she have a cell phone and leave it behind, or did she not have one at all? If she did leave it behind, what does that tell you about this investigation?
There were no devices taken with her at this time, and she did not have a cell phone.
Has she run away before, and what is your hope that maybe that she's run away in this time?
So this behavior has not been uncommon for Stefanie, which is why I think the family waited a little bit of time, gave her a little bit of time before calling the police immediately. And so, but in this case, for obvious reasons, since she hasn't turned up, we slowly ratcheted up all the investigative resources that are present, in that area today for this reason.
We've gotten some information about that there may be some concern that's at the household, running water, things like that. There's other children in the household. Is DHS involved at all?
Yes, thank you for that question. Of course, yeah. So in any of these cases, whenever we have a minor that's involved, that goes missing, or there could be an issue in the home, DHHS is always notified in those circumstances, and certainly in this case they were.
One of the flyers I saw said ties to West Virginia, Texas, and New Hampshire. Is that accurate? And if so, are those friends or other family members?
Lieutenant, did you want to speak to those?
So the tips that have come in for out of the area, so there's some for Canada and other states. They're tips from the public that maybe she had a social media friend at the time or an acquaintance. So we just try to follow up on any information for those outside states. So at this point, everything is still on the table for us, from her simply being missing to run away to the worst situation, because we don't have any concrete leads or tips that have led us basically in one direction or the other. So we don't want to leave anything on the table and not take something serious. So, but at this point, there's nothing that leads us in one specific direction.
Is there to verify that she went into the woods and used dogs, or is there any sort of
other than the information that that's where she was headed, is the woods, and that is also past behavior as well. We have not.
I know you guys waited a little bit to do that ground search, to do that extensive ground search, with the members of the community. Do you guys think maybe you waited too late to do that, for the dogs to get sent, or what's the thought process on that?
So the ground search with the warden service was only a few days after the fact. Typically in a missing person investigation, you start with the investigative leads, and then you call in the resources that you need. So it's a matter of following up. So no, I don't believe it's too late. And the wardens they'll do a grid search as well, so it's more than just dogs, it's also humans as well.
What about anything that has led to trafficking, sex trafficking? I mean, we're talking the northern part of Maine, but people think it doesn't happen there. But in your experience, has there been anything that could be connected to this?
Again, all possibilities of what happened to Stephanie are still on the table. We don't have any specific information that that's what's happened, but we are trying to look into any tips that would lead us in that direction if we receive them. we would partner with the RCMP or the FBI also has resources that we can partner with other law enforcement to follow up on any information over there.
The FBI doesn't typically get involved with, say, a run and play case. So people might be asking, why are you here? Is it because the family is concerned, because of potential violence?
Well, I think in any missing persons case, especially so close to the border like this, you're going to want to involve the FBI, especially in any missing persons case where we haven't taken anything off the table, nothing has been ruled out or eliminated. Crossing state lines is certainly in one of those possibilities, and of course that's outside our jurisdiction. So that's where we would really look for help from the FBI. Kim. Oh, of course, there's always that concern. I think our hope at the beginning of hunting season is that a hunter might come across something that would lead us in one direction or the other. That has not happened. There is still a little bit of hunting time left up in that area, so I would highly encourage those hunters that are up there to be extra vigilant. Yeah, we're really not going to get into those investigative details about what was happening in her life in that day or two prior to, but at this point, everything is still on the table. No,
Can you guys hear it?
Speak to what DHHS is doing or their involvement.
Well, you said she had a history of running away, and how many times did she try to run away?
I can't speak to that but for saying it was not uncommon. This was not uncommon behavior for Stefanie.
Was there a history of maybe mental health concerns or anything along those lines?
I don't believe there was at this point. I don't believe that there was any history of mental health concerns whatsoever. But again, certainly, we proceed with all of these cases as if, anybody is under mental duress or anything like that. So if there was an issue, we certainly, wouldn't do.
Now remember, this is going to be over in a few minutes. How much longer do we have? We only have a minute left, and then we're really going to get into stuff that may really blow your mind. So hang in there.
Anything differently at this point?
Okay. We'll have one more question.
I don't know. I guess I can't speak to that. I don't believe she did. No.
Did she leave a note?
No.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will give you the link if you want to watch that at another time. Because I know the audio, unfortunately, is pretty low. And now I want to get into this one. Now this, I did start watching, and that's what I said, oh my gosh, we really have to talk about this. She could be anywhere. She could be anywhere. And I think the more that people can talk about it, the faster that there's going to be some sort of answers, and hopefully the safe return of Stefanie, right? Because it's just shocking. The more you hear and the more you hear of her, and the neighbors and what the neighbors say and what they claim, what they're alleging, it's just completely shocking. Okay, so let's get into this now. Over here is the 1-year anniversary special that was done, and it has the interview with one of the neighbors that says that she was on rugs. A little 13-year-old girl. So this was done by News Center Maine on September 23rd, 2025.
Beats, but those.
And
This is a neighbor. Okay, and I want you to listen to what he has to say, because I think you're going to be absolutely infuriated in a way, potentially. Because I am shocked when I hear this. It doesn't seem real. It does not seem possible. It's so unsettling to know that a little girl, if this is true, I do not know, right? We don't know. But according to what this man says, it is just unbelievable, in my opinion.
Sold their daughter. The parents killed her. The neighbor fed her to his pigs. These are all rumors that have surrounded the Damron family since their daughter Stefanie disappeared last September.
I want you to listen to that. I went a little too far because it's just unbelievable. The same old, the same
like
rumors, right? That we've heard a lot in some of these cases, right? The same rumors. But wait till you hear the doozy of a rumor, potentially, if this isn't true, but the speculation that comes from what this neighbor says.
From every single kind of thing, and I play on it in the story a little bit that I put together with Andrew, who was her neighbor, just about his whole experience with the family and how he knew them and what he thinks ultimately happened. Let's do it. The parents sold their daughter. The parents killed her. The neighbor fed her to his pigs. These are all rumors that have surrounded the Damron family since their daughter Stefanie disappeared last September.
The uncertainty of what happened or whether she's with us or not with us is what's killing everybody, which is then speculating everything else.
This is one of the Damron's neighbors, Andrew Lozowitz. He's a proud farmer and the subject of that last rumor. Andrew first met the family around 4 years ago.
I literally saw a tent pitched near the head of their driveway. And it was like 6 kids camping. Are they up here on a weekend or, an extended stay? Well, no, they had bought the land and were going to homestead on it.
The Damrons had moved from Texas to Maine to live off-grid on a plot of land in New Sweden. It was Lisa, Dale, and their 6 children, from oldest to youngest, Austin, Star, Stefanie, Natty, Lita, and Bocephus. They also live with a family friend named Richard.
So I literally had to talk to them about how to survive a Maine winter, literally.
Andrew is the only neighbor who grew close to the family, especially Stefanie and Star.
I can't tell you how many times between her and Star down in New Sweden, right behind town office, there's the little town library, free to take what you want. I can't tell you how many times a week they would want to go down there to get puzzles, to get books, to get coloring books. She loved to draw. She loved to color. She loved to do puzzles. I mean, puzzles all the time.
During their first summer, the family built a geodesic dome to live in, and when space got tight, Dale purchased a trailer. For about a year before Stefanie went missing, she was living in the dome with Star and Richard, while the others stayed in the trailer on Andrew's property.
So Stefanie, Star, and Richard spent a lot of time together.
Yes.
What were they like when they were all together?
Happy, had elbow room.
Andrew says fights between Stefanie and Star were normal. So was Stefanie walking off to cool down.
When she got pissed off.
Are you unpacking that? So they lived in a trailer on his property with this person, right? It's a lot to unpack. So we're going to listen to that one more time because I'm trying to understand what he's saying. Is that they were not living in the yurt with their mom and dad?
Especially Stefanie and Star.
I can't tell you how many times between her and Star down in New Sweden, right behind town office, there's the little town library, free to take what you want. I can't tell you how many times a week they would want to go down there to get puzzles, to get books, to get coloring books. She loved to draw. She loved to color. She loved to do puzzles. I mean, puzzles all the time.
During their first summer, the family built a geodesic dome to live in, and when space got tight, Dale purchased a trailer. For about a year before Stefanie went missing, she was living in the dome with Star and Richard, while the others stayed in the trailer on Andrew's property.
So Stefanie, Star, and Richard spent a lot of time together.
Yes.
What were they like when they were all together?
Happy, had elbow room.
Andrew says fights between Stefanie and Star were normal. So was Stefanie walking off to cool down.
When she got pissed off, okay, it's not like you have a room to run to and slam your door shut and tell everybody to leave me alone. So where else can she go? She goes out.
But on September 23rd of 2024, after a fight Star says was about chores, Stefanie walked off and never came back.
That's where she went. When people say, well, she just, did she fall down or anything? No, there's nothing between here and the road.
The family spent a night searching for her and a day later reported her missing.
Everything is still on the table for us.
Over the next year, the Maine State Police and FBI would go on to say they followed local and national leads and searched nearly 5,000 acres. But to this day, she's still gone. And with investigators staying quiet about what they think might have happened, all anyone can do is speculate.
One thing I noticed with Steph, and I even brought it up to the state police also, was her teeth went from being fine to literally her front teeth having holes burned through them. There's only one drug I know that does that.
Andrew suspects that drug was methamphetamines, and he says Stefanie kept a list of phone numbers of people she was in contact with who may have been supplying her with it.
Was there a plan? I think there was. I think Star and Steph had a plan of, we're out of here. We don't like living like this anymore. Let's leave. That morning, Star backed out.
And when you asked Star about this, what?
Tight-lipped.
But one thing Andrew doesn't believe is that the parents have anything to do with Stefanie's disappearance.
When it comes to the way that they think and feel about their kids, they would do anything for them, literally. Versus what you hear people talking about. Right. Because they don't have interactions with them. And that's honestly by design by them. When I say them, I mean Dale and Lisa.
Andrew compares the Damron lifestyle to that of the Amish, very private and isolated. That isolation sparked suspicion early on. Neighbors told us they've consistently reported the Damrons to DHHS since they arrived, pointing to old arrest records and past investigations.
If they were so bad, why are the kids still there?
Well, I think that was a big question that people have in town. They're like, well, if we've been reporting them for 4 years, why are they still there? But
because literally the caseworkers go there and sit down with them, interact with them, and see how they're being treated and what's available there.
So what is available there? What is life like on that remote plot of land? The Damrons were open to sharing that with us. When we went down...
Where is the TV remote? How many times have you heard that? Well, scan the code on your screen now, because the searching is over. The remote tote is...
Just unpack this for a minute while this ad is running here. So he's now saying that her appearance has changed and that she was on methamphetamines and they allowed her to carry around phone numbers. I mean, it just seems very interesting that he's putting all this stuff out there. It's very interesting. Do we think that people wouldn't speculate about that? I'm kind of dumbfounded when I hear it again because I was listening to it as I was driving and wow. don't even know what to say. It's just, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Door and easy to clean. Stop searching and start watching with the remote.
Should be done in a moment. The interview should start again as soon as the ad is over. Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Tried to leave it.
Your remote tote today.
Down there to find out. Tried to leave it on a little bit of a cliffhanger there, but obviously what comes next is we sit down with Dale Damron and Lisa as well, and we talk to them. But what are your first reactions?
Okay, let's see.
Someone's kid dies or husband dies, or there's something that's unexpected that's happening, and you're interfacing with someone on one of the worst days of their lives. So imagine,
So started on everything, small town, pull check coming out. They in a car that she was picked up and family friend him after that meeting, and that neighbor got out of his.
Okay, here you go. All right, this is very interesting.
She was picked up in motorcycle, or she walked somewhere and was picked up further away. But like as I was kind of saying, such a small town, so few people, and yet when that neighbor got out of his car to talk to us, him and another neighbor essentially told us that it was dangerous to go down there, and really, really kind of almost scared us in a way. Like we met with Andrew, the family friend, him after that meeting, and me and Steve Sherburne, my photographer, were a little bit like, I don't know if we feel comfortable going down there anymore, because what everybody was telling us was like, are these people really dangerous? And then Andrew was like, no, you got to come down. Like, you got to just meet him. And he really eased our concerns. But yeah, that's where the rumor started. People said that, they were armed, which obviously they, have weapons, like a lot of homeowners and landowners in Maine.
A lot of people in Maine.
Yeah. But they had a lot of stories about, small interactions that they'd had. One of the guys said that he had gone down there and one of the kids kind of like latched onto him as he was leaving. And so he got really concerned about that, because he thought that meant that maybe the kid was being abused. But is that evidence of abuse? It's somebody's perception. You're allowed to have your, intuition, but it doesn't make it fact.
I think that there's a few things that are important to point out here. One, I would say, is that a lot of times people are scared of what they don't know. I mean, everyone is only at the liberty of what they know for themselves and what their experience is. So if this community is as tight-knit as it is, and this family is so closed off, then that probably does incite some discomfort in that community if they're used to everybody being very open and involved and friendly and talkative with one another. And I will say also, just from my history and knowledge of covering child welfare cases, I think that the neighbor brings up an important point. If DHHS was called multiple times and if the child is still in the care of the parents, a lot of times what that means is that DHHS was not able to prove within their guidelines that there was, a level of abuse that would need removal.
When you think about it, like, this is a family that had a very different lifestyle than most people are used to. I mean, and
But
also
they're
too,
claiming
these
that they had
children,
drugs.
from what I believe, from what Paul told
And
me,
they had them sleeping in a house with a grown man that wasn't even a relative. Like, I don't know. There's so much here that, it's a lot to try to rationalize. Doesn't make sense to me, but let's get more to the interviews. Let's see. Just a moment.
thing, where you pack the little suitcase and you waltz out the door, walk around the driveway, pretend you're leaving, and it's crazy because that is essentially like what Stefanie did. She just walked off mad.
Something that kind of struck me too that Andrew talked about with you was about why she went into the woods. Because for a while I was like, I guess it's kind of normal to go for a walk and cool off. Like, of course that's normal. But, you also are kind of reminded through that what he says of, there's no bedroom door to slam shut or to go like hide out in your room. Like, it kind of reminds you like this, despite all her different circumstances, she was a typical 13-year-old girl, like who wanted, to explore, who would get mad and, she could.
I mean, I don't know any children that don't have the ability to have privacy, especially when they're staying with a stranger and they're on another property and their parents are in a yurt on another property. And that's what I'm gathering from all that we're being told, right? That's the stuff that we have before us to discuss or to speculate or, so, I mean, I am just flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted.
She couldn't go slam the door, but of course she wanted, I'm just going to go off.
Yeah. And like,
really interesting.
When do you stop too, when you, again, don't have a destination to go to?
Mm-hmm.
So she could have literally just kept walking. And, maybe she did meet somebody, obviously, maybe she had a plan, but it's also possible she just walked off and walked miles and miles and they haven't found her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to speak on that, but I just think that maybe things are different because it is the woods and that was something that was familiar to her and that's something that she did fairly often. But I can't see someone walking on and on and on for miles while there is consistently a search for them and no one finding them.
Something too, Pearl, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on this is, from what I recall from just like us talking about this story is, the search didn't come until a little bit later because I believe it was her sister and the person the family friend as well, they thought she was just going to cool down and come back. And it took a little bit for that search to actually start.
No, yeah, you're right. And also too, the parents told me that they were at a job interview, when she first disappeared. And again, it's important, like Richard and Star and Stefanie were living together. Andrew's property is nearby, but it's not right there. That's where the rest of the family was living. But again, they weren't even there. They were at this job interview in town in Presque Isle. And they didn't report it right when she ran away because Richard and Star thought they were giving her the time to cool off. So it took them a couple hours. Then the family came back from the job interview.
So
started looking for her.
The family was
the
away
next
at a job
day.
interview. And how did they? It must be ruled out that they didn't have Stefanie with them, and they didn't drop her off anywhere. I'm just saying, because that's what I would think, right? That the parents left and they just brought her somewhere. If she's living with people, how do you know she didn't get herself pregnant if this other neighbor is saying she wanted to be dropped off? And there's so much here that I can't even imagine. And I hope that she's fine and that she's found safe. And this is just, I can understand now why there was so much speculation. I can totally see where it's all coming from because it just seems completely impossible that you would have a teenager living in this environment or any child
realize
in that environment with men, with no bedroom doors,
they were in trouble and couldn't find her. So then they called Maine State Police, reported it, and that's when the search started. So it was hours, and it was almost a full day. And I have even been told by family members that they think Stefanie could have walked farther than investigators thought she could have, because apparently they'll draw a circle when somebody goes missing and they'll calculate from like your age, your weight, your fitness level, like how far they think you could have gone, and they'll draw like 3 different circles. And they'll start with the first one and then they'll go to the second and then they'll go to the third if they need to. And I guess Star was looking at the piece of paper with the circles, and she thought Stephanie's way out of there. Like that doesn't even begin to go where Stephanie can walk to. So
that is unheard of to me. But also, I don't like walking down the street.
I was gonna say, I think Stephanie's circle is bigger than mine.
No.
And I will say too, it's like there is a thing to be said too. I mean, she's been living there for 3 years. It would be natural for her just in those 3 years to explore, get used to that
3
terrain.
years.
So
I thought they bought it 4 years
And then
ago.
also, if there, is the possibility that maybe she left with someone. I mean, by that time we talked, I drive to Philadelphia fairly often to see family. And I mean, 8 hours, I'm there. I'm all the way down the East Coast. So
That maybe could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I want to get into the extended clip that I wanted to play for you guys from Andrew, because this is almost about, we've talked about the rumors and their parenting being in question, put in the spotlight. And so I really wanted to kind of ask Andrew, because he's slightly defensive of them, but this is a guy that only met them 4 years ago. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like he would benefit from defending them, but he feels like they are just misunderstood. So this is a clip, me asking him about their parenting.
But do you see any issues with their parenting, like from your own view?
From my own view, that's a double-edged sword. The way I was raised, they aren't raising their kids, but is the way that they're raising their kids any place for me to be judgmental? No, honestly. If
What would be a place where you would judge them, or at all? Like
abuse, I had a conversation with the sheriff on their property one day because of some things that had happened. And he said, listen, people want to live this way. We can't tell them that they can't, as long as there's no obvious problems with kids, i.e. that there's any bruising, any type of physical, things going on. As long as they have shelter, food, and water, they're golden.
And do the kids all have that?
Shelter, food, and
just basic
yeah,
kid stuff.
yeah.
So I think that touches a little bit on the guidelines that Raya was mentioning. If in fact they
plan, I think there was. Happy?
But let's listen to this again, because he said, right.
Anything else?
This is one of the Damron's neighbors, Andrew Lozowitz. He's a proud farmer and the subject of that last rumor. Andrew first met the family around 4 years ago.
I literally saw a tent pitched near the head of their driveway. And it was like 6 kids camping. Are they up here on a weekend or a
Texas, Natty
winds between her and Star down in New Sweden, right behind town office, there's the little town library. Free to take what you want. I can't tell you how many times a week they would want to go down there to get puzzles, to get books, to get coloring books. She loved to draw. She loved to color. She loved to do puzzles. I mean, puzzles all the time.
During their first summer, the family built a geodesic dome to live in. And when space got tight, Dale purchased a trailer. For about a year before Stephanie went missing, she was living in the dome with Star and Richard, while the others stayed in the trailer on Andrew's property.
So Stephanie, Star, and Richard spent a lot of time together.
Yes.
What were they like when they were all together?
Happy? Had elbow room?
Andrew says fights between Stephanie and Star were normal. So was Stephanie walking off to cool down.
When she got pissed off, okay, it's not like you have a room to run to and slam your door shut.
Chore.
Her appearance.
There's nothing
but to this day,
with Steph. And I even brought it up to the state police also, was her teeth went from being fine to literally her front teeth having holes burned through them. There's only one drug I know that does that.
Andrew suspects that drug was methamphetamines. And he says Stephanie kept a list of phone numbers of people she was in contact with who may have been supplying her with it.
Was there a plan? I think there was. I think Star and Steph had a plan of, we're out of here. We don't like living like this anymore. Let's leave. That morning, Star backed out.
And when you asked Star about this, what?
Tight-lipped.
But one thing Andrew doesn't believe is that the parents have anything to do with Stefanie's disappearance.
When it comes to the way that they think and feel about their kids, they would do anything.
Just seemed like concerned parents to go down to
this day and age,
how they were living.
This time we're not going to live it. We're not. No, Daddy, I don't want to live like them. I don't.
Much more paranoid, take so much more precautions and stuff like that. But sometimes if you've never had these, personal experiences, you just kind of have a little bit more of a laissez-faire attitude. Oh, she always comes back. It'll be fine. So sometimes it does.
I mean, I can see that. I can see that if you're not, if you're naive, but I can't imagine as a parent being that naive if my child was exhibiting signs of drug use. I wouldn't imagine you would put a child with a man without a bedroom, I don't know how one could, your maternal or paternal instincts would raise alarm bells that there's risks and very serious dangers to actions like that.
Yeah. And I think too, this was their first time living off grid. They were still learning to live off grid. So I think they thought maybe that was just the way life was, that, your kid walks off every now and then. The woods are kind of free range for everybody. That could have been how they were living. And then they obviously ultimately this happened and now they live a little differently, but still off grid. And that kind of also brings me to a big question that I had for Dale was, especially with all the rumors that the family has been through, do you have any regrets about choosing this lifestyle? And it actually kind of seems to be the opposite. So let's play that clip.
For years, and that's another conversation I want to have because people got that misnomer too. For years, I always thought I'm doing the wrong thing for my kids. I'm hurting my kids. I'm hurting my kids. I'm hurting my kids. And now that this has happened, my kids have even looked at me. My little Bo looked at me like, no, Daddy, I don't want to live like them. I don't want to live like them. I want to live like us.
From your perspective, they're happy, right?
My kids are beyond happy. My kids are beyond happy. I mean, Natty right now, she is so scared because of the bad incident that happened in Texas with the CPS that she's going to have to give this life up again. And I'm like, no, baby, this time we're not going to live it. We're not leaving. This is how we live. People can either accept it.
Are you prepared? Scan the code on your screen now and never be.
I would love to have heard the context before this. How would you be? You have a whole child, you don't know where a whole child is, and it's not. Is it even their child? What in the world? You have to know where the child is, in my opinion, to be like that. How could you be more? It's just nonsensical statements. I would love to have heard the context of all of this, because without being able to hear what was said, I can't imagine how you would say you have no regrets. You have no regrets? Isn't it natural to have 1,001 million regrets until you find your child? No regrets of possible drug use or dangers? Wow. Wow. Don't think it'll be long before we have some arrests, in my opinion.
Powers up 3 ways with built-in.
Who knows who, but just waiting for this.
Is travel sized and ready and makes a
that have made them feel.
Scan the code on your screen and get your Rescue Volt 7 in one power station today.
Or they can just keep wasting other people's time and making false phone calls.
So it's all the rumors that have circulated their life here that have made them feel like they made the right decision leaving society.
I would be interested in speaking to the kids once they get of a certain age. And what I will say is that, again, this is someone's worst life event. And I think that it's really hard to deal with your worst life event while also being judged in the same breath. He said something in the story where he was like, why are they so interested in why are they all in our business essentially? But it is everyone's job to some degree be in everyone's business, just because communities are built in a way that they're supposed to be protection. People are supposed to protect each other. I think it's normal for people to ask questions and to be curious. My God, it's a 13-year-old who went missing and she's still gone a year later.
He also said he was open to answering all those questions, though. And
And-
he was like, send them down there. He said, every agency, send them down here.
Yeah.
So he seemed to be transparent, though.
I mean, I think that's a good thing that works in his favor. I think that people, to some degree, have right to ask those questions. A lot of times, people look at this child to the next child is my own. If something happened to my kids and I didn't have no answers, I would hope that someone from every background flows in to try to understand what happened and what went on. I think that there's a way to do it.
Yeah. But when it's accusing you,
I think that there's a way to advocate for children. Truthfully, I think some people might be taking the standpoint of my concern is a child. My concern is not how you feel about it.
We're
Exactly.
all, like, journalists here, so asking questions it's literally our thing. Like, we ask questions, we poke holes. So, I also think it's natural that we all have questions about what happened, and we should ask those questions too, because there are other children involved. But I also think it's interesting too, because a part of it is also, we can have all the theories we want, but is that going to help find Stefanie? The whole thing, foresight is 2020. It's a lot easier to, it's like the Monday morning quarterback. Well, why didn't you do this and why didn't you do that? And it's like, yeah, that's important, but also too, I think it's also like the objective at the end of the day is everybody wants to find Stefanie and figure out what happened to her too. And I think that that sometimes can get lost when we talk about all these rumors and these theories, because, they feel scripted. They feel, lots of people watch SVU and all the Criminal Minds. Like, everyone wants to find out what happened, but also too, it also is like, this is a real family, real siblings who no longer have one of their sisters in their life. And I think that that's also important too, is, we can have our theories and we can talk about it and have these rumors. But also, like, the objective should be like, where is Stefanie? Where could she be?
Yeah.
that pretty much flows perfectly into what we're going to go to
Absolutely.
next, because, when I was looking for almost like a non-bias perspective, I found this volunteer, Christy Rand, who has basically dedicated a lot of her time to helping raise awareness for Stefanie's cause. And one of the biggest things was kind of separating how can we help this family? How can we help Stefanie? How can we put light on this case, but not be intrusive and not make it all about possibilities and what ifs.
That's important.
And so she's kind of done a great job at that. So we're going to hear from her now.
Oh, I saw this or I heard that. And you
Christy
have to be
Rand
really,
is searching
really
for
careful to
Stefanie
not be, like,
Damron in a way she hopes someone would search for her own child if they went missing.
I'm one of more than a dozen volunteers who are working to keep Stefanie's case active.
She and other advocates have created a website, printed and distributed posters, and helped organize public search efforts. She says it's all done with one goal in mind, making sure nobody forgets about Stefanie.
Because it's been almost a year now and there's really no answers. How has it affected the community just statewide?
Well, I think it's left a lot of people with questions, and it's created a little bit of a divide. You have people who think she did run away and people who think she didn't. And it's also caused the rumor mill in the media.
A large part of Christie's work now involves sorting out what's true from what's speculation, especially when it comes to Stefanie's family.
There are people in their neighborhood that seem to think they have a very good idea of what the family is like based on, small interactions and perceptions, and they describe them openly as bad people. Do you think that's fair?
Well, I would say people are creating their own perception of the parents based on their circumstances and meeting them.
The Damrons live unconventionally on a rural plot of land in New Sweden between a geodesic dome and a trailer, and they rarely socialize outside of their immediate family. That lifestyle has invited scrutiny. Christie doesn't pretend to understand it, but she doesn't feel she needs to.
You don't have to like everybody.
Yeah.
And
I
people
think
judge.
it's really important to remember that liking the parents isn't necessary to find Stefanie.
Yeah.
That our perception of her family and her upbringing, her home, her lifestyle, none of that.
That makes sense, right? What happened? Cut it off?
A way you can understand that, and
had even an idea of where she may have gone.
Do you think maybe they just really had no idea, or you think they just weren't saying it? I mean, a year out, they're still not saying it, so.
I would assume.
Not sure what happened.
Are you tired of shopping bags tipping
Oh,
over in
it's
your
an
car?
ad. Okay.
You need the Auto Anchor, perfect for commuters, parents, or scan.
Give the impression that they had even an idea of where she may have gone.
Do you think maybe they just really had no idea, or you think they just weren't saying it? I mean, a year out, they're still not saying it, so.
I would assume that there would be information if they had sightings of any kind of Stefanie. That would mean game cameras in the area, security cameras from home surveillance for people that live in the area, the stores in town, getting into the bigger town, Calais, Caribou, Presque Isle, when they've searched near border crossings. I would have assumed that if there was a hint of a direction that Stefanie may have gone in, that we would have been informed of where to be looking as a community.
Do you think too, like, people assume that the world is more high tech than it is?
Yes.
Like, it's easier to disappear than people think. Remember, like, the Luigi Mangione,
Yes.
I'll use him as an example. There's cameras. People think, the FBI has technology everywhere, and they only found him because a McDonald's worker spotted him.
Yeah.
Like, it's not impossible to disappear.
And yet, it's especially in a rural community like where Stefanie was from, your closest neighbors might not have cameras at all. Your closest convenience store is miles away. There are a lot of ways to leave town in an area like that that you wouldn't be seen.
I think that kind of brings us full circle to the beginning when we were talking about, they always say like pulling at threads, like where do you even find a thread to pull at?
Yeah.
And it's not to say that you can't go missing in a larger city, in a metropolitan area. You can.
Mm-hmm.
It's just less likely.
Yeah.
Or if it happens, somebody saw you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. obviously locals know their own town sometimes too. They might know where to go to meet somebody or things like that. Like,
Yeah.
I think that for me, if I were her parents, my only hope would be to have some indication that she's safe. I mean, if you never see, your child.
I guess like best case scenario, she ran away and is happy and just doesn't want to come home.
I would love that. If
That's like best case.
That's best case scenario. I mean, I think that, I think I think that mentally, not even just parents, I think mentally after a certain time, you do things in your brain to kind of coddle yourself to tell you, okay, this is something I would be okay with, or if I can't have my what I would like for the turnout of the situation to be, let it at least be this.
Yeah. They're holding out hope for sure, and they keep up with all the leads despite all the nasty things that are said on Facebook. They still keep up. They're still watching just in case anything is ever something legitimate that they need to look at.
I mean, what can you do at that point? And then honestly, there are those scenarios where it only takes one little tip, one little clue, or one thing to happen and things start unraveling. I mean, you never want to rule anything out in a case like this. I just think that it's just entirely unfortunate.
It is. It 100% is. And I think, I wanted to kind of end on a note of showing you guys something that the volunteers sent me. Obviously, Christy and then her team of volunteers. I don't know who exactly wrote it, but I really, really loved it. They started writing to Stefanie. It says, "Dear Stefanie, we're approaching the 1-year mark since you were reported missing. In that time, you did not." And then they just kind of list things that she missed, like her 14th birthday, dressing up for Halloween, joining Girl Scouts, Christmas, holidays. I mean, think about that. Like, there's so much stigma surrounding this family, but what if they're really just missing all of these moments with their daughter?
That is so sad, and I am not gonna cry on this camera.
How could you miss Girl Scouts if they were homeschooled and they didn't know anyone besides got close to the one neighbor? So, but I think these journalists did a really beautiful job, and they did get a lot of important information, right? The claims that allegations of drug use with her teeth and no bedroom door, nothing for her to slam, allegedly carrying numbers around, all of these alleged things, right? That they were able to get on the record. So I think that's great that they were able to do that. They presented this very well. And oh my goodness, what a sad situation. If these parents have absolutely no idea where she is, then I would have nothing but empathy for that. I cannot imagine that. But because it is such a statistical anomaly to have all of these different, factors and not assume that there's going to probably be a foul play or I don't even know how to articulate what I'm trying to say in the right way, but it seems like I would really like to know more about the CPS workers and, how there's children, if any of these claims by these neighbors are true, really like to understand that component. I think that would be really helpful, in my opinion. All right, let's see. Okay, let's see. Is that it? No, that's not it. What do you guys think? I'm shocked. I didn't know there was so much happening with this girl's disappearance. Let's see. I think this is it. Could be. I don't think this was the right one. Okay. So we're going to take a little break. Oh, I know, Little Red. It's just shocking. So we're going to take a little intermission so I can get a drink. And then I can break this up into the segments after. See. Oh, that's not it. There I have it. Here we go. Right. I can get that to you. I'll put that in the chat again for anybody that would like it. Okay. And it's going to take a quick little break. About 7 minutes, I think. Take a little break, get a drink. Stretch your legs. And we can catch up and chat and kind of wrap our minds around where to go next, because that was a lot of information. A lot of information, in my opinion, very heavy, very deep. And all we can pray for and hope for is that this young girl is okay, and anyone that's responsible, you know, is held accountable.
Just the same blind, she's squinting through the smoke. Good intentions, they broke. Yeah, they broke the spoke. Mom and saw the battlefield painted red. No medals, no glory, just keep moving ahead. Evidence stacks like bricks in a wall. Intentions crumble when the truth makes the call. Justice happens eventually. You can't outrun eternity. Jesus whispers silently. Eventually. Eventually. She don't need a stage, don't need the crowd. Silent as a shadow, but her heart is loud. She's a fighter with a prayer, no weapon in hand. Guided by the light while she takes her stand. Truth cuts deep like a blade in the night. Good intentions fall in the face of the right. Justice happens eventually. You can't outrun eternity. Jesus whispers silently. Eventually. Truth cuts deep like a blade in the night. Good intentions fall in the face of the right. Justice happens eventually. You can't outrun eternity. Jesus whispers silently. Eventually. Eventually, eventually.
Late at night, the world feels small. True crime whispers through the hall. Active cases cold as ice. Reality TV, a guilty slice. Trending news, it's all the rage. Flip the script, turn the page. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real. Family ties and sleepless nights. Battles fought in softer lights. Parenthood's a messy art. We're all just playing our part. Let's share the glow. Raise the roof, let the love show. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real. Family ties and sleepless nights. Battles fought in softer lights. Parenthood's a messy art. We're all just playing our part. Hype it up, let's share the glow. Raise the roof, let the love show. Mommin it up, yeah, we go all in. Special needs love, proud of where we've been. Army strong, hearts of steel. Mommin it up, we keep it real.
we do our best. Reality TV, bring the tea. We're momming it up, can't you see? Momming it up, momming it up. Grab your coffee or your cup. True crime chills, parenting thrills. We're momming it up and keeping it real. Late night chats, no time to rest. Breaking it down, we're feeling blessed. Laugh or cry, we'll spill the plot. Momming it up, give it all we've got. Momming it up, momming it up. Grab your coffee or your cup. True crime chills, parenting thrills. We're momming it up and keeping it real. From headlines to heartlines, we're here to explore. Unfiltered and honest, who could ask for more? Momming it up, momming it up. Turn the volume, crank it up. News to crime, we've got the deal. Momming it up and keeping it real.
Oh, I don't know what happened to it. Jenny. He did say it with such enthusiasm. I might get sued though. You never know. I hear they sue. There's a lot of lawsuits and cease and desist. Trying to find this other thing. Let's see. Let's see. It's not playing for some reason. Where did this thing go? My goodness, it's not pulling up. There we go. That's the media toolkit that has been. What just happened here with the screen? Why is the screen acting like this? No, that's not it. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I can't get the screen to the normal size. This is the media toolkit. that they talked about. Here's the link to the media toolkit. This is wild. Right when I'm trying to get to something very interesting, it's like, no, we're not going to get to that because it's just not going to work. It's not going to want to load. Let's see. There's my, need my readers. The eyeball. Going. Okay. So there's the update. The FBI searching for Stefanie Damron. And locating the lost, Stefanie Damron. Okay. Is this the one? With the dad? I'm looking for one with dad. I can't believe it's another Chris. Well, now the other Chris can't get mad at me because if I'm saying his name, it's not his name. We're talking about a different case. Totally different person. Here's the Nancy Grace. You guys want to hear a little bit of the Nancy Grace first? What do you think? Oh my gosh. I was laying back in the chair. This is bad. It has messed my hair and everything up really bad. I think while I watch a little of the Nancy Grace, that's what we'll do. We'll watch a little of the Nancy Grace and oh, what happened? We'll watch a little of the Nancy Grace and I'm gonna put my PJs on and take my makeup off. So I messed up everything. So I might as well. It's late anyway, so might as well. That way I stop futzing with this stupid camera. It's just distracting. Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace. I remember watching Nancy back in the day when Bill O'Reilly used to be on, and I got all into this segment and I went down this whole rabbit hole on Walmart meat years ago. And it was a Nancy Grace special. And they had sent out the meat to be tested and oh my gosh, guys, I was like mortified. I couldn't believe it. I was like this total, under this total illusion, like there was some super technology that America must have to make sure all the food is, it's great. I was like, that was like a part of the ignorance is bliss until it isn't moment of life, right? But yeah, good old Nancy, she sent me on, oh my gosh. That was crazy to learn about. Really interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. Well, thank you guys for coming by and hanging out. Hi, Mark. How are you? All right, let's skip around here real quick.
Breaking news tonight. A teen girl, Stefanie, just 13, is lost in the woods, say her parents. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
A teen girl disappears from her New Sweden, Maine home, last seen by her grandfather walking into the woods.
Where is Stefanie? Who saw her go into the woods? We're getting a lot of conflicting reports about the last time Stefanie was seen, just 13 years old. And I've got a problem with that, and I'll tell you why. It was over 20 years ago that I last saw my fiance before he was murdered. I know what time it was. I know what he was wearing. I know what he said. I can identify his vehicle, his shirt, everything. I don't have a problem with that. It's crystal clear in my mind. So why is there confusion about what happened to 13-year-old Stefanie? Joining me in All-Star panel, but first, listen to this.
Maine State Police and the FBI are asking the public for help locating a teen from New Sweden, Maine, who walked into the woods and hasn't been seen again. Stefanie Damron has turned 14 since her disappearance 4 months ago. Stefanie is 5 feet tall, 130 pounds, with green eyes and brown hair. She was last seen wearing a long-sleeve blue shirt and black Harley-Davidson hiking boots.
There is a $15,000 reward, and it's climbing. And now we understand the FBI has been called in on the search for Stefanie. The description of her is shoulder length, light brown hair, and I've seen repeatedly striking green eyes. Now, we just saw her dad speaking, and that's from our friends at Patrol Live. I want to see the dad one more time, please. Let's watch Dad Christopher Dale.
It was not her phone. It was her grandfather's phone. We had bought an old simple phone. We didn't even know it could connect to the internet. Come to find out, this cheap $20 flip phone was the how she ended up connecting to the internet.
Again, joining me in All-Star panel, including a volunteer searcher who has been out searching for Stefanie. I'm trying to figure something out. To Tom Green joining us, former Chief Deputy, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, former homicide detective, cold case squad burglary, owner of Nevada Investigative Services. Tom, what can you tell me about this family living as homesteaders, as you say?
Yeah, so, this is a different lifestyle. These are folks that want to sustain on their own. They don't want to be meddled with. They don't want to be fiddled with. They don't
Put
want
him back
law
up, please.
enforcement.
Okay, speak English to me. What do you mean sustain? I sustain myself every day when I work and put
Right.
dinner on the table, but I've got an idea you mean something entirely different.
I do. So we're talking about no power. Any power, any electricity they have is going to be generators. As you heard, a flip phone, one flip phone supposedly.
Whoa,
that's
no
been shared.
power? Why don't they have any
No
power?
Well, they're using generators to run things when they need power, but this is off the grid.
Why
simpler
do you want
living.
a generator that can go down? I've got a generator and I go test the thing every week. But wait a minute. If you're not going to have power, that's a lifestyle choice, I guess. But if you're going to use a generator and you do have power, what's the point of not having power? Do they not want any connection to the power company?
It could be, and it could be it could be cost prohibitive. They live like a half a mile from a road in a forested area of a town of 575 people. And this is remote as it gets.
But I guarantee you the next door neighbors have electricity. What do you mean it's cost prohibitive? You know how much
Well,
a
and
generator
it could
costs? If
be.
you can afford a generator, you can afford a monthly power bill.
Right. And, according to them, that's what they were doing when their daughter went missing.
What did you say about sustaining themselves? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get an understanding of how this little girl was living.
Yeah, well, like I said before, it's, you've got 4 of their 6 children living at home in a home-fashioned yurt with no power, no plumbing, no running water.
Him up. Whoa, wait a minute. A yurt. That's a fancy name for a tent.
Basically, yes.
Where are the other 2 children? Do we know where they are?
My understanding is that they're adults and have left the home and on their own.
Gee, I wonder why they'd want to get out of there. Tom, I don't want to get too far afield from the fact that Stefanie's missing. And they're conflicting stories about when she was seen last. But I want Christy Rand is joining me, special guest, in addition to Tom Green, Dr. Angie Arnold, and Alexis Tereszchuk. Christy is a volunteer searcher who does not really know the family, but took it upon herself to go out and try to find this little girl. Christy, first of all, what led you to join the search for Stefanie?
I have a distant family connection to another missing person here in the state. So I've done advocacy work for that relative for about 6 or 7 years. And she had a similar circumstance of being presumed to have walked away. And in her case, hundreds of volunteers searched her area for almost a month. And the stark difference in the response for Stefanie was really what called me to her case.
What was the difference, Christy?
Stefanie had no on the boots ground volunteer searches for the first at least 24 hours since the delay in reporting. And beyond that, a scale of even a third or a fourth of the size of what should have happened didn't happen for over a month. So there was a lack of real serious response that would lead you to think that she could be lost in the woods or had fallen and been injured, just based on the lack of volunteers and searching that was happening on the ground.
Okay, Christy, I got a cramp in my hand trying to write down everything that you just said. That's a lot of information. First of all, delay in reporting. My ears pricked up when I heard that. What delay in reporting?
Yeah, so we've been told it's about a 24-hour delay, and we like to consider that it was actually longer, closer to probably 27 or 28 hours. The parents claim that they received the call that Stefanie had walked off in the early afternoon, let's say afternoon time. And the call to report her missing didn't come in until around 4 p.m. the following day.
We know a little bit about circumstances surrounding her disappearance, yet even the facts we have gleaned have become murky, but this is what we originally learned. Listen.
Stefanie Damron, 13, is one of 6 siblings homeschooled by their parents, Lisa and Christopher Damron. The family of 8, along with the children's grandfather, live in a rural wooded area, preferring an off-grid lifestyle. The children are all very familiar with the woods surrounding their home, with Stefanie spending hours outside for time to herself.
While their parents are away, Stefanie gets in an argument with her sister over their chores and storms out of the open front door. Grandpa tries to stop Stefanie, but after noticing tears in her eyes, he lets the 13-year-old go, assuming she will return after cooling off.
Okay, I'm trying to make sense of what I am hearing right now. I've since heard Grandpa did not see her walking off into the woods. I've also heard that what was seen is Stefanie walking into the backyard. Okay. Alexis Tereszchuk joining me, crimeonline.com investigative reporter. Alexis, which of these versions?
But it's not even grandpa, right? They're not biologically related as we heard before.
Judge, one of the many judges I practiced in front of, but this one particular judge, Judge Luther Alverson, the oldest working judge in the courthouse, and I might like to add the best, he would tell juries, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth, impugning perjury on no one. In other words, 2 people can have different stories, but they're both telling the truth, right? Based on their vantage point, what they recall, what they heard. It can be true that 2 witnesses' statements can both be true, but yet they are diametrically opposed to each other. So help me understand what happened when Stefanie went into the woods and is never seen again.
So she got in a fight with her sister. It was over the chores they have in their property. Also, are homeschooled, so she could happen to be doing her homework. It was school time. It was the fall. And anything about that, taking care of the other children, laundry, dishes, anything. So she gets in a fight with her sister. She leaves. The sister says
Here we go again. The guy's saying that she had holes in her teeth because he thought she was doing rugs, carrying numbers around. But Oh my gosh. We're supposed to think she would be doing homework and chores. Homework and chores. Chores in the trailer with no bedroom door.
Sees her walk in the woods. Grandpa says he looked at her. She was crying. He wasn't going to stop her. Now, he could have just not turned around and watched her walk away. She has apparently done this a lot in the past. She gets upset. She's a teenager. She gets upset. She walks around the property. She kicks some rocks. She cools off and she comes home. So they weren't initially worried is perhaps why they didn't call the police originally. And
after
then
27 hours?
Well, they weren't originally worried in the beginning. This is something she has done before. They've said that she has often sort of left and walked on her own. Again, they own a huge property. She could have just wanted to be outside.
Is it a huge property? Christy Rand, you have searched the property before members of the volunteers were blocked by the family, according to reports, from coming back on the property to search. How big is that property, Christy?
It's a good chunk of acres, and it backs up to another set of wooded land that could take you eventually out to a street, but it's going to be really dense and difficult to walk through. But just as said before, the driveway itself is over a quarter mile. So it is dense.
A quarter mile, that's a 5-minute walk, max. That's a 5-minute walk. That's not that much. I mean, you have to be walking slowly to make a 20-minute mile.
It's not even necessarily a driveway. So like this time of year, there is no access by vehicle. It would be walking only. It's not paved. There's no plow truck coming through in the winter like we have right now. It's covered.
Okay, let me understand something. Can I see the aerial shot again, please, control room? Christy Rand, I am looking at a 365-degree view. There's nothing but trees. I see exactly what you mean.
And it should be said, the neighbor directly across the street from them, that home is also empty. So walking to the end of the street, someone there, if she was walking to the road, they wouldn't have seen anything.
But the reality is, isn't it true, Alexis Tereszchuk, that canines were ultimately brought out?
They were, and they didn't find anything that led them to her at all. They didn't say, oh, it went right up to the street edge. We lost it here, meaning that maybe she got into a car with the person that she had contacted on this cell phone. They couldn't really find anything of her.
You know, I find a lot of this to be inconsistent, but what I do know is a 13-year-old girl is missing. Listen to this.
Stefanie still hasn't returned an hour and a half later. Stefanie is very familiar with the woods near their home, and they check all her usual spots, but find no trace of the 13-year-old. The family doesn't think Stefanie would have headed to the main road, but as they walk the half-mile trail leading to the street, Grandpa and some of her siblings remember hearing some kind of vehicle pass by just a few minutes after Stefanie left.
Christy Rand, I thought that the parents went in town to fill out applications for jobs. That while they were gone, Stefanie argues with the sister about chores, and she tears up and walks out of the home into the woods. Now we've heard she just went into the backyard and then suddenly disappears. Now I'm hearing that they heard a car go by a quarter of a mile away on the road. They heard a car go by. I'm also hearing the father say, we got the phone call she took up off the road. When we got home, we thought she'd be back, and that would be the end of it. When he says she took off up the road, does he mean the public road or up the driveway? What does this mean?
It's definitely concerning that at first the answer is we aren't sure if she would have gone to the road at all. And then we've heard a car near the road, and now it's that she took off toward the road. So that in itself can be confusing. And hearing a car on the road doesn't really, I mean, do we not expect to hear cars on the road? It was the middle of the afternoon. For all we know, that could have been a neighbor coming home, a mailman out front. I don't think there's anything significant to be heard from any of that other than discrepancies.
A 13-year-old girl goes for a walk, but doesn't return. The family reports hearing, but not seeing a vehicle. Where?
to listen to, isn't it? How do you not know? Did she go in the woods? Did she go down the road? Did she get in a car? Does she even exist? It makes you think, you know?
Is Stefanie Damron.
It's just nuts.
A lot of confusing and murky facts, but I absolutely know this, that police were not called the entire evening. She was not reported missing until first thing the following morning. Now, I don't understand that. To Christy Rand, have you ever got an explanation why the parents went overnight without reporting their 13-year-old girl was gone? Do I have that timeline correct? She was not reported missing till the next morning?
The earliest confirmation that we've gotten for the reason that happened is that they were under the assumption that you needed to wait 24 hours to report missing. And so they were supposedly waiting for that 24-hour mark. And unfortunately, they weren't waiting by the clock and missed the 24-hour mark before making the phone call. And as far as the quote saying that they were in the woods screaming and looking for her, you know, that leading up to that 24-hour mark, there are no neighbors that ever received a knock from them. If they were out looking for those 24 hours, it was not to a neighbor.
Hey, Chrissy, how close is the home to, say, for instance, a convenience store?
Miles.
10 miles, 20 miles, 1 mile?
I'm not comfortable saying for sure, but I would say about 10 miles. It would be a lengthy walk for a teenage girl to be going to the local gas station on foot. Her closest neighbors would have been safer locations for her to go, where they have figurative Uncle Andrew who lives nearby. There are other people on their street that she would have been more likely to walk to before attempting to reach town.
Okay, let me understand something. Tom Green and I both say the family lived in a yurt, which is a glorified tent. You say, no, it's not a yurt. Then what is it?
So I'm also from Maine, where we have homesteads here. There's a lot of people who choose to live kind of an alternative homesteading lifestyle. And to me, a yurt would be a solid structure built to withstand the elements of Maine's weather. You could potentially have wood stove in there, and it would come in a way that it's built to last and provide protection from the elements and anything else you'd need to sustain yourself long term over winters. There are people who rent them for Airbnbs and anything and beyond up here. What they have, I call a DIY version of that, where they have a handmade center structure that they've extended with tent-like structures off of the perimeter to create a DIY version of a tent.
So they're living in a tent-like structure. Does each child have their own space, or are they all in one room?
They have small, separate room-like living quarters. They wouldn't be what we consider rooms with our own windows and doors, but they would be separated from each other for a little bit of privacy. There's no indoor bathroom or anything like that. So it's not the structure that we would all want to see our kids raised in, but for people who are choosing an alternative lifestyle, it could be seen as fit.
When you refer to them as homesteaders, what is your interpretation of the word homesteader?
Possibly being off the grid like they are, using a generator when they absolutely need power, not using everyday amenities like the running water, but still having access to potable water to use for washing dishes or cleaning yourself up, potentially using animals and other techniques to, have your own garden, grow your own vegetables, process your own chicken, survive off the land, and need as much outside subsistence as possible.
Okay, Dr. Angela Arnold joining me, renowned psychiatrist. Joining us out of the Atlanta jurisdiction, voted my Buckhead's best psychiatric practice of 22, 23, and 24. Dr. Angie, I'm not judging. I don't care. I have lived in a tent over the summer when I was a camp counselor in the National Forest. I have been in a yurt. I certainly don't live that way now with the children and my mother living with us. But that said, I don't care how these people live. What I do care about is the fact that, quote, off the grid and homesteading, homeschooling, that gives a lot less eyes on the child. I can't even figure out when she was last seen, for Pete's sake.
Well, and my big question is why? Nancy, why are they living like this? Like it makes us wonder if they're running away from something. And
Exactly.
This little girl at 13 or 14 years old sounds like she may be getting tired of this way of living. Oftentimes when people run away, they can either be running away from something that's going on in the home environment, or they can also actually be running towards something that they're looking for. Okay, so remember that they could be running away or towards something else.
Mhm.
So we're all questioning this way of life. What about the other 4 children? Are they questioning this way of life? I mean, you become
Dr. Angie, I'm not questioning their way of life. This is America. It's not communist China where they know everything you're thinking and doing.
But is the little girl questioning their way of life? And is she running away from something that's going on in the home? Or is she running towards another way of life that she would prefer to live? That's my question in all of this, because I don't believe we have enough information past that. The girl is gone.
Well, there's lots of information now from that neighbor Andrew guy, right? Talking about the rugs and the notes and talking to different people, and the other neighbor saying to give her a ride to go meet some guy in a car or something. I mean, there's a lot of stuff now. Wonder if she did a follow-up yet.
Was she running away from something, or was she running towards something? Okay, Nancy? And all we know is that that little girl is gone.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children, to solve unsolved homicides. If you're on the go, catch us on your favorite podcast app where you can get all of our content where we, in our own way, seek justice.
Despite extensive investigative efforts, including a neighborhood canvas and video search, along with an expansive grid search utilizing canines from...
Explain what happened.
So the police were called because the parents were inside a McDonald's and they appeared drunk. So the police came up, they found them, they arrested them for being drunk in public. Then they realized 2 of their children were in the car outside. So the parents weren't even taking care of the children that were in the car. And that's what they were charged with, child abandonment. I believe they definitely got much lesser charges and they didn't serve any time in jail, but it was definitely CPS was involved after the police found them having left their children in the car while they were drunk inside McDonald's.
The tip line, everyone, is 1-800-924-2261 or the FBI 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-225-5324. There is a reward with information leading to the whereabouts of this little 13-year-old girl. Now, you mentioned earlier, Christy Rand, that some people were searching the property under the theory she may have, quote, fallen. What?
I think it was important for everyone that was volunteering to search the general area that since we did not find Stefanie in the first 24 hours or in that first week, there was some possibility, since there were also no sightings, no credible reports of her being seen in town or in their closest city or anywhere else in the state. It was important to make sure that if she had taken her adventure in the woods to go cool off, that she had not fallen, tripped, gotten injured, or anything of the sort, and just was unable to reach help.
You stated that neighbors did not hear anyone calling out her name or screaming or going door to door looking for her.
No, so no neighbors heard anything that 24-hour period delay of reporting her missing, that they were out screaming in the woods looking for her. Neighbors heard nothing. They also never received a knock on their door from dad or mom. The neighbors actually, the first knock they received was from authorities days later, asking for video footage and if they had seen anything.
To Tom Green joining me, owner of Nevada Investigative Services and former chief deputy in Washoe County, I want you to hear again what the father is saying.
It was not her phone. It was her grandfather's phone. We had bought an old simple phone. We didn't even know it could connect to the internet. Come to find out, this cheap $20 flip phone was the how she ended up connecting to the internet.
Okay, I want to analyze that. And you're seeing that video from our friends at On Patrol Live.
Yes,
To connect to the
yeah.
internet, of course, you have to have Wi-Fi. Okay.
So
If you don't have
analyze it,
electricity and you don't have an indoor bathroom, is it consistent that grandpa has an, quote, old simple phone that connects to the internet?
like a
Does that
burner
make
phone.
sense to you?
Not exactly, but what also doesn't make sense to me is the mom and dad said they received a call about her going missing. How did that call occur? Did it occur from the property? Did it from a neighbor? Did somebody drive to town? We don't know how close the nearest cell tower is to their home. You know, theoretically, you could get data and access the internet on a device that's capable of doing those things if you're in range of a cell tower. Maybe a neighbor has Wi-Fi. We just don't know.
I think I know about the call. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alexis and Christy. After she went out the door, after a spat with her sister regarding chores.
Nancy always makes me laugh. I can't help it. She always cracks me up when she says certain things, you know? So, let me just skip to the end. I want to just hear one more part of this, and then I want to go listen to them on that podcast, if you don't mind. And if anybody would like to come up, I could just give you the link.
Apparently, someone, I guess the grandpa, someone called the mom and dad who say they were in town filling out a job application and said she stormed out. They believe, well, she'll be back in an hour and a half or so when we get home. They come home. She's not there. I'm assuming that call came from grandpa's flip phone. Is that your understanding, Alexis Tereszchuk?
Yes, it is. And there haven't been any reports saying she took grandpa's phone. They've always admitted that grandpa has a phone. And just because it was a flip phone doesn't mean it can't make calls. So they called the parents with the flip phone.
What about it, Christy Rand?
Yes, I believe that's exactly what we've been told as well, that he had a flip phone, that Stefanie was commonly using it, but did not take it with her when she left that day. And we are unclear on whether or not the phone call happened immediately as she was walking away, or if they waited 20 or 30 minutes to connect to service, connect to Wi-Fi, get to a neighbor's house to make the call. It's unclear of how soon that call happened.
So to your knowledge, do they have internet access there? Do they have Wi-Fi? I mean, they don't have a commode. I'm not judging. I don't care.
If you're asking,
I'm just trying to figure out, if you don't have a commode, you have Wi-Fi? What?
We've asked about the Wi-Fi and we're unable to get a clear answer as to whether or not they had it. But if you notice the On Patrol interview that Dad has done, he appears to be recording that video from the yurt. And as far as we know, it appeared like it may be live. So for that to be possible, there is some type of Wi-Fi connection, whether it's coming from a hotspot or a cell phone. He is in that yurt, it appears, and clearly has a device that he can use to record a video and send to On Patrol. So there must be some way to connect to the internet via a phone,
Absolutely.
a hotspot, or a Wi-Fi router.
Okay, yeah. And you're seeing that video from our friends at On Patrol Live that spoke to the dad. Christy, and everybody on the panel, jump in if you have insight onto this. Is it true search teams were ultimately barred from searching the property?
Yes, we have search teams that were denied access after the first initial searches. There was a series of events that went down that became hostile. We were denied access to the property without a warrant. And I believe there was a Facebook post made in the Mysteries of Maine group by Dale himself, explaining that no one was welcome to return without a warrant or permission. And so that is part of why we've created the, I don't think he needed a reason.
But I mean, I would want everybody and their brother and sister looking for my child. I don't understand. Why would you bar searchers from looking for your child?
I'm going to just try to keep that there's a possibility he is extremely uncomfortable with the press and the publicity that this has gotten, and for his own reasons may just want official search teams to be there, and maybe only wants FBI and police to be on his property from now on. It also could be extremely uncomfortable for them as parents to have us volunteers coming out to search for Stefanie and also asking questions, you know, about the electricity, the Wi-Fi connection, whether or not there was cell service. Because of course, when you have a dozen volunteer searchers invited to your property, all of us are going to be bringing our smartphones, using maps and devices to communicate with each other. So it was fairly instantly that volunteers were able to determine there's no cell service here. So where is this phone call coming from and how did this all work?
There are tips from the public that maybe she had a social media friend at the time.
Very interesting. I wonder if she was on Snapchat. Snapchat is very, 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 very dangerous for these kids. I am so shocked by that.
Or an acquaintance. So we just try to follow up on any information for those outside states.
And that was Lieutenant Darren Karn from the Maine State Police, courtesy of our friends at New Center, Maine. Let's talk about the so-called internet searches. Tom, you said something very significant. You said, let's listen to the exact words we're hearing. Why did you say that? What do you mean? What have you gleaned?
Well, you know, statement analysis is critical. People say things that they may not want to because it's the truth. In an instance like that, where he said that she had been on the internet, it wasn't a speculation. He knows somehow that she had accessed the internet.
To Alexis Tereszczuk, crimeonline.com investigative reporter, he said that she had been on dating sites, right?
He did say that. And remember, she is only 13. You're not supposed to be on dating sites when you are 13. They really try to, you have to put in details and identification and things like that. But Dad said she had been on dating websites, all through a little flip phone.
Yeah, all through a flip phone, and no one knew she was doing it. Dr. Angie Arnold, renowned psychiatrist. Dr. Angie, isn't it true? The more you, I guess it'd be reverse psychology, the more you try to keep a child away from a certain thing, that's the thing that they want. The more, okay, they fled Texas after a CPS fiasco. They come to Homestead here in New Sweden, Maine. And you've seen, let's take a look at that 365-degree photo and an aerial. You can't get your child much further away from society, from school, from other people, from other children than here, and still live in the U.S. It's on the Canadian border. So they try so much to keep the child away that that's exactly what Stefanie did.
Nancy, they don't go to school. They don't have a phone. So if this child can gain access to a phone via her grandfather, and she's vulnerable because of her age, okay, what else is she going to do but look at some sort of a website where she could possibly find someone else to talk to? So she is very much vulnerable, and she could be a victim to any number of things that can happen to her on the internet. But oftentimes children will reach out when they get the opportunity because they feel so pinned down by all of this isolation that the parents are trying to, you know, sometimes under the guise of keeping them safe. I don't know much about this family, but there are a lot of conspiracy theorists out there. They don't want children to hear other things that are going on in the world. And so she very well could have reached out on the only
Well, it seems to
device
me,
in the
getting back to
phone.
the facts that we know, Tom Green, if the authorities, if LE, law enforcement, took all the devices and looked at them, wouldn't they know which dating sites she had allegedly gone to? And if so, who would be her social media friend? And then find that person? It's not rocket science.
I agree with you. And the fact that the FBI is still involved makes it seem that it's less of a chance that she ran away and is deceased in the woods, God forbid. and that there's more of a chance that she either got picked up, met someone, something like that, and is in a vulnerable state because of her age.
Christy Rand, there was recently a vigil. A vigil was held for Stefanie to keep her disappearance in the news media. Did you attend the vigil?
I did not.
Christy, you have devoted so much of your time to try to find Stefanie. Why did you not go to the vigil?
There have been safety concerns for volunteers and organizers, and we were hoping to have confirmation that law enforcement would be present that day so that we could be protected, the family could be protected. And since we weren't able to have that, there were members that decided it would be best not to attend.
Were you actually afraid that you would be confronted at the vigil?
I think it was a possibility. And if not for confrontation, family members, town residents, anyone who would have a reason to not want us on their property in general. There are people that live in New Sweden who just genuinely want their privacy and are not interested in dozens of volunteers knocking on doors with permission slips asking to put boots on their ground.
The FBI and Maine State Police working to find a teen who vanishes from her New Sweden home. The reward tops $15,000.
Tom Green, I'm very surprised that neither search dogs nor cadaver dogs picked up a scent. That tells me she did leave the property. But how? They don't have a trail of her leaving.
Exactly. And, that area, they're 18 miles as the crow flies about to the Canadian border. It is heavily wooded, chocked full of trails and roads for ATVs, not easily surveilled from the sky. That night, it got down to 41 degrees. All these things, the time delay, the temperature, the humidity, all these things factor in with the dog's ability to gather a scent. And the fact that they didn't get a scent is obviously not good, and could be an indication that she left in some sort of motorized vehicle or walked along a paved roadway somewhere, leaving the area.
The parents have been quoted as saying everybody's looking at them as having something to do with Stefanie's disappearance. That's not uncommon. The first place you look is at family and those closest to the missing child. That in no way suggests the parents are responsible for her disappearance. Not at all. That is where every investigation starts when there is a missing person. Now, regarding hearing a vehicle, they are quoted, the family is quoted as saying they don't know if it was a vehicle, a four-wheeler, a motorcycle, and by the time anyone got to the road, the vehicle was already gone. The mom also states that she began looking immediately, going up and down the roads and everything because she, Stefanie, has done this before. I've been able to find her in the past, but this time I could not find her. Is that accurate, Alexis Terezchuk?
That is, absolutely. They said that she had a history of leaving the property, running up. They would call it running away, but she didn't run away. She was just on their big property. She was hiding in the woods, hiding in different places. They always found her to come back. So that was one of the reasons why they weren't as panicked as if she had not had this history of doing this. They would have said immediately, let's find her. But this was something she had done before. So it didn't raise a red flag for them right away.
Christy Rand, who has searched repeatedly for Stefanie. Christy, you stated that their property backs up against a much bigger and more densely wooded area. Has that area been searched?
It does. Volunteers have searched from their roadside all the way through their property to the property line and then back to the next parallel road. So any possibility that Stefanie had taken any trail from
very interesting
their side of town to another has been checked. Shows that we are.
This is just shocking. Let's see what's over here. Is there still one? Let's see. Oops, sorry. So what else was on this one? There's the Here's Stefanie. over a year now, so I guess they're not maintaining the site. In shot. Oh. Oh, that's horrible. Wear a flower wreath at the Midsommar Festival in New Sweden. Did they even go to those things? Didn't sound like they went. Oh, look, the Facebook page is linked. Letters to Stefanie Facebook page. Does not remind us of letters to Esme, the guy that was searching for Sebastian Rogers in the beginning of his case. So did they just stop maintaining the page? Very interesting. Well, I wish they would maintain the page. She's now 15 then, if her birthday was in October. And it's been over a year since she went missing, right? What else should we look at? Now let's remember what the FBI said, right? Aguilar, he said, the search continues. We have a job to do, and we're going to do that job with good conviction. Working with every agency involved, I would urge the public to continue to search and to keep the case alive by pushing the story out to the media and social media and sharing the search for Stefanie with friends and family, even if they are in other states. It's super important that the case doesn't just die off as another number, so to speak. We're hoping for the best outcome, to find Stefanie alive. Right? They want us to keep talking and keep people looking. So interesting, doesn't it? Huh. Wonder who runs the site. Submit a tip to the FBI is on their website. Huh. Let's see, what does it say? October 6, 2010. Her family has resided in West Virginia, Texas, Illinois, and eventually Maine. Her mom is originally from Georgia, and her dad is originally from West Virginia, and also resided in Florida and Rhode Island. Her great aunt Jerry lives in Illinois. Let's watch Aunt Jerry's interview, shall we? Brooklyn real life advocate.
Her niece is missing. I want to show her picture. And by the way, your picture is going everywhere on Twitter. I posted her picture on Twitter.
I'll put the link here.
When I post pictures, I don't just post it on Facebook. I post it on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Newsbreak, Clapper, everywhere.
Uh-oh.
A lot of people also reposted it. So I can't see it right here. It went up. It was 425 likes. And I can't see that number right there. I don't know.
Let's see when she starts talking about Stefanie.
The house is approximately half a mile long from the house on the road, Princess.
Yes, I see her comment. Ailey Marie. Yes.
Aw.
That's what they thought she was going to be doing again, but she wasn't.
Does she have does she have a phone?
Don't know if she has a phone with her. The only phone she was able to use was her grandfather's or the parents' phone, but they believe that she could have possibly gotten a hold of a phone.
Does she have a laptop?
There's like there's 2 or 3 personal computers, little laptops in the home. They were all turned over to the FBI investigators.
Was there boots on the ground out there so far looking for her?
There's been a lot of ground searches out there. The FBI conducted ground search with dogs, with cadaver dogs. The general public just had a ground search last Saturday where they did find some items, but they didn't find her. They found some items believed to have been hers.
Okay.
They also found items that could have been from the other children as well, because they do play in that area out there in the woods. So a couple of items they found, such as colored pencils, they don't were hers. You know, they believe that was siblings, the younger
Right.
one.
Other kids that play out there and stuff like that. Has there been any other missing children in that area?
Oh, there's several missing
Missing?
children that there have been missing children that have been found, but there's also missing children throughout Maine that have not been found.
Has it been recent? Any kids that's been missing recent?
There was 2 girls and a boy missing as of recent. 2 girls have been found, but the 17-year-old boy is still missing.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Whew. The house is approximately a half a mile long from the house on the road, Princess.
Yes, I see her comment, Ailey Marie. Yes, that is so true. Unfortunately, there are a lot of missing people in Maine. I never knew until my niece went missing how high the statistics are over there. Northern Maine and Canada has a high rate of sex trafficking, very high rate.
I didn't know that until we talked, because this is the first case I've got on missing person in Maine. It's always Texas and Florida and, I've never had a case in Maine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I've never had a case in Maine. Wow, it doesn't. Forest populations.
There's a river. There's a river close to there. I don't know if I can, but there is a river that runs not far from them. I want to say about 2 miles from their property. I don't believe the FBI investigators went back there, but I know mom, dad, brother, and a couple of neighbors they got together have been back there. They've walked that riverbank.
Was anybody questioned, or maybe people what about her friends? Does she have friends?
They're very secluded. The children are homeschooled. Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot of association outside of the family. I mean, they do some family things, don't get me wrong, maybe go for bowling or, a movie or dinner, pizza night, but they keep their children very secluded. They used to live in Texas and they moved away from there. This was like their dream to move off grid.
They said that the dad said, Little Red, that it was 2 a year and that they had been there 4 years. But then from what we've been learning tonight and what I've been reading in these articles, it seems like they were there 3 years. It's kind of hard to determine. So there had to be quite a lot of CPS reports then, because he admitted to 2 a year for 4 years. That's 8.
And now 4 years later,
oh my
they're
gosh,
going through this.
Right. How long they been out there?
Almost 4 years.
4 years? Wow. What was the other siblings? How do they feel about this? I mean, they got into an argument. Now she's missing.
It's affecting all of them.
It's affecting everybody, right?
Really deeply. Where mama used to, let her kids run out and play. They're in a dense forest. They don't hardly have neighbors. Now the little ones, which I know they're very confused on all of it. They're not able to go. Yeah, they're not. She's been alarmed, missing the kids. No, they've got to be in her eyesight now. She can't let them go and play without.
And we could go back and watch. That's not the way that the dad made it sound, right? He made it sound like they were happier that they lived this way, right? Since they went missing. But it was hard to really understand because we didn't hear what they were saying before in that interview, in the 1 hour special.
Becoming hysterical.
Right.
I know it's affected the real little kids.
Wow. Can you describe her? Her height, eye color?
When she went missing, she had brown, shoulder-length hair.
I agree, Little Red. I agree. How would they still have their children now is what I'm confused.
Can you describe her? Her height, eye color?
When she went missing, she had brown, shoulder-length hair. She has green eyes. She's about 5 foot tall and approximately between 100 and 130 pounds. Stefanie may have dyed her hair. One of the tips that I received was from someone closer into southern Maine. I don't know how far Buxton, Hannaford is exactly from New Sweden, but I got a tip from that area. Someone thought that they had seen Stefanie with blue hair. But I sent that over to the FBI, and I know that tip has now been investigated. There was a tip from a Walmart in their area that was also investigated. They've received tips from Canada, and I believe that's why they have expanded the search over into Canada now. If you go about 30 minutes from where Stefanie's New Sweden is, you can be to the Canadian border.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you said Walmart, because I was going to say, is there any stores over there?
Yeah, they do have
ShopRite, we got
Walmart.
ShopRite, Walmart.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But it's not in New Sweden. New Sweden is just heavy populated forest. It's a very small, I believe probably 500-600 people. There's nothing in New Sweden per se. There's not a Walmart. It's not a big area.
Oh, it's
There's
small.
not.
Wow. Okay. Let's talk about, does she, oh my God, because I want to be careful what I say. People that she might call family, like uncle, aunt, that they're not really family, that they might be a neighbor.
Yes.
Can we talk about
Yes, there is someone that's not family, a close family friend that they call uncle, that lives almost directly across from where their property is. After talking with Christopher yesterday, he told me I was misinformed by someone that did a public ground search. She told me the uncle's property had not been searched. But Christopher told me that the FBI has in fact been on that property with dogs and drones, as well as their property. I don't understand how the ground search could have found items that I believe the FBI investigator should have picked up on, though. There was items found that, I don't know, I believe the FBI investigator should have picked up on them items. It shouldn't have been the public ground search that found them items.
They were put there after.
They wasn't doing a good search.
Christopher, I can't say the exact location because I'm not supposed to. I wish I could tell the exact location on here.
No, you don't have to.
But there's a river that runs fairly close to them that Christopher and Lisa have both several times now asked the investigators to go back there and search that river. I know they haven't as of yet. Now I know the family has, and a particular neighbor that has tried to help them that has an ATV and can get back there has rode along the riverbank. But as far as I know, the investigators have not been back there. And it's not but a couple miles from Stefanie's. It should have probably definitely been searched.
Christy, that's what I'm talking about. The public ground search went on the uncle's property.
That's what they said. They said that the pigs were let out.
Right.
Ground search. Now I will add this in there. I didn't see it until you can go to like Google search or Google Maps, and really, if you have certain addresses you put in that search bar, you can really see the property. It does look like there's a small pond that those pigs might roam in back there. I haven't asked the FBI investigator if they were able to get back there, but someone that did the ground search said they definitely were not allowed back there.
Because
he didn't want
pigs and dogs out.
Yeah, he didn't want anyone back there. And instead of him realizing there's a ground search taking place, he didn't offer to put the pigs away. He let them roam, so they couldn't see that area. The pigs ain't friendly pigs. They're mean pigs.
Right, she said they're mean pigs.
Oh, they're mean pigs.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they're mean to the family because I've seen my 11-year-old great niece interacting with these pigs. She pets them. She lays down with them. They got a kid's swimming pool that they even swim with the pigs. So they interact, but They didn't accept strangers on that property, not at all.
Well, Christy said that he promised to keep the dogs and animals inside, but he didn't.
He did.
He let them let
He did.
loose.
He did. He
And that's
did.
very interesting.
Now,
Because
whether or
obviously,
not
if he
the
knew that they
FBI,
were let loose, he know people are going to get scared and not want to search anymore.
right. Now, I was told that all of those grounds were investigated by the FBI drones, but how far they went out, I don't know. That I can't say. I can't even say for sure if they were able to search that pond, if there were trees obscuring it from overhead. I don't know if the drone was able to see that whole big pond back there.
Christy said, yeah, the dog scared the girl and left. That's what I'm saying. Because he knew that once he put them animals out, people going to be scared. I would be scared too. So,
Now,
I like animals. I'm going to be scared.
Christopher and Lisa, they have dogs, but they kept all of their dogs contained in cages while they were doing that search. There wasn't not one dog let loose. Their dogs were kept in cages. I don't know why the uncle would choose to let his dogs loose during that search.
But he knew why.
Yes, he could have.
He knew why. He knew that that's just going to scare everybody away, and they would stop searching. And that would make you wonder, right?
It does. It makes you wonder.
They need to go back there.
I wonder who the uncle is.
And do another search. The FBI, the cops, or whoever.
I'm hoping that's what they're trying to proceed with right now. From my understandings, they are supposed to go back there. And yes, Princess, you're right. He did know when the search was. The lady, one of the ladies who conducted the search had actually spoke with him, and he said he had no problem. I don't know if I can share screenshots, but I have a screenshot of him saying, I will help in any way that I can. And then that next morning at 8:30 a.m., right when the search began, he's letting out pigs and dogs that were not friendly.
Interesting.
That seems odd.
Yeah,
That's not helping out in any way that you can.
That's very interesting.
I myself, if I would have been there, I would have been out joining in the search.
Right.
Instead of letting my animals out.
Right.
I would have been more helpful. I would have said, hey, my property goes this far, or, how many acres my property was wide and long. But he didn't share none of that. They had to do their own search to even determine how far the uncle's property runs.
Yeah, they're not going to do it without a search warrant again. That's for sure. They need a search warrant to go back there anyway. It was my child. That property would have been fully cleared way before now.
Yes, you would think so.
Yeah.
Now I know any neighbor that was like within, I believe, a 5 to 7 mile radius, they did go and review cameras. People, that have their own personal cameras on their property, and they did get to review several cameras, but unfortunately, nothing was found on the cameras, and I believe they might have even viewed some traffic cams.
Are we going to touch on the stolen?
What's interesting is that the whole pig thing, I remember, I can't remember the documentary I was watching, but they'll eat a lot of stuff depending, but you can never get rid of certain things. There's still going to be some things remaining from what I remember learning about that. What was I can't remember what the heck I was watching. And that's unbelievable, KJ. That's like, my gosh, to see them everywhere like that. I can't imagine.
In truck?
I heard about a truck incident just a couple days ago. I did ask Lisa about it. She says that Stefanie wasn't brought home at 1:00 in the morning.
Okay, before we get into that, because people don't know what you're talking about. So let's just go back a little bit.
There's a neighbor, an 80-year-old neighbor.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly how far from them. I want to say less than a mile. That said he caught Stefanie trying to take a truck of his 3 weeks before Stefanie went missing. And he supposedly dropped her back off at the uncle's property. That man has been questioned 3 times. And I mean, they questioned him intensively. So I believe his story has to align. Yes, there probably was. I believe Stefanie, there was an incident before Stefanie even took off, about a month before, that she tried to run off, and they found her 2 hours later hiding in the woods. So no, I'm not saying Stefanie couldn't have went out there and tried to take a neighbor's truck and take off.
Well, why would she want to take it? What did she say when she wanted to take the truck?
Well, I guess because she thought she was going to run away.
That's what she said?
She told this neighbor that she was trying to get away.
Now let me show you guys another case, an active case that's still going on with a missing teen. This is in June. He went missing on June 12th, 2023.
A 13-year-old vanished with survival guides, a gun, and a van. The last Snapchat from James Yoblonski read like a goodbye.
Shared in a video on Snapchat shortly after the 13-year-old went missing.
I want to explain it, but I don't know how. I'm scared, I'm sad. I have no emotions anymore. I've lost them. Anything. My brain is, something happened.
In June 2023, James took his father's van and gun. He drove south to Devil's Lake State Park. 10,000 acres of wilderness, the perfect proving ground for a boy obsessed with survival. But James hasn't been seen since. His father believes he wasn't alone. Bill Yoblonski fears someone coaxed his son into disappearing. What do you think happened to James Yoblonski? Comment your theory below.
I think let's go back to over the next week of Mommin's marathon. We'll show James Yoblonski. There's a bunch of different things we're going to go over. So you can always check in afterwards and check down in the comments, because I should be having sections. It'll say like, this section on this or this section on that, because he doesn't get a lot of attention really that I've seen. But I don't think he's on the FBI website yet. I'll go check, but I don't believe that he is on their website. I don't think I saw him or Summer Wells on the website when I checked earlier.
Get away from who?
I guess run away from home.
Oh, okay.
Run away from home.
But where was she trying to go with the truck? Do they know?
No.
Okay.
Each time she's ever ran away, they have found her behind in the woods, either the uncle's or their property. Once they even found her sleeping with pigs in a barn.
Okay, yeah, but that's okay. Let's go. Hold on.
I would think that's a warning signs galore.
Some children do just run, but is there a reason why? And I'm not saying, but I have to ask this. I have to ask. Is there a reason why she just runs away from home?
I don't think Stefanie particularly likes the seclusion. She's getting to that age. She just turned 14. She's wanting to see more of what's out there. And I can't hate on them because they want to keep their children so secluded. Who am I to judge and say, hey, your kids should be going to high school. Your kids shouldn't be homeschooled. But I feel that Stefanie is craving that much more than the other children. Natty, the 11-year-old, she loves homeschool. She don't want to go. I have talked to her. Natty, tell TT, do you miss that you don't get to go to school and make friends and join sports and, maybe be a cheerleader? She'll say, no, TT, I don't want to go to school. When I went to school in Texas, I was bullied all the time.
Oh, I believe it too. These kids are something else in school.
They've always been a family that has had farm animals, pigs, chickens, goats, stuff like that. And kids can be cruel. Come on, we know it. They're not a rich family. They're hillbillies. I'm not going to lie. My family is a bunch of hillbillies. We got people in the Appalachian Mountains. We're hillbillies.
That's okay.
Do I live in a yurt? No. Would I ever live in a yurt? No. But some people do.
Some people do.
And it's very common in Maine and New England.
It's better. It's healthier living in a damn farm because let me tell you something. You got make it do your own eggs, your own chickens. You know how much money we're spending out here?
I don't know if I could do goat's milk. I don't want goat's milk, but they like it.
But the eggs.
Yeah, the eggs, yeah. They don't buy no eggs. Shoot, I've heard, and Natty's proud of this. She's even set up a little road.
You do so much of this without living in a yurt in the middle of nowhere and never socializing your children and them not having a bedroom door to have privacy, there's just no reason for that. I loved my homesteading, and I only had an acre on our main property. And then we have, 30 something acres. And it's like, when I hear these stories, it's just like that. No. Mm-mm. That's not how it all is. A lot of it is just about growing your fresh fruits and vegetables, and having fresh produce pretty much, and dairy. It's not. I still went to the grocery store all the time. You know how much you have to have a running farm if you're actually going to try to even remotely live off of anything yourself. So when they talk about it, I didn't see a homestead in that way when we looked at those videos. I didn't see, animals that were all different and cared for, and gardens. I didn't see fall, winter, spring, summer beds, nothing, not to be judgy, but
side table and sold chicken eggs before over the summer. Yeah, she's proud of that. She'll put the money she makes from selling eggs back into her chickens. She's raised prize chickens that have run trophies and blue ribbons.
Yeah. No, the reason I ask because I have to ask because people are going to ask that on internet. People are going to wonder. People are going to ask. And I'm a type of person that one thing about me, I'm going to keep it 100, right? And I'm going to ask because if I don't ask, they're going to ask you anyway.
Right.
And it's not nothing like I'm thinking, oh, is she going to beat it on? It wasn't nothing like that. It's just a simple thing.
I'll add this.
Why did she get away? Why did she run away?
I wasn't told that I can't share this, so I'm going to share it. In the investigation of the PC, the laptop, one of the PCs in the home, they did find that Stefanie was corresponding with older men on Facebook. One of them was 32 years old. Another one is in his 50s. This one that is in his 50s, a lot of people can't see Stefanie's friends on Facebook. I believe it's set as private, but this man went as fuck off. That was his name on Facebook. He has probably 15 accounts. And I know that man has been questioned several times now. People can't see Stefanie's friends on Facebook. I believe it's set as private. But this man went as fuck off. That was his name on Facebook. He has probably 15 accounts. And I know that man has been questioned several times now. Several times. He has many young teenage girls, 12-year-olds on his Facebook.
And that's why, see, this is why I be asking parents, is there a reason why your teenagers run away from home sometimes?
His first name is Stefan, like it's spelled Stephen, and he's from that area. He has family in that area.
Okay.
They were able to, the FBI was able to identify him, get this, because they know the man well. He's been involved in drugs. Yeah, they know him very well. They knew exactly who he was when they seen his pictures.
Okay. So I wonder if they...
I know he's been questioned by an FBI investigator named Andrew.
Okay. I'm wondering if they questioned the other men that she was talking to.
I believe,
I hope so.
This lead is absolutely horrible, and I hate it for her. Now this was on Pops's phone, Grandpa's phone. This wasn't on Facebook. On Grandpa's phone, after
Katie.
After that truck incident, or one of the times they found her hiding in the woods, some weird number had called Grandpa's phone. So Dad called that number back, and he said, if you are corresponding with my daughter, she is 13 years old, and we're tracing this phone right now. Well, when the FBI tried to investigate that number, they couldn't even find nothing on that particular phone number.
Because he said we're tracing this number right now.
But Christopher, he heard the man's voice. He said hello, everything. But yet they couldn't find nothing on that particular phone number.
I would have never seen us tracing this phone right now.
After that incident is when they told me that the reason they brought in the FBI that they did is because these investigators they got working the case now are able to go into Canada. And they are.
I just wanted to say, do we need a reminder on why they have to keep things close to the vest, so to speak? Because people can't help themselves. They just say everything.
We're investing tips over in Canada as well.
But I would think that they could find any, they would be able to still find him, right?
The FBI officer that's named Andrew, he was actually called in.
Next interview we're going to see, I think he has an angry outburst. But we haven't heard yet. We haven't gotten to any information yet on what could be in the reports. But we had neighbors saying that why they were calling them in was because of the way they were living, because a little girl came running and held on to one of the volunteers and wouldn't let go, different things like that.
On one of the searches with the dogs, and he's not even from Maine himself. He is from Pennsylvania. He has a Pennsylvania number, but he's currently still out there working on Stefanie's case. I just spoke with him this morning.
Okay, that's good. So it's good you keeping tabs on this and stuff like that,
Did I mention the gas station?
No.
Oh, I didn't mention the gas station at the Buxton Hannaford there in Maine? Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought I said something about it. Well, this morning I touched base with Andrew to find out if they had investigated a tip that one of the public had sent me, and it said that they seen Stefanie, they believe, in a gas station in Buxton Hannaford, and that she was with an older man. Her hair was dyed blue.
Oh, you did say that, but you didn't say with an older man.
Her hair was dyed blue. She would not make eye contact, stared at the floor. They bought one fountain drink, both used the restroom, and left. I sent that information over to Andrew, and I did get a message from him this morning saying that they have investigated that. I don't know how far it went, but they investigated that tip.
Wow. For her to look at the ground and not keep eye contact, if that's not her, then that's another girl that needs help.
Something that's kind of scary to me is Lisa believes that there may be people out there in them woods, deep in them woods, that are manufacturing meth and running it up to Canada. She said there are very shady, like, characters that you only see seldom on ATVs, and they're heading deep out into those woods, and you never see them come back out. I don't know if it's true. I know that there's a highway that runs out there that they say is used for high trafficking to bring meth from Maine, even Florida, even as far as Florida into Canada.
Yeah. What would you like to say to Stefanie? If she's somewhere got it, because kids always looking at the internet. I had a runaway who was looking at the thing when I was interviewing her mother.
I would like to tell her if she's out there and she don't want to contact mom and dad, she can contact me, any of her cousins, even contact grandpa. Contact my mom.
It's okay.
I convinced myself I wasn't going to do this today.
It's okay. Tears is good. It's okay.
She's in one of those abandoned cabins. Go to a neighbor. She don't have to go back home if that's why she's running. If someone has her, please. Please let her go.
Do we have confirmation that this woman is an aunt? I don't know if there's any confirmation that she's an actual aunt from the other family members or not, but her eyes are pretty dry.
Stefanie's a good girl. She's a smart girl. That's one thing I'm grateful for. I feel like if she's found a cabin out there or something, Stefanie's a survivalist. She knows all about surviving. She knows how to live off the land. Them kids can live off the land. But she's also very impressionable.
Maybe I'm judging because
do I believe a predator could snatch her?
Sorry.
Definitely. Do I believe she would have talked and trusted someone? Yes. Sadly, even an old man. Stefanie is so close to her grandpa. That's like one of her closest family members. Do I
thought that he's not a real family member and he's not a real grandpa?
She'd trust a old man for sure. For sure. Is that maybe why the neighbors that she chose to go to that truck was 80 years old? Maybe why. Maybe she had spotted that neighbor and seen him out there before, But I believe she would definitely trust an older man. I don't think they've been so coddled and living in seclusion like they have been. I don't think that Stefanie's aware of the dangers that lurk.
Right. I
really,
because they've been so where they live at, But
yes.
out here in this world, whew, man. I really pray and hope that they find her. If the person does have her, I pray and hope that he just lets her go.
Me too.
Because nothing good is going to come out of it.
Or that she finds a way to get away.
The FBI is involved. Okay, I'm just praying.
They've got FBI involved from so many states. That's kind of alarming to me,
because a lot of cases you don't see it. I'm sorry.
Andrew's from Pennsylvania. They've got ones from Boston.
Hold on, I gotta rewind this. That's just weird about how close she is with the older men. She's a little girl living in a house without a door, and it's not even allegedly the real biological grandfather. So, oh God.
Okay, I'm just praying.
They've got FBI involved from so many states. That's kind of alarming to me,
because a lot of cases you don't see it. I'm sorry. Go
Andrew's from Pennsylvania. They've got ones from Boston. I don't understand why they're, from so many different states involved, unless they are onto something that, they're not releasing to the.
Of course, they're not going to release anything. I mean, it's almost like people are upset that this is big, and I don't understand. Wouldn't you be grateful to God? I would be so grateful. God, I can't even imagine how many parents would pray and probably are praying every night for the FBI to take over and get their child brought home. And it's not going to happen because there's nothing that indicates that they're going to be able to get them to get involved, right? So to me, when I see this, I never can rationalize the behaviors, It's hard not to be critical when we watch things, when we're looking at these cases. And I feel bad about if it comes across that I'm judging the individual. I don't know this woman from a hole in the wall. And if she's, going through a loss and, sincerely going through an emotional grieving kind of, then I feel really bad for being critical. But I mean, nobody should care about our feelings when we're talking about missing kids, right? It should always be about the child. So I'm trying to give myself a little grace and just kind of be honest about how I feel, but try to be, try not to be too, I don't want to be mean, you know what I mean? Like, but it's really hard when you're listening to this. Like, how could you people be okay with her sleeping and being close to older men? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, I'm sorry, I can't help it, Can't help it.
General public.
Wait, did you just say the FBI from every state is involved?
From Pennsylvania and Boston, most definitely. The FBI officer that I got his phone number, Andrew, he's from Pennsylvania.
Right. You did say that. That's right.
It's a Pennsylvania phone number. He told me himself that he is from Pennsylvania. That he's working Stefanie's case, but he's from Pennsylvania.
He's probably not an FBI. How would she know if she's not calling the FBI? Like, what is going on right now?
And he can also travel into Canada, he said.
You did say that too. And I never thought about why though. Like, that's a good thing. Because we don't see the FBI. We barely see the FBI working in cases.
Definitely a good.
But I wonder why, what, like you said, are they onto something? That's, because why would FBI in Pennsylvania, damn, that's not too far from me. Like, what?
I know a lot of people from Maine might not like me saying this.
We don't care what they think. You said
we can't ignore the fact that there's dirty police there either.
Yes, it is. It's dirty police everywhere, girl. Don't get me started.
Let's not ignore the fact that Eric Foot.
Say it like that.
What?
I know a lot of people from Maine might not like me saying this.
We don't care what they think. You said
we can't ignore the fact that there's dirty police there either.
Yes, it is. It's dirty police everywhere, girl. Don't get me started.
Let's not ignore the fact that Eric Foot, a poor Marine that served our country, came up missing, was missing for 4 months, and was found dead along a riverbank. The officer, Chandler Cole, who was the sergeant of the Washburn Police Department, is now being indicted. He was placed under arrest, but get this. He was only placed under arrest for falsifying reports involving his case. Chandler Cole told Eric Foot's mother he took him to a hospital. That was not true. Eric Foot was never taken to a hospital. He then changed the story and said he dropped him off at a convenience store.
Oh my gosh, listen, like,
that was not true.
I'm gonna get my drink and I'll give you my commentary in a moment, and then I'm going to bed for a little while longer. And then we're going to have the marathon continue.
Convenience store cameras showed he was never dropped off at that location. They found that poor man's body 4 months later along the river. Chandler Cole is walking around on a $2,000 bond. Right now, as we speak. Atena Shaw is a young woman who is still missing out there. Chandler Cole closed her case. It's now been reopened. That Washburn Police Department has now been completely closed down. Them officers that were involved in that foot case have all been transferred to other departments.
I got it somewhere. I'm trying to show his
including the state police.
I don't know where it's at. That's a shame. She said, I'm sure the FBI sends out an email and asks people from whatever to come to Maine. Police up there are horrible. Girl, man, the police everywhere. There's so many crooked police. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Not only that, those stories, if like I don't know why it's not allowing me to share screenshots. I don't know if you can on here or not.
Yeah.
But there's officers right now, currently in prison for this guy was a officer. God, I wish I could remember his name right now, but he was a police officer there in Maine for over 20 years. He was selling fentanyl out of his squad car, and he right now is doing time in prison. He was also selling fentanyl out of a high school parking lot to high school children there in Maine. It's disgusting. It really is. That's an officer of 20 years selling fentanyl. It's still missing.
What else are we talking about? Let's see.
She learned too much about this certain department there.
I'm going to be covering.
The lady's name is Megan Gregory. She was on many episodes of Vanished, and she just vanished in Maine. Well, they did find her body in the woods, and they ruled it, get this, a normal death. She just went out in those woods and died. They never investigated any further. And he,
we gotta listen.
Yeah, because she need I think she need a couple. She needs certain followers so she could do a live. So what I'm planning on Friday, I want to cover some cases, with her this Friday, but she won't be able to come up to do it with me if she don't have the followers. It'll be just me doing it. You know what I mean? So we need her to have these followers. You know, that's why you got to keep posting to stay consistent. I know you can't wait to go live. I know. But you know, you can go live on your Facebook. You can go live on YouTube. Well, you need a few followers to go live on YouTube. I don't think you need a certain amount to go live on Facebook.
The lady's name is Megan Gregory. She was on many episodes of Vanished, and she just vanished in Maine. Well, they did find her body in the woods, and they ruled it, get this, a normal death. She just went out in those woods and died. They never investigated any further, and he believes that she was killed because she knew too much. Her name was Megan Gregory.
That's what they do. When you know too much, they're going to take your life. They're going to shut you up. And that's a shame. That's a shame.
Here's that thing.
Share her stuff. I shared her.
Fear, push the fear, keep the cases. We want the revenue. That's what it comes across as. The FBI is leading the case, in my opinion, right? They're asking for everybody to talk about it. It's been on Nancy Grace. There's specials. And it's like this fear of don't come here. I don't think anybody should be going to these places, first off. Okay. I don't think anybody should be, inserting themselves in certain ways. I think that it's not safe. It's not smart. You're not law enforcement. Right. But I don't understand, unless you don't want people to, you want to blend in and you don't really want the case solved for whatever reason. It just, to me, it's not a good look when you keep hearing this stuff, because if it was so serious, then you would think that they're not going to ever talk about anything, because aren't they going to be worried about their safety? I don't know.
TikTok and everything on Facebook yesterday, but y'all keep sharing it. But what y'all could do now is go ahead and go follow her. We got 505 people watching right now. Good. That means 505 people know more about this case that didn't know before. So that's good. Right. So y'all go ahead and go follow Miss Jerry and go follow Princess as well.
She's really right about the weather, and it's scary because it's already snowed in New Sweden. And yeah, soon they are going to be under feet of snow there.
Yeah, they gotta find this baby, man. That's right, because it's already, you said it's snowing out there already, right?
It already snowed. Someone I was talking to on Messenger, actually said, look what it's doing here right now.
Oh,
and
God.
It was snowing.
You gotta find this baby. She's only 14, y'all. I know, right, Princess? That's what I said. You gotta find her.
Must have been just a dusting, huh? It's 82 here today. We're actually gonna get decent weather for Halloween, but that's kind of scary for Illinois. It should be cold.
So she's from Illinois, the Aunt Jerry, right? And then where's the other video? We'll go finish this one in part 2 of the marathon. But there's another case I wanted to talk about for a bit at first with that. Let's see.
So there was quite a bit of time in there, I guess, that such a thing could. The truth of the matter is that we're not in the middle of nowhere. This might be interesting. And I said, what do you mean? And
so this is the neighbor.
After that, Dale confronted Art because he had the Doug and that.
Boy, it's shocking, doesn't he? I mean, to me, this picture definitely looks a lot like Sebastian's pictures.
I refer to Christopher Damron as Dale.
Wonder if that could be why there's the glitch on the FBI website where Stefanie was underneath of Sebastian's and the birthday and all that was all messed up. Wonder with AI or something, Never know. Could be some
But
sort of
I am the neighbor, one of the neighbors that he complained about on your broadcast last time.
All right, hold on just a second. Can everyone hear him okay? All right, go ahead, Doug.
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, that when I met, and I'm going to refer to him as, I'm going to refer to Chris, who is another person. When I first met him, when he came here in 2021, he had already purchased his land. He had done that before we even knew there was land for sale. So there's absolutely no truth to the statement that I hate Dale because of some land that the farm did not get. That is not true. I don't hate Dale. I don't hate anyone. The fact of the matter is, I don't own any of the land, and I did not purchase any of the land that Dale is complaining about because that was purchased by an LLC. I just happened to be a friend of one of the people in the LLC, and I assisted them with the sale. So the property across the road from Dale was purchased in partly in 2018 and partly in 2019. And then a parcel across the road was purchased after Dale had purchased his parcel. So I have no issue, and the LLC has no issue whatsoever with Dale purchasing that property. It was for sale. He bought it. That's not a problem. So that is incorrect. The issue too is that I was spreading rumors about Dale. That is not correct either. The fact of the matter is, I am one of the people out here who have tried to keep down rumors. And every time we have found out that something is a rumor, we have tried to squash that. When they first came here, there was a rumor going around that they were squatters. And that made it all the way up pretty much to the top here in town. I knew that wasn't true. And I went to the town office and told the town clerk, those people are not squatters. They are purchasing that land. So I have not spread lies or rumors on Dale Damron. In fact, we have tried to keep those things down. My friend Art, that he complained about, did everything he could to help Dale. Now we'll go to Art, who's the neighbor on the other side, and ask if Art will help him.
Oh, you're breaking up.
He did it, and Art always did it for him. So Art had no issue with Dale. Art's yard and tore his apple trees. Art went to the property and politely asked the girls, which were the two girls, Star and Stefanie, and Richard, who was the old gentleman they called Randolph, and politely asked them if somebody come and get the hog. And after that, Dale confronted Art because he had walked onto his property to do that. And so after that, he was mad at Art. So that's the problem here with someone disliking or hating somebody of that sort of views. I think
Hey, Doug.
is not describing Art or I.
Can you repeat what you just said, because you kind of cut out?
Okay, let me move to another part of the house. So anyway, there's no hatred there. Here's the thing that we really take exception to, and this is community-wide. Dale had said on your broadcast, I can't remember which one of you it was that asked him, if when he came home from a job interview and learned that Stefanie was missing, did he go to his neighbors and tell them? He said that he did. He said, I think his words were within 30 minutes, he had gone up and down the road, and he mentioned, he called it the Creek Road, we call it the Lake Road, down to the 4 Points. And there's 12 houses, 12 occupied homes within that stretch of the West Road, not counting Dale's and the man that they call Uncle Andrew. He said yes, that he had gone to those houses, knocked on the door, and told them his daughter was missing. And then you ask, did your neighbors help you? And help you look? And he said, no, they wouldn't help me because of the rumors that Doug and Art had spread about me. I heard that. The next day, I went to all of those houses, and I knocked on the doors, and I asked my neighbors, did Dale Damron or any one of his associates ever come to your house on that evening, Monday evening, or any other time, and tell you that his daughter was missing? And every single person, this is 20 adults, every single person said he never came to my house and told me that his daughter was missing. And we are all in agreement, all 20 of us, that we will go on the record and state that that never happened. So we don't know where Dale Damron was on that afternoon and evening that he said he was out notifying his neighbors that his Stefanie was missing, but we can say 100% certainty that he was not going up and down the West Road notifying his neighbors.
Yeah,
and
very,
we want to
very
make that clear to the public, because that is not the kind of community this is. Travis, every able-bodied man and woman on this road would have stopped whatever they were doing and gone and looked for Stefanie.
Right.
That's truth.
Right. Absolutely. So that's odd to me. If my child's missing and we think she walked down the road or walked into the woods, you're definitely going to go check for the neighbors. And then for him to say that he spoke to the neighbors and everything that night, you're telling me is a lie, and the other 20 people on the road never saw him, right?
That's correct. I went to it. It took me a couple of days to catch everybody at home. I went to every house and I said, listen, this state was made on locating the lost. Some of them had actually heard your broadcast. And I asked, did Dale, Lisa, or any of his associates ever come here and tell you that Stefanie was missing on the 23rd or any other time? And they all said no. And most of them told me how they came to know. And one or two of them said, well, actually, Doug, you told me, or I heard it from so-and-so. Some of them said they were not aware of it until the FBI informed them. And I asked each and every one of them, I said, this is a community issue. This is something where an entire section of this community of decent people have been slandered by saying that we are such terrible folks that we wouldn't even look for a missing girl. And I said, would you go on the record and state that that never happened? Every single person said, I will go on the record. It's not true. I will tell you this. We did not know
It's odd, right?
that Stefanie was missing for quite some time.
Do you know how long that was?
I can tell you exactly how long that was, because it just so happens that things got memorialized in my texts with my neighbor, Chris. What happened was I got a text on Monday afternoon. That was the 23rd. That was when we were told Stefanie went missing. That was shortly, just a few minutes after 4:30 p.m. My neighbor, Chris next door, his house is closer to the road, and he's got a big glass front, and he sees a lot too.
Right.
So he sent me this text and said, the troopers just went down the Damron's driveway. That was Tuesday afternoon. Forgive me. That was Tuesday afternoon, the 24th.
Excuse me.
Not the 23rd. It was Tuesday afternoon, the 24th, shortly after 4:30. And he texted and said, I didn't call him. And I texted back to him, I didn't call him. So we had no idea why the troopers went down the Damron's driveway on Tuesday afternoon, the 24th, shortly after 4:30. We didn't think any more about it. On Wednesday afternoon, the 25th, sometime around 4:40 p.m., I received a text from Chris, my neighbor, who asked me, Doug, can you give me a ride down to the store, which is the convenience store? It's 3.25 miles down here at the end of Westmoreland Road and 161. And I said, well, I'm just finishing up dinner. I'll come get you in a minute. Finished dinner. I walked outside. I cranked my vehicle. I got another text that said, Doug, the troopers just went down the Damron's driveway again. And I'm like, well, that is very strange. So I drove out my driveway over to his house, which is a couple hundred yards away, and pulled into his driveway. He was standing in the driveway waiting on me. And he's looking south as he walks up to my car, south down the west road. And he says, well, this might be interesting. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, here comes the Damron's pickup truck. They were coming from the direction of the man they call Uncle Andrew, where they had been staying for more than a year. And the thought was, he later said, well, I didn't know if they knew that the troopers were down there. So we figured they would go on down. Well, when they got to where we were, it was only Lisa in the pickup truck. She was driving. And she pulled across the end of the driveway that I was sitting in. And my friend Chris already had his hand on the door to get in my car, and he said, I wonder what she wants. And the Damrons do not speak to me, not since June of 2021. And so, but they will speak to him, Chris, my neighbor.
Right.
So he said, I'll see what Lisa wants. So he walked over there. I'm just sitting there. I'm not paying any attention. The next thing I know, Lisa and Chris, my neighbor, are standing next to my door. And Chris says, she wants to ask you a question. And so and Lisa said to me, this is a quote, and this was in the presence of my neighbor, Chris, I would not ask you this, except my little girl is missing. And I said, which little girl? And she said, Stefanie. I said, if you have a child missing, you ask me anything you want.
Yeah.
And she said, I want to know if you have cameras down at the other property, because there is a house directly across the street from the Damron's driveway. It's the property that was purchased in 2019 by the LLC, and I just look out for that place, and they know I look out for it. I mow the grass and stuff. I just do that for my friend. It's not a paid job or anything like that. It's just something I do. And I told her, she said, I want to know if there's cameras on that property that watch our driveway.
Yep.
That was what she wanted. And I said, there are devices on that property that let me know when people are on it, but there are no cameras watching your driveway. Lisa said, thank you. Then she said, the troopers told us that they couldn't do anything about Stefanie for 24 hours. And I thought that was odd, and I did not believe that was correct anytime a juvenile goes missing. And so then she turned around, got in her truck, and left.
Hey, Doug.
Give or take a minute.
Yeah.
That was at 4:50 p.m. on Wednesday, September the 25th.
Right.
A full 48 hours.
So Chris is actually watching too, and he just put a comment in here. I'm the Chris, the neighbor. So Chris, if you can in the comments, can you confirm what Doug is saying? Like, you were there, so confirm what Doug just told us, please. Doug, I had someone to ask a question here. They said, what do you think happened to Stefanie?
I'm not going to speculate on what happened to Stefanie. I don't have enough information to do that. I'm not privy to what's taken place in the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that I don't have a right to know, so I don't know. So I can't say. I will say this much. Neither I nor anyone else believe that she walked out of here or that she walked off into the woods and got lost. I can tell you that it's been stated by Dale Damron that they're in the middle of nowhere. But the truth of the matter is that we're not in the middle of nowhere. There's two roads out here that basically form our part of the community, West Road and West Mainland Road. And those two roads make, for lack of a better term, sort of a poorly shaped oblong that's 4 miles from north to south. And in the lower section, the southern section, it's 1 mile between those two roads. And in the upper section, the last 2 miles going north, it's about a half a mile between those two roads. And so since Stefanie's home is inside that oblong, if she had walked off into the woods, she could have never been more than a half a mile from a road,
right,
east to west. And the entire area surrounded by these roads is approximately 2,000 acres. So the search area, we saw it when they were the state police, the wardens, FBI, everybody was out here for a long time, and there was an intensive searching done in this area. So do we think Stefanie walked off into the woods and got lost? No, I don't know anybody thinks that. And nor do I believe that, or anyone that believes that she just walked out of here. So
yeah. I do have another question for you. Brooke is asking, can you describe their housing situation?
I saw the initial construction that was done up by the road. And I know that I don't know whether they carried it, how they transported it, but they transported it about, 335 yards back into the woods to where it came to rest. I have never been to it, so I can't say. Okay. I have a friend, Art, who went to it, and he actually, when he was doing nice things to help them, he was allowed to come in and sit down, and he described it as, well, I think Dale said 200 square feet. It was described to me as approximately that size. It is not a tent. It is a wooden structure. It is not a tent. And it was described to me by Art, who was in it, as having what he described as 4 tunnels. In other words, if you had a wheel with 4 spokes sticking outside the perimeter of the wheel, that he described as about maybe 4 to 5 feet long and knee high. And he told me that that's what the children crawl up into to sleep. That's the only person that I have spoke to that has actually been to it and has been inside it.
I've got another question here for you too. Someone's asking, did you or any of the neighbors hear any vehicles going up and down the road around the time that Stefanie went missing?
We were asked that by law enforcement numerous times, and anything can pass by without you knowing it. But none of us were able to pinpoint to any vehicles at that time, which we're not even sure what time, because we initially heard that she supposedly went missing like 1:30 in the afternoon or something like that, and then the time kind of like changed just when that might have been. So we didn't have an exact time. And even some people have, cameras like out on their mailboxes and things like that. So there was quite a bit of time in there, I guess, that such a thing could have happened. Yep. But when we were asked, I'm told that nobody was able to identify a strange vehicle or anything out of the ordinary on that day.
All right. And then, do you know Patty? She's another neighbor, I guess. Patty Porter Ackerson.
Patty is my neighbor to the south.
Yeah. So she said that no one heard anything, and nor did cameras on both of our properties on this road pick up anyone riding around looking for her. So basically, she's on the same thing you're saying, that no one is looking for her.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. We, like I probably didn't state it clearly, and forgive me for that. But we had, and I mean, if I'm outside, I can hear them, when the Damrons, when they're out in the yard down there, I can hear the kids playing.
Yep.
And my neighbor Chris and my neighbor Art, they can too. What was puzzling to us is that from that time on Monday, when she was said to have gone missing, up until Chris and I were told by Lisa that she was missing on Wednesday evening, we never heard or saw anything that indicated to us that Stefanie was missing or that anyone was searching for her. It was just normal as far as we knew, other than the fact that the troopers did go down there on Tuesday afternoon and they did go down there on Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else you want to add, Doug, before we let you go?
I want to say, I got this directly from law enforcement. I want to say, I'm not trying to be the spokesperson, but I want to say on behalf of my community that I was law enforcement, that they had 100% cooperation from all of the neighbors in this community in their search for Stefanie, which I was told, and I know because we participated in ourselves, that even included the FBI and the state police warrantless searches of our homes, our buildings, and our land.
Yeah. We
want to find Stefanie. We want to know what happened. This community is in turmoil over the tragedy that has taken place out here.
Yeah. And I mean, I've talked to you a couple different times, Doug, and I can tell you're a good man and you obviously care about these kids and you want to help find Stefanie. And I appreciate everything you're doing up there.
Well, the searches are going to resume. We've been told they're going to come back and they are going to search again. So we're praying. I'm still praying for a miracle. I'm praying for a good outcome. But I can assure you that there is some criticism of law enforcement and their efforts in this case. But I'm going to tell you, from those of us that were here, and I'm sitting 1,600 feet from the Damron's residence right now.
Right.
Okay? And so those of us that are here can tell you law enforcement has been vigilant, and as far as we can tell, they have done everything possible thus far to find Stefanie. And I would include the FBI, the state police, and our warden service. These people care, and they want to find her.
Yeah.
So any criticism, in my opinion, and in the opinion of my neighbors, is unjust criticism.
Yep, I agree, and it's great to hear that they are taking it so seriously. I do have lots of people thanking you for joining us, Doug, and I thank you as well. Anthony says, very grateful for you, Doug. Thank you very much for coming on the podcast. You're a good fella, and New Sweden is blessed to have you.
Well, thank you, and I'll encourage all of your listeners to follow the story and appreciate what you're doing. And you know, if it hadn't been for you, we would not have been able to correct some of the misinformation that was given out about the people in this good community.
I agree, KJ.
Yeah, no, I can tell. I know that you're all good people up there. So thank you, Doug, so much for joining us.
Thank you, Travis, for allowing me the time to speak.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
Good night.
So yeah, so that was Doug the neighbor telling you guys that
That was really weird, in my opinion. Like, very odd. I don't understand the reason to be like, how did he know that that's where the kids went to sleep at night? I don't know. You know, I don't know why. I don't know about this one.
he was not made aware that she was missing for a while, until several days later. I'm trying to. Christy said, well, wow. Chris says, thank you, Doug. I agree with everything you have said. Yeah, and so Chris is another neighbor. He knows exactly what happened that night or the days following. So yeah, so it's very insightful. Oops, let me take that off. So you should have someone else here to help keep track of stuff. So yeah, so if you guys can, please think about Jeff. Hope that everything is okay with him. He did have to go to the emergency room. That's why he wasn't on podcast night. So I apologize. You have to deal with just me. But I'm grateful that Doug did join us. We're going to go over a couple other cases here too. Let's see. So that's a case we covered back January 31st, 2024. Ateen Shah. So she went missing.
So I thought that that would only be about Stefanie, but apparently not. That's interesting. Let's see.
The family of a local teenager says she never would have left home without calling.
Just praying for the best. I want my daughter home, man. And if she can't come home.
Right, we'll see that. Let's see if there's any video of them on this one, maybe.
So for anyone that isn't familiar with the case, can you tell us what happened the night of September 23rd, 2024?
What we heard before. Photo, supposedly.
So I'm happy to hear that.
You guys have
and
a
I'll be honest with you, sir. To be honest with you, we have CPS out here. We know for a fact twice a year CPS is going to knock on our door. Because it all comes right back to them.
CPS is going to come twice a year. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Why is this not letting me just skip to where I see them?
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
always.
everyone. Appreciate you guys joining us. So tonight we're going to talk about the case of Stefanie Damron, who went missing in New Sweden, Maine. We're joined by advocate Christy, and then also Stefanie's dad, Christopher, has also joined us. So thank you, boys, for both for coming on here.
Welcome.
So I want to say before we start off, there's been a lot of people talking negatively about the family. It's my belief that if the police department really thought that you guys were involved, they would have named you as suspects, right? I can't imagine what you guys are going through, and we just kind of want to hear what you have to say as well. Like you just joined us late here, so we didn't really have much time to talk before.
Well, well, it's already known. I don't do the social media. My Facebook is set to private. I post things on there for my wife when she's out and about. Other than that, I don't do the social media or any of this. So I'm sorry I'm a little late on that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We're appreciative that you can even join us at all. So
yeah. So I guess Chris, if you want to start,
Christopher, please, sir. Chris was my grandmother.
Okay, Christopher, if you could start and just tell us about Stefanie growing up.
What the flipping hell am I? What? There's a missing kid, and what did this guy just start out? It seems too crazy to be real, and this is real. I have to rewind that. Like, what? If you want your child found, or
thank you, everyone. Appreciate you guys joining us. So tonight we're going to talk about the case of Stefanie Damron, who went missing in New Sweden, Maine. We're joined by advocate Christy, and then also Stefanie's dad, Christopher, has also joined us. So thank you, boys, for both for coming on here.
Welcome.
So I want to say before we start off, there's been a lot of people talking negatively about the family. It's my belief that if the police department really thought that you guys were involved, they would have named you as suspects, right? I can't imagine what you guys are going through, and we just kind of want to hear what you have to say as well. Like you just joined us late here, so we didn't really have much time to talk before.
Well, well, it's already known. I don't do the social media. My Facebook is set to private. I post things on there for my wife when she's out and about. Other than that, I don't do the social media or any of this. So I'm sorry I'm a little late on that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We're appreciative that you can even join us at all. So
yeah. So I guess Chris, if you want to start,
Christopher, please, sir. Chris was my grandmother.
Okay, Christopher, if you could start and just tell us about Stefanie growing up. There will be some images of her on here, so I just wanted to prepare you for that, because we didn't get a chance to let you know that as well.
Well, I don't have my glasses on, so I probably won't be able to see too much anyway, sir.
Yeah.
Okay,
so just tell us about Stefanie. What kind of child is she?
She was our handful, always into things, always into mischief, always, she was always doing her own thing. Not really per se a loner, but when she had enough of being around people, she would find her own thing and do her own thing. She always dealt with herself, but all our kids were raised independent. They were all raised free spirits, but she was a happy kid, always happy. We raised our kids to be themselves, plain and simple. We tried to do the public schools. Public schools was never happy for them, so we brought them home out of public school. But I don't really want to know. I don't know what you really want to know about her as a younger child, because all our kids were happy. I mean, everybody wants to keep bringing up the CPS situation, and it's a known fact. We chose to live the way we did, off grid, off the beaten path and everything. CPS is a fact of life when you live like this. We've had CPS in our life from day one that we decided to go off grid, because according to Texas, you can't raise a child off grid because you can't provide all the proper environmental stimulants, but that's one of the reasons why we moved to Maine.
Yeah, and I'd imagine that too, right? Anyone that does things a little bit untraditional, they might, the CPS would probably want to come in and double check on things, and
Well, it's common sense to tell you if a child's going to be abused, this is living like we do is going to be the number one place. So you're going to expect CPS. They're going to want to verify all that because if something happens, it all comes right back to them. Just like when Stefanie went missing. When she went missing, we knew instantly that we were going to have CPS at the door. No problem. We have everything verifiable. We have all their schoolwork verifiable. We have everything. We live in a 200 square foot home that has 4 separate bedrooms, if you can believe that. They're talking about this being a yurt. It is a yurt. It's a hexa yurt built.
She didn't sleep there. She slept on the other, in that trailer thing on Andrew's, or they're on Andrew's property, right? From what we heard in the beginning, the first interview with Andrew, the neighbor. The one that said that she was doing rugs, he thought, and that she had holes in her teeth from methane stuff, right? Methamphetamine. And so her and Star, her sister, stayed in one place with what this guy that they called an uncle that wasn't really her uncle. So, yeah. So, and she
got an OSB and everything else, just like a normal house.
Okay.
That
but that's not where
we
she
were going to
lives.
have CPS at the door. No problem. We have everything verifiable. We have all their schoolwork verifiable. We have everything. We live in a 200 square foot home that has 4 separate bedrooms, if you can believe that. They're talking about this being a yurt. It is a yurt. It's a hexa yurt built out of OSB and everything else, just like a normal house.
Okay.
And you guys, that's wildly different than the way it sounded before. That it was,
They
really
got us made out that we're living in a tent in the woods, at basically a meth shack.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of what it almost sounded like. So yeah, that's wildly different than what we had heard before. So I'm happy to hear that.
You guys have
and I'll be honest with you, sir. To be honest with you, we have CPS out here. We know for a fact twice a year CPS is going to knock on our door. And I mean, we've been here for 4 years, and twice a year for 4 years, CPS has always come out here. They've always been amicable. We've always, everything. Where's the school lessons? Where's they're going to take a bath? Where's the bathroom? Where's this? And we always have it nailed down to the letter. They want to bring up the CPS case in Texas. No, I'm not proud of what happened in Texas. I lost my kids for 6 months in Texas, all because I smoked a joint in Walmart parking lot while my wife was in Walmart. They followed me all the way from Nacogdoches, Texas to Rusk, Texas, waited till I walked in the McDonald's to buy my kids McDonald's, and then they hammered us. And all because my wife was driving the vehicle that I was smoking a joint in. They nailed my wife and me and said it was endangering a child. That's the whole case in CPS. By the time the case in CPS was done, it didn't take me 18 months to get my kids back, which is the normal. I had my kids back in 6 months, passed every drug test they ever threw at me. Never had a problem with them. By the time I was done, the lady that took and got involved in my kids' case trumped up a bunch of lies and everything. She lost her job. The CPS office in Livingston, Texas was under investigation, and the judge completely threw the case out.
Okay. Yeah, they don't, and that's the thing too, is once you lose custody of your kids, like, you have to be a shining example before you get them back. So
exactly. And for me to get my kids back in 6 months,
right.
Something's not adding up to the facts that people are trying to spread.
Right.
Yeah.
We do have a comment on here. Team Stefanie, that's a Facebook page. They're asking, how are Stefanie's siblings doing with her being missing?
They're tore up. They all my kids, when we live, the way we live, all our kids has got a certain role in the family. I've got my troublemaker, which is my son. We've got the ornery one, which is Star. And then we got Stefanie, which she's always the one that's, to put it politely, she's the class clown. And we don't have our class clown here no more. We don't have the cutting up and for a lack of better words, we don't have the stupid things happening anymore. And it's threw our family out of balance. It's completely thrown our family out of balance.
So for anyone that isn't familiar with the case, can you tell us what happened the night of September 23rd, 2024?
I honestly don't know. And that's what people don't want to understand. Me and my wife had gone to Presque Isle. We'd gone to job interviews, which this has been verified by state troopers, FBI, and local cops. They all knew we were there. That night that I went there to Presque Isle to go to that job interview, something happened here, an argument between her older sister and her. Whatever that argument was, we're still trying to figure it out because we still don't have all the facts that went on between that argument between her older sister and her. By the time I got home, that argument had blown up. Okay, now our kids were always taught, don't throw the first punch, but don't throw the last one, and walk off when you can. Well, Stefanie usually walks off, goes and takes a couple hours, chill pill, sits down we got a little pond down here by our place. We own 25 acres, and we know that we live in northern Maine. I'm trying to put this politely because I know I'm on public broadcast. But we live on 25 acres in the middle of nowhere. I mean, this is literally where they pump the moonshine out and the sunshine in. So our kids have been taught about the woods, every square inch of it. What's poison oak? What's poison ivy? Don't eat the berries. Don't do this. So, Stefanie taking off in the woods for a couple hours. We figured she'd found something out in the woods to keep herself interested, get her mind back up. And by the time we got home, she would be back. By the time we got home, she wasn't back. I didn't start panicking until about 12.
Mind what? I gotta slow this down. He's way too fast. And this is normal speed. Remember the whole methamphetamine thing? Okay, hold on. All right, we're at 9:54. Let's go to 9:29 just to hear what he said.
Literally where they pump the moonshine out and the sunshine in. So our kids have been taught about the woods, every square inch of it. What's poison oak? What's poison ivy? Don't eat the berries. Don't do this. So, Stefanie taking off in the woods for a couple hours. We figured she'd found something out in the woods to keep herself interested, get her mind back up. And by the time we got home, she would be back. By the time we got home, she wasn't back. I didn't start panicking until about 12, 13 hours. Well, when I was always raised up and I just found out that this was the biggest lie I was ever taught growing up, I was always told that your child had to be missing 24 hours before you called the state police. I dealt with that
a lot
situation.
of people that heard that like nonsense, and unfortunately, and that's what a lot of people base their reporting off from.
Well, I was actually told that by Texas State Police with another situation that, hey, you can't report anyone missing until they're missing for 24 hours.
What?
That was Texas State Police that told me that.
Another what? What? Okay. Did he just say another situation? They had another missing person that he was asking police when he could call in? Or am I reading way too far into this? Because I don't think I am.
That your child had to be missing 24 hours before you called the state police. I dealt with that
a lot
situation.
of people that heard that like nonsense, and unfortunately, and that's what a lot of people base their reporting off from.
Well, I was actually told that by Texas State Police with another situation that, hey, you can't report anyone missing until they're missing for 24 hours. That was Texas State Police that told me that. So I've always gone on that simple situation. And I waited 24 hours, and then thank God Jared got...
What the hell? Simple situation? A simple situation, guys.
Involved because Jared is about the only one that's sticking to this and doing his job because he's staying on top of everything. But Jared informed me that I should have called instantly, and I didn't know. Okay, that's on me. I made that mistake. I own that. But the rest of this, I did not make no mistakes.
Do you hear what he's saying? What?
With another situation that, hey, you can't report anyone missing until they're missing for 24 hours. That was Texas State Police that told me that. So I've always gone on that simple situation. And I waited 24 hours, and then thank God Jared got involved because Jared is about the only one that's sticking to this and doing his job because he's staying on top of everything. But Jared informed
Jared?
me that I should have called instantly, and I didn't know. Okay, that's on me. I made that mistake. I own that. But the rest of this, I did not make no mistakes.
So you said that she got in a fight with her sister. Do you know what the fight was about?
I honestly, at this point, don't know. You got one that's turning 18 and one that's turning 14. They're constantly bickering about something. It could be the color of the sky 1 minute, and then it could be a cup of coffee the next minute.
But you must have asked her when you got home, right?
Yes, we asked, and we get one story that it was about that Stephanie wasn't doing her chores, and then supposedly Star said something to Stephanie, and then it's been 18 million things, but the main gist was that Stephanie was doing something. Star wanted her to do something else, and Stephanie wouldn't do it. Star said something mean to her, and it hurt Stephanie's feelings. That's what I'm getting from the basic conversation.
So, and who was home when she walked out?
My father. Were you home, Bobby?
No, he was at job. He was at work.
My father, her younger sister, her older sister, Star, and her brother.
All right. And she didn't say anything to anyone when she left. She just...
No, she just looked at her grandfather and told her grandfather, I'll be back. And she never came back.
And what time of day was that this happened?
About... My job interview was at... about 3:30. I'd say...
No, your job interview was at...
My job in... Okay, so this had to happen about 3:30 then.
And sorry,
yeah, good. Well, the now there was we'd heard that there was like potentially a cell phone involved, right? That she might have gotten a hold of someone that picked her up.
The story with the cell phone and all these cell phones going around and everything, there is that part of the whole thing is so discombobulated, it's not even funny. The only one that has a cell phone is my grandfather. My kids are not allowed on cell phones or on any kind of media because of the simple fact that we monitor it all. I'm not going to lie, we monitor it. We don't want our kids watching certain things on YouTube. We don't want them to have free access to open up X videos because it's just there. So no, none of our kids have phones or anything like that. But apparently Stephanie...
She lived in another home with a male without a bedroom door with her sister that was 18. Okay, buddy. Sorry, this guy, red flag central, and he can only blame himself for that.
We did not know this. Stephanie was sneaking around when Papa was taking his sleeping pills, and we weren't around because my dad is 80 years old, just had a massive heart attack about a year and a half ago. So they got him on sleeping pills and a bunch of heart pills. What Stephanie was doing, and her older sister was involved in it just as much. They were waiting until Papa took his sleeping pills or wasn't paying attention. They would sneak off with his phone, get on some kind of weird website, which we didn't even know was possible because we're not talking about a cell phone. We're talking about a flip phone.
Right.
The old school 3G beta flip phones that's not supposed to be internet accessible or anything. They found a way to get on the internet, get onto some dating website where you can swap numbers. They swapped numbers with these people. They started calling back and forth with these different numbers, didn't know who they were calling, and it led to this. And we had no idea none of this was going on behind our backs.
So do you guys think that's what happened? Is that she might have like communicated with someone and they stopped to pick her up?
The harsh reality of it is I don't think she's anywhere in New Sweden. I believe she walked out to the end of the driveway and exactly like you guys said, had somebody on there that she found a number and they swapped numbers back and forth and she met him up at the top of the road.
Now, was there any call logs on the phone who she might have contacted? Or do you think
the thing about it is
within the messages?
Jared of the state police, the FBI's, they have some weird name for it, but it does all their computer cyber crimes and all that. Everybody has tried to crack that phone and nobody can crack it. Everybody has tried to crack it, and nobody can crack that phone because their technology, as I was specifically told by the FBI, their technology is actually too advanced for that phone.
Oh, they must really need a lot on the record. There's got to be some big arrests coming, guys, at some point. That's all I can say.
Oh, so like it's outdated, antiquated, sort of.
Yeah.
On the phone itself.
Yes.
Okay.
This phone was actually supposed to be traded in 4 years ago, and we never did. It's always done my dad good. My dad only needs a phone to dial 911, nothing else, and it's always called us, dialed 911. So why did he need a new phone?
So, Christopher, let me ask you this: you and your wife were living somewhere else for a while, right? While the kids were still with Grandpa at the yurt or the house.
Not the kids. The oldest two, Stefanie and Star, because like I explained, their grandfather had a massive heart attack about 1.5 years ago.
I'll rewind that, guys, but I can't help but laugh. I hope they made all the calls in the world on these flip phones. I hope they made lots of calls on these flip phones.
Christopher, let me ask you this: you and your wife were living somewhere else for a while, right? While the kids were still with Grandpa at the yurt or the house.
Not the kids. The oldest two, Stefanie and Star, because like I explained, their grandfather had a massive heart attack about 1.5 years ago. We were staying in a fifth wheel about a half mile, maybe a quarter mile. It's in between a quarter. I can walk from there and back, even with my gint up ass. So we were walking back and forth because honestly, we didn't even have a vehicle at the time. That's why we were stuck in the situation we were in, trying to get a vehicle ahead and everything. But yes, we were living in a fifth wheel down the street, trying to get this place fixed up a little bit better than it was because, hey, you live like we do. I'm going to keep bringing it up since everybody else. We got CPS in the door all the time. And the situation with the house, it was getting a little nervous for me and my wife. We knew it needed repairs. The fifth wheel had everything that needed to make everybody happy. All the 3-letter agencies were going to be happy with it. So we took the 3 youngest ones. We were staying up there to where everything was normal and everything was under control while we fixed this one. While we were down here fixing this one, Papa was staying down here because we have some major problems with our neighbors. So they were staying down here. Star and Stefanie were staying down here with their grandfather, helping take care of him. We were coming back and forth every day, doing everything we needed to do when we could and everything like that.
So they were
So what was
prepared for
you
this
mentioned
3-letter
problems with the
agency?
neighbors? What
So they prepared for this? Is that what I just heard? I'm going to replay it, guys. I'm sorry. It's only an extra minute.
Neighbors. So they were staying down here. Star and Stefanie were staying down here with their grandfather, helping take care of him. We were coming back and forth every day, doing everything we needed to do when we could and everything like that.
So what was you mentioned problems with the neighbors? What were the problems with the neighbors in case it has something to do with this case?
Well, I really don't want to mention names, but if you pull up any records, you're going to find it. So I'll just go ahead and say the names. I've got one neighbor on the other side of me that is Art. He owns like 5-10 acres on one side of me. He hates the fact that I bought this piece of property because we live like children of the corn, his exact words. Him and his wife have called CPS so much that CPS has literally got them on a block list now. Wow. My other neighbor is Doug. He's ticked off because he was waiting for this piece of property to drop because it was a rent-to-own property, and he was waiting on the price of this property to drop. Well, before the price of the property dropped to where he wanted to buy it, I bought it and I almost have it paid off now. So he hates me for that.
Right. Okay.
But not the
See, it's not all cupcakes and kittens and black and white like all these people want to make up these stories about.
Right, and that's what sucks about social media is people think they're detectives and run their mouths, and then all of a sudden it becomes like intersperses a little story somewhere in a thread, and then it becomes the truth, down the road, because people are saying, well, I read it here and I read it there. So we do all
they
have
read
to
it
be
enough
careful
times
with
and
that.
they assume that, yeah, I've heard it enough times where it must be true, right? When that's quite obviously not the fucking case.
Exactly. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Because
so-
that's like the ground searches. I have participated in the. Jared can verify at the FBI. I have participated in the ground searches when they were out here. At one point in time, we had a helicopter and a drone over our property. This is how intense the ground searches were at one point in time. With the helicopter and the drone and the helicopter almost collided. They had to ground the drone just so the helicopter could keep searching. At one point in time, I had Jared out here with his dog. I had DNR or game warden. I keep calling them DNR because down in Texas they're DNR. Game warden up here with their dog, and the FBI up here with the dog team, all at the same time. And I've got a yard full of bullies. So, I mean, ground searches and everything. They're saying they're not being done. They're not. We're doing them. We're doing everything.
Yeah, and that's a thing all on its own, right? Is when during a situation like this, anyways, like people will look at the family, and I mean, I understand the perspective of it, right? They'll see a family who's grieving, and they think, well, if I was in that situation, I would 100% be out there. But no one knows how they're going to react in a situation like that, right? Like,
right.
I would like to say I would 100% be out there if something was happening with one of my kids, but you don't know unless you're in that scenario what's going to be happening anyways. Like some people do get that urge that, they 1000% devote their entire existence doing nothing but trying to find their kids. But some people are like, situations are just different for different people, right? So, sometimes the stress just gets to be too much, or there's a physical limitation to how much can actually be done, but I understand.
I mean, if I walk out of here once a week to go with my wife to pay bills, and then it takes me 2 weeks to recover from that, so I can walk back out of here once every 2 weeks is all I leave my house. That's it.
Wow.
That's how bad my back and my hip and leg is and everything. I am completely fused from the middle of my spine down to my right hip. I have no right hip. My right knee is completely shot. I mean, I can't even walk. You should see me if I was to walk in front of you, you would ask, how am I even standing?
Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
But I keep up going. I'm still walking. I'm not in a wheelchair like they want to put me. I'm not, none of that. I got kids that need to be raised. I got a wife that needs to be taken care of. I ain't got time to lay down and quit. And I got a daughter that needs to be found.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to ask about the older kids who are staying with the grandfather.
having financial
Is it
problems.
their grandfather, or is he
For that.
is he blood relative, or is he just a friend?
So,
As far as I'm concerned, he's grandfather.
stuff.
He has been there since the day the first one of these babies dropped out.
Oh my Lord, dropped out. Okay, do you watch Pred Catchers or anything, buddy? They're teenagers. One of them could be pregnant. One of them could have been getting abused. They were out there. She was sleeping with hogs. I just can't even with this stuff, guys. It's so hard to understand.
Right. Like really strong family friend, but I mean, close enough to family, but just not blood. That's all.
No, he's not. Maybe not the same blood, but blood don't make family, sir. With all due respect.
No. I trust me. I understand. Like that's how my family is. I have people that I've.
Sorry, guys. I've been waiting to hear the part about if they had financial problems or not, because I was reading comments about that on one of the pages. So I said if they had, I wonder if he was, on disability, if any of them were on disability, like were they having financial problems? Where did he get the money? And how did he find this rent to own property? It's really hard to find property on a rent to own basis because, off grid and having, I don't even know what you would call it, but like it's like a hot priority, or not a hot priority, but a hot commodity, right? People want that, so they're buying it up, and they, you know, the economy kind of stinks. So after the 2020 experience, as I call it, so many people will go invest, you know, a couple $1,000s and buy a lot, buy a half an acre, you know, and so on and so forth. So the whole story about how they moved there and how they're from West Virginia, and then they're from, it's just the whole family is very interesting. And I found a lot of links to another case, which I think you all are, you know, thinking the same thing about. Some of this is very, you know, it's a kind of copycatish. And it just makes me wonder, like, what's their incentives to get rid of her? Or was she going to talk about something? Was there, what was going on? Like the grandpa, doesn't matter, you know, predators are predators, right? He just seems really defensive. They never wanted to be on camera. They never came out and talked to anyone. However, what I ask myself all the time is, if they still have their children, right? If they still have their other children, then in my opinion, I would hope that that would mean that's because, like, the FBI or something, they know more than we know. You know what I mean? Because I can't imagine that if there's any danger and there's such a big investigation, so to speak, that they're going to leave other children at risk. I don't know, but I do understand that it happens, but I guess I'm just not used to ever stumbling into missing kids anyway and looking into them like I have the last couple of years since, you know, the whole Sebastian case and stuff. But it doesn't seem like the FBI gets involved and puts out $50,000 rewards and does a lot of these different things very often, right? It has to cross state lines, or they have to have a real invite from the local police. So those are the things that always make me wonder. It's like, if they still have their children, then I'm not so sure, could be guilty knowledge maybe, or not telling the truth. Maybe they owed money for, you know, drugs, you know, or something. I don't know.
Right. Like really strong family friend, but I mean, close enough to family, but just not blood. That's all.
No, he's not. Maybe not the same blood, but blood don't make family, sir. With all due respect.
No. I trust me. I understand. Like that's how my family is. I have people that I've known since I was born that I call aunt and uncle and this and that, and they're nowhere near related, but they've always been around. So I understand how that works.
Yeah. So at this point, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. Stefanie has walked out of the house. When were you notified that she hadn't come back?
Within a half hour.
So she had left the house mad, and then within a half hour, someone called you and told you that?
No, somebody sent me a text message that Star and Stefanie were into it and arguing and fighting again.
Okay. Who sent you that message? Was that one of your children?
Was it? Who sent me that message?
It was Star that sent the message.
Actually, Star sent me the message.
Oh my gosh.
And Star sent a message to her mother saying that she had gone to the neighbor's house.
Okay.
We know this. There's no way. Like you would already know who sent the message and stuff if it was legit, in my opinion. Right? And isn't this the second time he had to ask somebody else a question that he should have known?
So that's just what you guys assumed, that she was just like hanging out at the neighbor's place then.
Right. And that's, as a matter of fact, because Star even told her mother, and I now I do remember the conversation, but Star even told her mother that she was going to go to the neighbor's house to see if she could find Stefanie. And we knew the situation that was going to do nothing but make it worse. If she was over at the neighbor's house, she was going to stay there. So we figured, okay, let her stay there until we got home. And then we got sorted out then. But when we got home, she wasn't at the neighbor's house.
And that wasn't uncommon, right? If for her to get in a little tiff or whatnot, and then just kind of disappear for a
As I
few
said, they're
hours.
two older sisters. They're only 13 and 18. They're not but a few years apart. They're going to fight, and they're too much alike. You put two people that are exactly the same, that think the same and everything, in the same room, two armed together. What's going to happen?
Christopher, I have a twin brother. I know exactly what's going to happen.
Then you know.
Used to fight all the time as kids. I do have a question here. Paula is asking, what phone was the message sent from if they didn't have phones? So I'm assuming it was
sent from our grandfather's phone. It was sent from grandfather's phone.
So you and Lisa both have phones then that they could reach out to you?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, Mom has a phone. I don't carry a phone.
Okay. And you guys were at a job interview, right?
Yes, at Ruby Tuesdays in Prescott, which has been verified, which I got the job, and then David Philbrook over there found out about everything going on with my daughter, the social media, all the wonderful thing, and he ends up firing me from over there because he didn't want my negative reputation affecting Ruby Tuesday because they were going through a tough time.
I thought he said he could not walk and everything, and he can only leave once every 2 weeks or something. But he took a job at Ruby Tuesdays?
Wow. That's not what he told you, right? He came up with some other reason.
Oh, he came up. I've got verified. What happened was I ended up not being able to show up for work for 2 days because we got hit with 2 foot of snow one day, got it cleared out. I almost was ready to go to work. And then as soon as I was getting ready to go to work, we got hit with another 1.5 foot, and I had to dig out again. I've got the text messages to verify that he said my job was fine. Just worry about taking care of everything, get my vehicle out and everything. And then I show up to work the next day and I'm fired. And I can even post text messages of him telling me that my job was fine and everything.
Wow. Yeah. That's unreal. So you guys what time did you guys get home, do you think?
What was that, sir?
What time do you think you got home that night?
It was about 5:30. It wasn't very long because as soon as I got out of the job interview and my wife told me what was going on at the house, we came straight home.
Good. And you guys looked for her that night, I assume, right?
Yes, of course, all night long. We were up and down the roads, driving up and down every back alley and everything.
Did you find anything like footprints?
No, and no, we did not find nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, is that Jeff?
I don't even remember now.
So I've heard different things. I heard that someone saw her walking into the woods. I heard that someone saw her walking down the driveway. I've heard that maybe a car was heard speeding off.
Okay.
After she went out.
Let me put this all in the exact facts of how it is in the police record. The way our house is set up, our driveway goes up and curves around. If you're walking out of here, you're going to add another 200 yards if you walk down the driveway. If you're walking, the easy way is to walk through the woods and then up.
Did you catch what he just said? Let me tell you how it is in the police records.
Let me put this all in the exact facts of how it is in the police record. The way our house is set up, our driveway goes up and curves around. If you're walking out of here,
let's hear if we can get that whisper back. I'll go back a minute.
Did you find anything like footprints?
No, and no, we did not find nothing.
What was that? Almost sounded like it said, "I'm sorry." What was that?
It wasn't very long because as soon as I got out of the job interview and my wife told me what was going on at the house, we came straight home.
Good. And you guys looked for her that night, I assume, right?
Yes, of course, all night long. We were up and down the roads, driving up and down every back alley and everything.
Did you find anything like footprints?
No, and no, we did not find nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, is that Jeff?
I don't even remember now.
So I've heard different things. I heard that someone saw her walking into the woods. I heard that someone saw her walking down the drive.
It wasn't very long because as soon as I got out of the job interview and my wife told me what was going on at the house, we came straight home.
Good.
Sorry.
Here, you're going to add another 200 yards.
I've heard different things. I heard that someone saw her walking into the woods. I heard that someone saw her walking down the driveway. I've heard that maybe a car was heard speeding off.
Okay.
soon after she went out.
Let me put this all in the exact facts of how it is in the police record. The way our house is set up, our driveway goes up and curves around. If you're walking out
So it sounded like it was watch what you say, and now he says I got to keep it. He's just basically saying he's got to stick to what his statement would be, in my opinion, right? You guys heard that too, right?
Someone saw her walking into the woods. I heard that someone saw her walking down the driveway. I've heard that maybe a car was heard speeding off.
Okay.
Soon after she went out.
Let me put this all in the exact facts of how it is in the police record. The way our house is set up, our driveway goes up and curves around. If you're walking out of here, you're going to add another 200 yards if you walk down the driveway. If you're walking, the easy way is to walk through the woods and then up the driveway, because the way the driveway, it fish hooks. So if you just cut off the tip of the fish hook, you can walk through the woods and hit the driveway. Okay. That's what everybody said that she did. She walked out through the woods, hit the driveway, and headed up. Then everybody swears up and down that they heard something like a mini bike, four-wheeler or something in that time frame, but they can't verify whether it stopped at our driveway, took off from our driveway, or anything like that.
How far as a crow flies, right? So for directly from the house, if you go through the woods and hit the driveway, how far is the road from you guys' house in a straight line?
A little over a quarter mile.
Okay, so it's still a bit of a distance.
Well, yeah, because of this here, like the FBI and the state police, all everybody's done is proven that the reason why we live so far back in the woods is because of this. We don't want people driving by judging us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't blame you there.
Because like one of you said earlier, when you do things a little untraditional, everybody wants to instantly call somebody to verify something.
Robin's asking who specifically heard the four-wheeler or the motorcycle.
Grandfather heard it. And Star heard it. I've got all of them sitting around me. They're all trying to tell me I'm speaking for everybody in my family right now, sir.
No.
Sorry.
Awesome.
No,
You're fine.
I can appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you for doing this. Like I said, I know this is kind of
well, I'm going to be honest with you, sir. If it wasn't for I don't care what's said about me. I really don't. I'm from Rhode Island. I don't know if anybody here knows anything about Rhode Island. There's not too much you can say about me that's going to hurt my feelings or even make me worry about it. But when you start dragging my wife's name through the mud, telling people that, oh, I seen your wife out and she was all happy and giddy and everything with you, I don't see how anybody's seen me and my wife out, because the only person my wife goes out with is our 21-year-old son.
And this is something I'd heard soon afterwards. Tawny's asking here, was the argument between Stefanie and her sister actually about running away, possibly?
It could have been. Because at this point, I hate talking about one of my kids any way, shape, or but I really at this point don't trust anything that Star's telling me about the whole situation.
Really? So even to this day, she hasn't clarified anything for you?
No, and neither does Jared, neither does the FBI.
So what time did you guys call the police? I know you said you got home 5:30, you searched for a while. Was it soon after you got home you called the police, or did you really wait the next day to call them?
I called the police at 11 o'clock the next morning.
Okay.
and explained to them that I know it wasn't 20. I explained to them that it wasn't 24 hours, all that and everything. And then they had somebody out here within, I mean, I wasn't even off the phone with them before they had someone out here.
Good. So they responded quickly. They took it seriously.
Yeah, everybody's dogging out the state police and everything. There's one state trooper, which I won't mention his name out of respect for Jared. There is one state trooper up there that is nothing but a low-life piece of shit. He's a liar. Okay, because he sat there, came in my house, said that my house was this, that it was all dogged out and everything like that. And it was nothing but lies. But other than that, one state trooper, the state police have done everything. They have bent over backwards. They have gone through the extra efforts. They have done everything. They have literally turned every stone pretty much in New Sweden with helicopters, drones. They have brought private people in to do it. I mean, state police have done everything they possibly can.
Wow.
I did have one more quick question. Well, two quick questions, and they're not related at all. But the when they let you go from Ruby Tuesdays, when was that? Was that like a couple months after, I assume?
That was right before Christmas.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And the other thing, they
let me go just as all these negative, nasty rumors started.
Right. Now I know that she headed out towards the road, but I assume that you guys must have like a bunch of like ATV trails around your property, right?
With all due respect, sir, this is northern Maine. You can't walk 100 feet without there being an ATV trail.
Right. Was that something that she frequented? Did she try out like hike on the trails a lot?
No, we always kept our kids off the trails because the trails up here, if I had known who was living up here at the time I moved up here, I probably wouldn't have bought this piece of property. But there's some very interesting characters up here.
Okay, people you wanted them to stay away from?
Yes, I don't want my kids near the ATV trails because I was warned about one particular person up here to stay as far away from them as I could. And I was told that the ATV trails and a certain road around here was associated with this person and the people they hang out with. So I was like, hey, you know what? We got 25 acres. You kids stay on your property. That's all that matters.
Right. We do have a question here from Melissa Dar. Do you know if Stefanie or Star like knew any local boys? Did she ever meet anyone local, or were they friends?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
But like I said, a lot was going on behind my back that I didn't realize was going on too.
So, when you say that, what do you mean? What else is going on behind your back?
When we were staying down there at that fifth wheel, that was the situation I was talking about. When we were staying down there at that fifth wheel, and Star and Stefanie were up here supposedly taking care of their grandfather, and we were going back and forth. When we weren't here, like I explained, they were waiting until grandfather took his heart pills and his sleeping pills and everything. Because I don't know if anybody knows anything about Soma. When Papa takes his Soma, he's out. He's gone. He's comatose for 8 hours. There's no waking him up. There's no nothing. And they were waiting until he took a sleeping pill, grabbing his phone out from underneath his pillow and everything, and then getting involved in all this other garbage, talking to these boys and everything. My son's 21 years old. He can verify this. He's 21 years old. And I told him until he can buy his own phone, pay his own phone bill, he don't get a phone. He don't get to date or nothing. Well, he's still 21 years old, and he's still not dating.
So, Stefanie was 13 at the time. How old was your other daughter that was staying there at the house?
17.
Okay.
So she's quite a bit older.
Yes. They're not babies. I was not leaving babies up here like everybody's making out that I was just abandoning my kids on a 80-year-old geriatric.
Yeah. Now, and this is just something I wanted to say in general, and this is to like people watching as well, but like the whole purpose of all of this, right, is we're all here for one reason, and that's to try and find Stefanie, right? So
Yes.
like I know that there's like negative this, negative that, back and forth, or maybe not necessarily back and forth. It obviously seems like there's a lot more directed towards you guys, but I would like to see even the people who have shit to talk. Like I would like to see everyone trying to work together on this. Like it blows
that's
my
exactly
mind.
my point, sir. That's exactly
No,
my
I
point.
get
Instead of putting all this negativity towards judging us, judging that, put that energy into finding my daughter. All I want is my daughter home where she belongs, where I can take care of her, where I know everything that needs to be done is being taken care of on her. I ain't got to worry about, oh, is she underneath the bridge? Is she in the back of some dude's car? Is she getting traded for this? Or is she, strung out on drugs in some crack house?
Right.
Instead of putting all this negative energy and talking shit about us, help us find our daughter. My wife is a complete mental wreck right now without her baby.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what that's like, but I can only imagine. And what I'm getting at with this is like it blows my mind how often something like this happens and it turns into a scenario for people to attack each other, and rather than working for like the common goal, which is to try and find the person that's missing. So people who are have like some shit to talk, maybe like let's table that. If you have opinions on something, whatever, but and I don't know how willing you are to work with other people on this, like allow conversations to happen. I don't know what that has been like. I assume that you're probably not speaking too much to many people.
I don't speak to nobody but Jared.
Okay. So is there any chance of you potentially like trying to help the people that are trying to help you? I don't know, I assume you're probably not a fan of
as long as it's not Ashley or any of her, as long as it's not Ashley or any of her associates, I will pretty much work with anybody or Whitney.
So I think this is a good time for me to interrupt. Christopher, I'm Christy. We haven't met. I'm representing Team Stefanie tonight, and I kind of help on the media side of things. I'm wondering if there's anything specific that you want Team Stefanie to be doing to help find your daughter, and if there's anything specific that you're really bothered by that people are doing to help find your daughter.
I want her face out there. I mean, everybody's doing everything they can, but everybody's getting blindsided by all this negative BS being said. Instead of us, okay, we get a sighting or something. Is one person says a sighting on the Facebook, like on your website for one, somebody got a sighting, and then right after that sighting, there's 18 million comments about how negative we are, and then that one sighting is drowned out by all the negativity. How is that helping Stefanie?
Is there a specific sighting that you've seen that happen with?
No, my wife just recently got one from somebody that she was seen down in Massachusetts somewhere that we called Jared about.
Okay.
But it's happened in the beginning. It happened a couple times, and Jared was on it.
Okay, and then as far as certain volunteers and association with them and you having an issue, is there something that is bothering you?
Other than, I'm going to say it, and I'm sorry if they're listening and I hurt their feelings, but Ashley and Whitney are full of shit.
Okay.
About what?
I'll just say it right here.
That?
What shut me down? Which one was it that claimed they found Eric Foose?
Whitney.
Whitney claims that she found Eric Foose, that she did this big search party to find Eric Foose. The only problem is I know Eric Foose's family. I also spoke to Jared about it. Jared went back and double checked everything. Eric Foose was found by a passerby at the bridge in Presque Isle. Caribou. My bad. My wife's correcting me.
Going to Presque Isle off the bridge there to turn at Caribou, going to Presque Isle the back way.
Yeah, did they say his name? Who found him?
No, they did not.
But it was not Whitney.
But it was not Whitney.
Because I spoke to the detective about it.
Was it her boyfriend?
I'm not sure, sir. I'm really not sure.
I'll tell you offline his name and see if that rings a bell.
Okay.
So
Yeah, 'cause
that's
we
just
were in
like
contact
my wife.
around that
My
time.
wife just hold on one second, sir. My wife just recently informed me that is it Whitney that is friends with the kid that's best friends with the other guy.
I really don't want to bring it into it, but it's
No names, man.
Her boyfriend is friends with that person that is under investigation over this.
As a matter of fact, Whitney is her boyfriend is friends with one of the people that's under investigation for all this. That has got red flags all over him.
For Stephanie's disappearance?
Yeah.
So what kind of red flags on this guy?
This guy is involved in if there's something that's been criminally done, everything from stripping wire out of the closed down school up here to cars coming up missing and drugs and everything else.
And other than the people we're speaking of right now, are there any other people from town in your mind that should be concerning?
No, sir. I mean, no, ma'am. Sorry.
That's fine. And as far as spring search efforts go, I know you're saying that you really want help finding Stefanie. Is there something specific you're hoping to see?
What do you repeat that, ma'am? My phone's breaking up.
Something specific that you're hoping to see as far as spring efforts to look for Stefanie? Is it just sharing her flyer, or are you willing to help with searchers in your area?
Me and my son did help with the first ground search.
Me and my wife and my son. My wife has been my legs and my eyes through this whole situation because my legs are shot. I cannot walk.
And I should say, I do know that you guys were there for the original search back last fall. I'm thinking of spring and what's coming up this year. How can volunteers best help?
As long as it's on the weekends, my wife and son are more than willing to help.
All right, good. So has she ever run away before, Christopher?
No. All kids run away and hide underneath the table. I mean, the only difference is my kids' table is a 25-acre. They'll take a sheet out in the woods and, go out there for an hour or so. We'll know where they are because the dogs will let us know where they are. If it comes down too much, I'll turn the dogs loose and the dogs will go find them. But no, not run away.
And so I can clear up some questions in the comments. People are curious why we're discussing Whitney. Whitney was previously on the podcast. She's a volunteer from the community that has helped with Stefanie's case and had previously appeared here on Locating the Lost on a past episode for Stefanie. And that's what he's referencing here and who he is referencing.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not saying no last names because I'm trying to at least be that much respectful.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, you're
What's the
good.
story about? I've heard the story multiple times that possibly she ran away and tried to break into someone's vehicle or pickup or something.
And that's all a bunch of bullshit, sir. That was some guy up the road. She was not breaking into his vehicle. She was caught up there, walking around, standing out in front of his yard and stuff like that. But she was not trying to break into anybody's.
That had been proven false by
And that's been proven false because Jared spoke to the guy that they say she broke into his car.
So he brought her home to you, though? He brought her back to your house?
Nope.
So she just walked back home?
She walked back home. He's in the neighborhood.
All right. I'm trying to read some of these comments here, too, as we talk. Sorry.
Anything you want to ask me, as long as I get a chance to get the verified facts, so we can start, instead of putting this negative energy towards judging us and put it towards finding my daughter. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all I want to do as well. Like, I'm not about just tearing people up, and especially family. Like, I'm so concerned about.
I do.
Right. I'm trying to read some of these comments here too as we talk. Sorry.
Anything you want to ask me, as long as I get a chance to get the verified facts, so we can start, instead of putting this negative energy towards judging us, and put it towards finding my daughter. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all
I'm not sure what
I want to do as well. Like, I'm not about just tearing people.
I'm not sure what she just said, but hi, Mama and Cheryl. How are you? If you guys made out what she just said, let me know. I'll put the full link of this in the comments in the chat for you.
Up, and especially family. Like, I'm so concerned about stating my opinions if I think something's going on, because I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't want to start slamming family members just assuming that they're involved.
And I'm wondering too, so Stephanie's taken off before, and I'm assuming she was in good physical shape. Do you have an idea of how far she could have walked if she had really gone on foot and continued on, you know? As a teenage girl, I'm sure I could have gone a number of miles. I'm just curious if you have an idea of how far she's gone in the past, or how far she may have gone, what you think.
Well, see, that's the sick, twisted thing about it in this day and age, ma'am. My daughter, granted, my daughter can walk miles. I mean, they live off grid. Everything is strenuous, physical. So walking, if you put one of my kids in a direction, they could probably walk forever. That ain't.
What concerns me is that everything I have heard about this case, and let me just quickly remind you guys how I started looking into this again. I'm worried that Stefanie was desperately trying to get help, and she might not have known how to do it. Right? I was just speculating only because that's all we do, right? That's all we can do. And since I'm still such a small channel, I feel like I can be a little more speculative in a way. If I was a lot larger, I'd probably be a lot more cautious, and maybe we'd do something like I'd have, like a unlisted lives where maybe we'd speculate a little more, and I'd share the link or something. I'd still have integrity and try to be considerate, but I feel like I could be more, we could be more deep dive-ish, and the reason is that when I was going through the case last week of Sebastian, when all the, when some of the leaked stuff or some of the recordings that Heather Cohen recorded were going around. I always like to go and give all the updates that we have from all the different places. And we were on the FBI website and on the FBI X account, and we read their updates from September. And then we went to the story that they have on Sebastian on the website. But when you look at his flyer while we were on, we noticed that Stefanie is linked to Sebastian's flyer. So if you look into how that happens or why that happens, there's different technology that could be used. And usually I have not been able to come across something where it's a coincidental glitch. Normally it means it's either they went missing at the same time, they're the same person under an alias, or I can't really find many other reasons. So if it's a glitch, we're going with glitch for now, right? That's what we're saying. It could be a glitch. And remember how they had it that Sebastian was 14 in the post on X when they posted the update from the story. Well, Stefanie is attached, and it says here that Stefanie is a male and that Stefanie has the same birthday as Sebastian. So that's where all this speculating on certain things was coming from, in my opinion. Because when I started to dive deeper into it so I could understand her case more, because I was like, well, not many cases does the FBI get involved in, let alone offering a $50,000 reward like we've seen in Sebastian's. And with her, it's a $15,000 reward. And we have to remember, it says that Sebastian, right, has medical conditions, including autism, that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. So going off of just what we know from law enforcement or the FBI and things like that, and not anything to do with YouTube, not anything to do with the parents, then I started to think about everything that I was hearing and seeing with Stefanie. And I'm like, well, this is a case that needs to really be discussed. And the FBI on her story is asking for us to share it everywhere, that they think she could be alive. And it's important, right, to try to get her out and try to get her found. So because these people don't seem to have any track records, you know, and they've been all over the country, you know, how do we have any idea who the kids are? We don't, right? So what if Stefanie was trying to seek help and she doesn't know how? And she's trying to find somebody to desperately help her. They're calling all these different people because they're trying to get help. You never know, right? So when I hear these interviews, it's like, what is going on? When you think of that you have a child that's doing all of this stuff and now they're just missing, and you don't think people are going to be speculating about you and you're going to be defensive, you know, it's not a good look, in my opinion. It's just not a good look. Mark, I have thought sometimes that it was completely fabricated while they're doing something else. Like if they're all kinds of things, I think, go through our minds sometimes, right? When you're just looking at stuff, you're like, I wonder, you know, if this is fake. But then you're like, well, it really can't be because it's an actual case, right? But if you're trying to do something or maybe do a big investigation or something in some other ways for some other reasons, then yeah, you could think that one day maybe some people would be fake because they need something fake to do an investigation around what the fake brings in, right? If you can understand that word salad, I'm sorry. So I just think of it in every possible scenario that we can, because you just don't know, right? But based off of the information we have from law enforcement, this is just wild, right? It really is. It's wild. And to me, I still don't understand how come nobody's making a big deal about the updates for Sebastian. I mean, I'm just like, you guys, if he's 14, but he's not 14, he's going to be 17, and they have him as 14. And there's another girl, I mean, another 13-year-old allegedly that's missing, that somehow is on the FBI website. It's bad enough he's under kidnapping, right? See, like on the website, it's classified under the kidnapping. So it's just like, I don't know. I would think you'd want that updated and corrected, you know. These parents, they give us a lot of stuff to ponder upon. It's a big production in a lot of ways, for sure. And it's not a good look. And remember, everybody is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We're not accusing anyone. We're just speculating and having discussions, you know, and try to be considerate when we're discussing these cases. So please don't, you know, bother any of the people that we talk about. We're just, you know, talking about current topics, right, that are in the news, that are active in utilizing our right to free speech, and just trying to do it with a little bit of a moral compass, integrity, you know, a little bit of ethics, which is really hard when we're speculating. But when you have something like that, right, guys, it's impossible. It's an intentional rabbit hole, in my opinion. And the FBI is saying that they need us to share them around. So let's share. Let's do our due diligence. Let's do what we can. And you never know. I mean, could this be a sibling of Sebastian's? Is that what it is that matched it up? Is that possible? I mean, they're from West Virginia. They've been all over. You know, could a child have been given for adoption and nobody knew? I mean, who knows? Could it be Sebastian that was, who knows? You never know, right? Because we don't know anything. We don't know these people. We don't know what happened to them, or it wouldn't be missing. So yeah, sometimes, you speculate in crazy ways, but we're a little itty bitty channel hanging out here. It's not like I'm a gigundo channel. And it actually has an impact, right? We're not trying to hurt anyone. And nobody should care when your child's missing. I mean, come on. I think it's like just makes people look even more suspicious. And then the next thing you know, everybody gets arrested until they produce the child. We've seen that a lot, right? We've seen cases where they literally get arrested until they produce the child. We have the Michael Vaughn situation that just happened. That's unbelievable. They have so much coming out about the traffic situation and then ritualistic cult type of stuff with, what was his name, Adrian? Like, some of these cases are just things that you would never even imagine, right? Oh, gosh. But let's keep listening to this. Sorry, guys, I went on a Mommin tangent. If you can, dislike if you want, and subscribe if you want to support the channel. All of the ways you can do so in the description. They're also scrolling on the bottom of the screen. 411ccn@gmail.com is my email address. And I just thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you.
I'm just curious if you have an idea of how far she's gone in the past or how far she may have gone, what you think.
Well, see, that's the sick, twisted thing about it in this day and age, ma'am. My daughter can walk miles. I mean, they live off grid. Everything is strenuous, physical. So walking, if you put one of my kids in her direction, they could probably walk forever. That ain't what scares me, is her walking off, getting halfway to Caribou or getting halfway to Presque Isle, which easily my daughter could easily walk to Presque Isle. It might take her all day long, but she could. What I'm worried about is somebody stopping along the way and offering her a ride.
And what is
it's not the walking that scares me.
What has Jared and the FBI said about that? Do they believe that she's been picked up?
Yes.
So he unequivocally said this is their theory, that she's been picked up and possibly taken out of state or to Canada or what?
Well, it's an ongoing investigation, so I can't say a lot. All I can be said, what I've been told, is that there is absolutely zero physical evidence in the area to show that she was anywhere in the area. The only thing that shows is a track or a trail that goes up to the head of the driveway and then disappears.
Do you think that there's any possibility that Stefanie had a phone that no one knows about?
Yes. At this point, yes.
And what was the cell service like at your property? So it's been said that there's not service or that there's minimal service.
If you don't have T-Mobile, you're lucky to have service.
Okay. And then
or Starlink.
Most of you use T-Mobile to be able to keep a cell connection out there.
There it is. I bet you they have one of those traveling Starlinks. I bet you anything. That's where the internet's coming from, in my opinion.
What was the cell service like at your property? So it's been said that there's not service or that there's minimal service.
If you don't have T-Mobile, you're lucky to have service.
Okay. And then
or Starlink.
Most of you use T-Mobile to be able to keep a cell connection out there, and the Starlink is what you use for Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay.
We literally live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, shoot. So many comments in here.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I'm wondering, when she first took off, did you check with neighbors to see if they had seen her, if she had gone there in a similar way that she had shown up at that other gentleman's house?
Within the first half hour of me being home, I had already knocked on at least every door between here and the beginning of the road on one way and the creek turn off the other way.
And did any of those neighbors volunteer to come out and help you look for Stefanie? Or
no, they're not going to, ma'am. They're not going to.
Because they won't even.
They're not going to because of all the negative rumors Art and Doug have spread about us.
Gotcha.
The only one in New Sweden, in New Sweden that don't talk bad about us is Teresa at the town hall.
Art he wasn't the one that was speaking last time when we did this.
No, that was Andrew.
Was it Andrew? Okay.
Do you still have a relationship with Andrew at this point?
I have a relationship with Andrew. My wife and daughter have a better relationship with him at this point than I do.
Is that because of everything that's happened after?
It's a lot. It's a lot of reasons. It's a lot of personal reasons, sir.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And if volunteers wanted to search on your property again and they weren't associated with people that you have concerns about, is that an opportunity that would be available, or is that something you're saving for the Maine State Police and the FBI to do?
The state police and the FBI don't want my property touched by anybody but them at this point until they can get better out here with better searches and everything like that. Because as soon as the snow melts and everything, Jared has got a whole bunch planned, and the FBI or Jose has a whole bunch planned out here.
That is awesome news. Good.
Okay.
Glad to hear it.
Like I said, the state police have Jared is literally a part of my family now. He comes out here, sits with me, talks with me, explains everything with me. All I got to do is call the man up right now and say, hey, Jared, I'd like to see you. He'll walk in up my driveway all the way back here and sit down with me and have coffee, and we'll talk about everything about Stefanie. Jared has not hid anything.
So what is your thoughts, Christopher? Where do you think Stefanie went? Do you think someone picked her up? Do you think she's in the woods?
I honestly think that she got picked up by somebody. She thought she was going to come home that night, and they didn't bring her home.
And unfortunately, that's a real reality that we live in. That is possible with everything that we see that happens.
That's why I left Texas. It's because when Biden opened up the border, we had kids getting kidnapped at Walmart at least once a week. And I've got one daughter that's blonde hair, blue eyed, beautiful little baby. She's perfect border bait.
So we have there's a lot of people working behind the scenes to try and help you guys. I want to make it clear that we have updated the timeline. I know that you've probably seen some of the media that we create and what we share for Stefanie. We've updated the timeline specifically because there were aspects on it that we found to not be credible, and because of that, certain statements were removed. And I just want you to be assured that the people working behind the scenes to help find Stefanie aren't associated with anybody that they shouldn't be associated with, including the people you've named.
Thank you.
You have concerns, and you don't want people involved with the aspects of Stefanie's case that we are involved in. We're going to respect that. But it's also very difficult for us to do that without knowing who is who and what's what. So part of that means open communication and us knowing what's going on. So like for me here today, this is the first I've been able to hear from either you or your wife that there was an issue with a previous member of the team. And of course, I'm sure you have other friends or people you know that you've communicated that with. But I just want to make sure it's clear and it's coming from me. that we know that you had concerns and that we had concerns as well. And we've done the due diligence to look into people working behind the scenes to help find Stefanie. You have concerns about, is that Miles? I'm just curious if you have an idea of how far she's gone in the past or how far she may have gone, what you think.
Well, see, that's the sick, twisted thing about it in this day and age, ma'am. My daughter, granted, my daughter can walk miles. I mean, they live off grid. Everything is strenuous, physical. So walking, if you put one of my kids in her direction, they could probably walk forever. That ain't what scares me, is her walking off, getting halfway to Caribou or getting halfway to Presque Isle, which easily, my daughter could easily walk to Presque Isle. It might take her all day long, but she could. What I'm worried about is somebody stopping along the way and offering her a ride.
And what is
it's not the walking that scares me.
What has Jared and the FBI said about that? Do they believe that she's been picked up?
Yes.
So he unequivocally said this is their theory, that she's been picked up and possibly taken out of state or to Canada or what?
Well, it's an ongoing investigation, so I can't say a lot. All I can be said, what I've been told, is that there is absolutely zero physical evidence in the area to show that she was anywhere in the area. The only thing that shows is a track or a trail that goes up to the head of the driveway and then disappears.
Do you think that there's any possibility that Stefanie had a phone that no one knows about?
Yes. At this point, yes.
And what was the cell service like at your property? So it's been said that there's not service or that there's minimal service.
If you don't have T-Mobile, you're lucky to have service.
Okay. And then
or Starlink.
Most of you use T-Mobile to be able to keep a cell connection out there, and the Starlink is what you use for Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay.
We literally live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, shoot. So many comments in here.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I'm wondering, when she first took off, did you check with neighbors to see if they had seen her, if she had gone there in a similar way that she had shown up at that other gentleman's house?
Within the first half hour of me being home, I had already knocked on at least every door between here and the beginning of the road on one way and the creek turn off the other way.
And did any of those neighbors volunteer to come out and help you look for Stefanie? Or
no, they're not going.
Now, let's remember, we heard that other neighbor before that seemed to, get a little too focused on the convincing language at the end, but it could really just be a lot of different factors, right? And remember what he said, that everyone that's there, 20 people, are willing to go on record or go to law enforcement together, whatever they needed to do, saying that this did not happen, that there was no coming to their doors, there was no any of it, right? And I could see that other neighbor being extremely involved in a sense, because if he was calling CPS, if they had said like what this guy Christopher told us before, that they were saying his children were, children of the corn, and they were calling CPS all the time to the point where CPS has them blocked now or whatever, then I can see, if this was something that was going on and the community was sincerely scared, trying to get these kids help, then I can see him being this outspoken in a lot of ways, if that's, all legitimate.
To, ma'am. They're not going to.
Because they won't even know.
They're not going to, because of all the negative rumors Art and Doug have spread about us.
Gotcha.
The only one in New Sweden, that don't talk bad about us is Teresa at Town Hall.
Art he wasn't the one that was speaking last time when we did this.
No, that was Andrew.
Was it Andrew? Okay.
Do you still have a relationship with Andrew at this point?
I have a relationship with Andrew. My wife and daughter have a better relationship with him at this point than I do.
Is that because of everything that's happened after?
It's a lot. It's a lot of reasons. It's a lot of personal reasons, sir.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And if volunteers wanted to search on your property again and they weren't associated with people that you have concerns about, is that an opportunity that would be available, or is that something you're saying?
Do you know where that is, KJ? Is it like, do you know what it's around? Because I missed it this time around. Like, do you know what it was around? I wonder if I could search the transcripts.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And if volunteers wanted to search on your property again and they weren't associated with people that you have concerns about, is that an opportunity that would be available, or is that something you're saving for the Maine State Police and the FBI to do?
The state police and the FBI don't want my property touched by anybody but them at this point until they can get better out here with better searches and everything like that. Because as soon as the snow melts and everything, Jared has got a whole bunch planned, and the FBI or Jose has a whole bunch planned out here.
That is awesome news. Good.
Okay.
Who's Jared?
Like I said, the state.
Wait a minute. What was just said in the background? Did you hear that? It sounded like a different person, like the guy this time on his end, in my opinion. Let's see. Oh no, we're getting the circly wheel.
Everything like that. Because as soon as the snow melts and everything, Jared has got a whole bunch planned, and the FBI or Jose has a whole bunch planned out here.
That is awesome news. Good.
Okay.
Glad to hear it.
Like I said, the state police have literally, Jared is literally a part of my family now. He comes out here, sits with me, talks with me, explains everything with me. All I got to do is call the man up right now and say, hey, Jared, I'd like to see you. He'll walk in up my driveway all the way back here and sit down with me and have coffee, and we'll talk about everything about Stefanie. Jared has not hid anything.
So what is your thoughts, Christopher? Where do you think Stefanie went? Do you think someone picked her up? Do you think she's in the woods?
I honestly think that she got picked up by somebody. She thought she was going to come home that night, and they didn't bring her home.
And unfortunately, that's a real reality that we live in. That is possible with everything that we see that happens.
That's why I left Texas. Is because when Biden opened up the border, we had kids getting kidnapped at Walmart at least once a week. And I've got one daughter that's blonde hair, blue eyed, beautiful little baby. She's perfect border bait.
So we have there's a lot of people working behind the scenes to try and help you guys. I want to make it clear that we have updated the timeline. I know that you've probably seen some of the media that we create and what we share for Stefanie. We've updated the timeline specifically because there were aspects on it that we found to not be credible, and because of that, certain statements were removed. And I just want you to be assured that the people, I want to make it clear that
call the man up right now and say, hey, Jared, I'd like to see you. He'll walk in up my driveway all the way back here and sit down with me and have coffee, and we'll talk about everything about Stefanie. Jared has not hid anything.
So what is your thoughts, Christopher? Where do you think Stefanie went? Do you think someone picked her up? Do you think she's in the woods?
I honestly think that she got picked up by somebody. She thought she was going to come home that night, and they didn't bring her home.
And unfortunately, that's a real reality that we live in. That is possible with everything that we see that happens.
That's why I left Texas. Is because when Biden opened up the border, we had kids getting kidnapped at Walmart at least once a week. And I've got one daughter that's blonde hair, blue eyed, beautiful little baby. She's perfect border bait.
So we have there's a lot of people working behind the scenes to try and help you guys. I want to make it clear that we have updated the timeline. I know that you've probably seen some of the media that we create and what we share for Stefanie. We've updated the timeline specifically because there were aspects on it that we found to not be credible. And because of that, certain statements were removed. And I just want you to be assured that the people working behind the scenes to help find Stefanie aren't associated with anybody that they shouldn't be associated with, including the people you've named.
Thank you.
You have
Thank
concerns,
you.
and you don't want people involved with the aspects of Stefanie's case that we are involved in. We're going to respect that. But it's also very difficult for us to do that without knowing who is who and what's what. So part of that means open communication and us knowing what's going on. So like for me here today, this is the first I've been able to hear from either you or your wife that there was an issue with a previous member of the team. And of course, I'm sure you have other friends that, or people you know that you've communicated that with. But I just want to make sure it's clear and it's coming from me, that we know that you had concerns and that we had concerns as well. And we've done the due diligence to look into them, and we're no longer associating.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
My wife has something. Hold on one second, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
What, babe?
With the problem I have with Whitney, and I have just found this has been brought to my attention recently with a lady that I keep in touch with that has been helping me through this and stuff. She is in your group. I'm not mentioning no names though, but she has been a big support for me. Whitney had this going on that the searches were stopped last time because something about somebody in my family or relatives or something like that. Our family was supposed to have been threatened, or some gentleman by Ryan, I think Hudson his last name.
Don't know last names.
Sorry, but Ryan, he had nothing to do with the threats or anything. She was supposed to went down to the police department, made a report. Well, all that has come out that it has been nothing but lies. This is why I do
that.
This is why I don't.
We've contacted Maine State Police, we've contacted the Aroostook County Sheriff's Department, and we've contacted the Caribou Police, and we have also verified whether reports were made, and we've taken all of that into consideration. So,
well, I understand that, but that's what caused all the searches to be stopped last year instead of the searches going on is her lies. That has took, and I don't know how to explain it. It's heartbreaking because if the searches would have been able to go on without her lying, we may have been able to find something sooner.
Stacy, I got a comment here from Stacy Baker. Said, "I'm so glad Christopher is on here for this. We really need him to come on and talk." Thank you, Christopher.
Well, I just want to. I mean, when this all started, I told my wife, with all due respect, I understand some of you guys out there on the social media aren't bad. I totally understand that. But I told my wife from the beginning, okay, state police is doing their job. If they hadn't been doing their job, I would have been the first one to stand on the mountainside to scream, somebody help me. But the state police were doing their job. I mean, my literally the airspace above my property literally was like an airport for almost a week straight. I mean, we had planes flying over, we had helicopters and everything else, and then she starts in on this, and then it's just like it takes a total different turn. This is what I'm talking about, the negative stigmatism that needs to stop. Let's get it all pointed in the right direction. Let's not sink the Titanic on an iceberg.
Lynn Spencer says, "My heart breaks for her mom. My goodness, I couldn't imagine. Poor honey, prayers your baby girl gets found and brought home." I think that's what everyone wants, is to see Stefanie come home.
Yeah, and again, I know I kind of hammered on this again before, but like we need to try and be working together on this stuff. Anyone like the personal attacks and lying, like it's one thing to have opinions on things, right? But unless you can verify any of the stuff that you have to say, like try and keep it to yourself. You're not going to do anything but hurt the people involved. You're not helping find Stefanie, right? And yeah, I just want everyone to try and work together on this. We're here for one common goal, and that's to try and find Stefanie.
Please, that's all we're asking.
That's all we're asking. Like I was taught in the Navy, either help or get out of the way. Either one. You know, that's the two choices, because I want my daughter home.
So Stefanie was 13 when she disappeared. She's since had a birthday, right? So she's 14 now?
Yes.
Did you guys celebrate the birthday at all?
We had our own family. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
I mean, she still has
Her birthday was always it was always Halloween, and Halloween was not. She was our Halloween baby. Halloween was a very special holiday because of her.
So if you're just joining us, we're talking about Stefanie Damron, who went missing in New Sweden, Maine, September 24th, 2024. She was 13 years old at the time. She's now 14, approximately 5 foot, 130 pounds.
Yes.
Is there something that you would say, like if Stephanie's out there and she's watching this or listening to this, what would you want to say to Stefanie?
Please just come home. We love you. The family's not the same. None of us are the same. We're all missing a piece of our heart. We just need our baby home.
Or please get it. If she can contact anybody.
Or if she could just contact someone and let us know, hey, I'm all right, Mom and Dad. Let us know. Let us know what's going on. Like I even told her, I mean, I'm from West Virginia, so I don't expect everybody to understand. If she was 14, about to turn 14, she fell in love with some boy and everything, and she wanted to hide out and everything until whatever. That's fine. Let us know what's going on so we can help and take care of her. We just, we need to be part of it.
And now that you Christopher and your wife have got a chance to speak to Chrissy here, hopefully you two can, like, maybe you can send a message to their group, or I know that you keep your stuff private, but maybe you two could start working together. You guys could start working together, and but people really want to help you.
I actually had to set the stuff got so bad on my Facebook, the threats literally against my family on my Facebook. I had to set my Facebook to private, sir.
And I completely understand that, but I think you could send a message out to their page, and that would allow you two to communicate without you having to unprivate. You know what I mean? Like you did with us.
Yes.
But I would just like to see more people trying to work together on this, and hopefully this has shown you that there are people that really do care. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff on social media, but there are people who genuinely just want to do the best.
Yes.
For Stefanie. So.
And believe it or not, sir, whether I've been in those groups or not, my wife is involved in all those groups, and she is basically my liaison. Anything that goes on in them groups, my wife is discussing it with me. I'm giving her my opinion. We're sitting up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning talking about them. So I am involved in all the groups. I have been from the very first day that they started popping up. I have been there asking my wife, hey, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, and I'd like to be clear. I haven't had any reason personally to need to contact the parents. Neither of you have ever been contacted by me, and there are people in Team Stefanie that you do interact with, that you trust, that you are willing to speak to, and that's fine with most of us for communication purposes. I just wanted to make it clear that we are not supportive of people commenting on the parents' personal Facebook pages. We are not in support of people using their time on the internet, leave hateful comments about anything to do with Stefanie or her family. If you have the time on the internet to be talking and sharing about Stefanie, then you could be doing that in a positive manner. But there is no good coming out of people who are in the community volunteering their time to turn things negative. It is not going to help find Stefanie. And it's not going to create an environment that makes her want to come home or come out of hiding. So,
And that's what got me scared, is if she is hiding, all this negativity is, what is it? It's not going to encourage her to come out.
Absolutely.
Darcy has a comment here. She says, I don't know her and I miss her. I think of her often. My heart breaks for the family. I want to help somehow. I just don't know how. I didn't sleep for months and was up at 2 a.m. every morning. And I think that's how a lot of us are. Like, I think about her all the time, and I know the people on Team Stefanie, the people that run Letters to Stefanie Damron, those pages, they're all good people that just want to try to help, and they want to help bring Stefanie home.
Yes.
And I know not to turn this into more negative stuff, but just something that Letters to Stefanie Damron wanted to say was the Damron family was not responsible for making any of the threats against previous searchers. This has been misconstrued on social media, but Stefanie's parents did not engage in any threats. And someone else commented, thank you for clarifying. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there. And also, this is from Letters to Stefanie Damron. Says, yes, Letters to Stefanie and Team Stefanie will not promote aspects of this case that are not fact-based. Our goal is to only advocate for Stefanie and present accurate information.
And also, we will never ask for donations, we'll never ask for funds of any kind, monetary, of anything. We are not asking people for anything. If you have been approached and asked to donate items to the Damrons, that has nothing to do with us, and we will not ever be interfering with anything like that. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, thank you for the people who are being supportive, and I'm happy to see that things have calmed down quite a bit in the comments. I just thank you to everyone who's been here to show support. There's a lot of people here watching tonight.
We weren't prepared. We didn't know if anyone from the family would come on tonight, and our priority really was to communicate information about Spring Search and what volunteers can do.
Oh. I lost her.
Oh, just lost Christy.
Sorry, I have a child who just came in and decided to interrupt with her.
That's fine.
I would just like to thank everybody that is staying positive and that is trying to help find her, because eventually we're going to find her. It's just, we're not giving up. We're going to find her. She belongs home.
I just want to make it clear that I know you said you're disabled and you have a difficult time getting out and about to search. And if there are areas nearby to you or not that you are desperate to have searchers go to now or in the future, that you can reach out to Team Stefanie, that we do have volunteers who are physically able to go and search areas in New Sweden and beyond. And if anything comes up and you feel you need the support or you need physical searchers, people are here and we're willing to help, and we're more than happy to be the boots on the ground.
There is one place that it seems to be, everybody seems to avoid it for some reason, that I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be miserable to search, but that it's just, there's this one spot that if anything was, God, this is hard for me to even freaking swallow. If anything was bad to have happened to her, it would have happened here. And I cannot get, the only thing that anybody will tell me is, oh, we can't get up in there.
So where's that? Is that close to your house?
Yes, it's about, if you go down our road, okay, once you drive by our driveway, if you go down about a half mile, there's a road. Well, Westmoreland comes out on the West Road. Well, where Westmoreland comes up, if you take a left there, you come up to a spot. It's a real wide spot. All the kids hang out there. They party. There's burnt tire tracks all over the ground all the time and everything. And there's a great big, like, I don't know if you want to call it a sludge pond, a pond, or what, but there's a guardrail area there and everything.
And state
there's
police
a road.
Won't look there?
I don't know if the police have completely looked there or if they have looked as well as they need to there.
And is this someplace you're thinking is visible from the road, or would be get down and dirty, we're going into them woods?
No, you can get to it from the road. God, this is real hard. If it was, honestly, if you wanted to drop a body, that would be the perfect place to drop a body. There, I said it.
Me and my son have searched some of the place, but not all the way back in.
That was not easy to say.
Yeah, and then beyond that area for you right now, that would be the priority. If spring searchers were going to
and this spring, me and my wife are going to start searching another area that we did not know existed, but apparently there's a pond between here and Fort Kent. In between, there's Soldier Pond, and then there's another pond after Soldier Pond that's back in the woods that you have to really know is there and how to get to it. And that's where me and my wife will be searching this spring, because she was always talking about some old guy in a cabin.
Okay. And
Stephanie was talking about, I'm sorry, Stephanie was talking about an old guy?
Yes. And this old guy supposedly gave her a knife and $5 and would always stop and talk to her and everything when she was up there doing firewood and everything at the top of the driveway.
And you told the police department, FBI, this?
Yes.
Was he
And
interviewed?
they did what they had to do with it. I don't know where it went. I'm not, like I said, it's an open investigation. I can't go into all the details of it.
And then I'm curious, are both of those locations you just mentioned, are they within walking distance from your home?
For Stefanie, they would be.
They would be, yeah. Okay. So I think it's safe to say we can make sure that locations are checked this spring. We are working with Jared and letting him know where searchers intend to go and making sure that we have permission to go there from property owners before we go. So you would probably be notified, or someone would be notified before anyone just heads out there. I think we can definitely say that we will go to those places. Beyond physical searching on the ground, is there anything that you think volunteers could be doing to help you guys? Is it just sharing photos? Is it continuing to get online and on media and try and get her face out there? Or is it really to just
everybody is doing everything great. I mean, all you people are doing great things. I mean, everybody's trying to help, but you guys are getting drowned out and grayed out by all the negativity. All I really want, and the number one thing that's going to help find Stefanie more than anything, is to quit concentrating on judgments. Let's just concentrate on Stefanie. If you want to judge us after the fact. But right now, let's get Stefanie home. Let's quit judging people. Let's keep talking about it on the social media. Let's keep posting the Facebooks. Let's keep doing these podcasts. Let's keep doing the searches. All of it. It needs to keep going. Just let's quit talking shit about each other and let's do our job.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really sorry you guys are going through all this. I can't imagine. I mean, we talk to the people all the time who are sort of in this situation, but it's obviously not the same for us.
Honestly, sir, it doesn't phase. It doesn't. Honestly, as a man, it doesn't phase me. But what it's doing to my wife and kids, I can't just sit back and just be quiet no more.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, do you want to bring up Google Earth? We got to finish up here soon, but would you be able to bring up Google Earth? And so
I don't even know where this is, man. It'll take a few minutes. I also don't really want to give out like their home location on here, so
and I think Pam's asking about the old guy in the woods. Was that the man they call the uncle? No, that's not. That's somebody new that I hadn't heard about. He's living up in a cabin up in the woods behind your house, and he's giving Stefanie things, you said? Oh, is he still on here? Christopher?
Oh, we might have lost him.
We can still see him, but
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
So the old guy in the woods that lived in the cabin, he used to give stuff to Stefanie.
He doesn't. No, the old guy is the guy that everybody's looking for. That it supposedly drove a truck very similar to my wife's truck, but had a double cab. Had some kind of decal in the back window. Now, the cabin in the woods is something that her and Star have talked about several times. That there's supposedly some cabin around here in the woods.
But not necessarily his cabin.
Not necessarily his cabin, though.
All right.
And now I did want to ask, the day that Stefanie went missing, when you came home and you spent that evening contacting neighbors, driving up and down the road, did you check with Andrew to see if she had gone there?
Yes, she hadn't.
And he hadn't seen her at all?
No.
Okay.
All right, I guess we can try to wrap this up here. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us. I know the public
and your family as well
coming out and clarifying things for us. So thank you so much.
And Christy, thank you for everything that you're doing. Like, it's awesome.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank everybody. I mean, thank all of you for everything. I mean, God bless you. I mean, I hope nothing but good comes to you guys.
And you guys as well. Like, that's, I mean, I can't imagine what you guys are going through, but hope you guys can stay strong, and hopefully, you guys can get the help that you need for this. And obviously, we're going to share out anytime that there's any sort of updates, or if you want to reach out to us and put a message out there, we're more than willing to do that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for watching tonight, and thank you both for joining us. Everyone have a good night and stay safe, and let's try to bring Stefanie home.
Yeah, let's start working together. All right. Thank you guys, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. I'll get the video, Travis.
Thank you.
Can I just...
Taylor Williams led investigators to Alabama this week.
So we have some breaking news from Florida. An arrest has been made in connection.
After years of agony, a glimmer of hope for the family.
Investigators spent hours searching through this house off Pennsylvania Avenue.
What could be a major development in the search for missing Alabama teenager.
Tonight, a stunning twist in the search for Taylor.
Somebody out there knows something. They want to lay him to rest their way, not by somebody else's way.